Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We want tonight to discuss about President William Samoei Ruto lifting of the ban of the GMO, genetically modified organisms. Also today there was a burial of a brother of Gachagua, and some of the interesting statements came out and issues to do with family planning. We'll also discuss the discourse that are going on in the country about issues to do with President Museveni's son, Muhoozi. Several tweets that has caused a lot of anxiety and some diplomatic row. So I don't know, what is your take on what had happened? Was it just a normal jokes as he described it, or there was something sinister to what he had alluded to? You're welcome. Let's have a brief discussion over the same. Francis, today you are the earliest bird. So for my friends, I'm sharing a link at the comment section. If you want to join us, you can join us through the comment section, or join us in the studio through the link that I've provided. So let's have a candid conversation over the current affairs. I will play one or two clips just to recap for those who may not have watched what had transpired in the last 48 hours, to be at par with us. Francis, the reason I've put you there is to confirm to my audience whether I'm audible or not. I may be talking to myself.
You are.
Okay, that's good. So let me play one or two clips, and then I will welcome you to make your opening remarks.
Ministry has distanced itself from what appeared to be a Twitter meltdown yesterday by the country's commander of the land forces of the Uganda People Defense Forces, UPDF, Muhoozi Kainerugaba. Now, Lieutenant General Muhoozi, who is also the son of Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni, had on Monday quipped on a Twitter post that he would only need 2 weeks with his army to capture Kenya's capital, Nairobi. He has since apologized for the tweets, saying invading Kenya's capital, Nairobi, was a joke. Meanwhile, the bragging Lieutenant General has been moved from the position of commander of Uganda's UPDF in changes made by his father, President Museveni.
Muhoozi, the former leader of Uganda's army, sparked anger on social media when he said it won't take him 2 weeks to enter Kenya, capture Nairobi, and make the city part of Uganda's territory. This particular tweet that read as follows: "It wouldn't take us, my army and me, 2 weeks to capture Nairobi," attracted more than 6,000 retweets and 8,500 comments. Muhoozi went ahead to ask social media followers whether he should reside in Riverside or Westlands after capturing Nairobi. Shortly after his tweets went up, Muhoozi's name shot to the summit of Twitter trends in both Kenya and Uganda. Upon receiving a heavy backlash from Kenyans and Ugandans, Muhoozi said his tweets were misconstrued and that he was only joking on the site. In one of his tweets, Muhoozi said, "I would never beat up the Kenyan army because my father told me never to attempt it, so our people in Kenya should relax." The 48-year-old father chided Kenya for observing the rule of law and democracy, saying if former President Uhuru Kenyatta was a Ugandan, he'd have run for a third term against the dictates of the constitution. I love my Kenyan relatives. Constitution? Rule of law? You must be joking. For us, there is only the revolution and you will soon learn about it. Muhoozi said in a tweet that drew criticism from former presidential candidates Kizza Besigye and Bobi Wine. In his tweet, Besigye said commander of Uganda's military says the constitution and rule of law is a joke. No doubt kidnap and torture of Ugandans takes place publicly with impunity. Parliament, expectedly, can only lament. General Muhoozi is clearly above the military and state laws. Uganda's presidential candidate in the last general election, Bobi Wine, on his part, tweeted the following: Dear Kenyans, you now understand what it means to live in Uganda under General Museveni and his son, whom he gifted the highest military rank and put him in charge of our land forces. And today, Cabinet Secretary nominee in the Foreign Affairs docket, Alfred Mutua, had a chat with the Ugandan's High Commissioner to Kenya, Dr. Hassan Waswa, but not much has been disclosed about their meeting. Uganda's foreign ministry has also distanced itself from the sentiments by Muhoozi, clarifying that they do not subscribe to Muhoozi's tweets, emphasizing that they treasure the relationship between Uganda and Kenya. The ministry further noted that it does not run its foreign policy affairs or official business through social media platforms, affirming that Uganda holds dear the ties between the two nations. The government of the Republic of Uganda therefore wishes to reiterate its cordial relationship with the Republic of Kenya and assure the people and the government of the Republic of Kenya of a harmonious relationship that we value, said the statement. Muhoozi has since replaced his profile picture on Twitter from the original one, which depicts him in full military gear. This after allegedly having a lengthy talk with his father, Yoweri Museveni. Muhoozi disclosed that Museveni Sr. was to announce some changes and that he, Muhoozi, would say a special prayer for the Ugandan forces. The Daily Monitor, one of Uganda's popular newspapers, has reported that Muhoozi has been dropped as the commander of the powerful UPDF. He has, however, been promoted to a full general. His position in UPDF will now be occupied by Major General Chayanja Muhanga. Whether Muhoozi now occupies a position without a portfolio in Uganda remains unclear. But just who is Muhoozi Kainerugaba? He is the only son of Yoweri and Janet Museveni and was born in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania on April 24, 1974. He went to school in Tanzania, Kenya and Sweden. Muhoozi enjoyed a quick rise through Ugandan's army ranks, having trained at Britain's elite military academy, Sandhurst, as well as Egypt, the USA and South Africa. The president's son was first promoted to brigadier and put in charge of Uganda's powerful Special Forces Command before his elevation to Major General in 2016. Muhoozi led Ugandan's land forces while also serving as a high-profile presidential advisor on special operations, a role that encompasses the political sphere in Uganda. Unlike his father, Muhoozi prefers to keep a low profile, occasionally appearing at sports events or rare gatherings with friends. However, he has not been shy about sharing opinions on social media. His controversial views, which he largely expresses on Twitter, have been defended by the military, which exercises huge power in Uganda. Nimro Tabu, Citizen TV.
Modified food will be imported into the country until the relevant legislation is passed in Parliament.
Until we are agreed as a country that we can have GMO, we will not have GMO. Until we develop our own local varieties using our own local expertise.
is this development of the lifting of the ban on GMOs?
Mark, this is very important. And as scientists, we're really very thrilled with this particular announcement. It has taken 10 years to get this ban lifted. And as researchers and as the Director of Research at Kenyatta University, I feel very happy about this, particularly given the fact that Kenyatta University is the only university in East and Central Africa that has got a biosafety level 2 laboratory where we do GMO work since 2005.
Okay, Francis.
Yes.
From the story of Muhoozi to the story of I think sijaleta hiyo story ya Gachagua. Let me do the last one then. The last one on Gachagua and family planning.
When Wazungus came, they told us to get only 2 children, and we accepted. Looking back, in my case, I think it was foolish. Because when I sit in my house, it's a big house, my children are gone, I'm just here with Pastor Dorcas. If you leave a glass here, you come back after 2 months, you just find it there. Is that a home really? So these are things that we did in those days of the 70s. Oh, family planning, nini. Tukasikiza hiyo maneno, tukafuata bila kufikiria. So we find ourselves.
Statements by national leaders can be powerful persuaders. In Kenya, the Minister of Finance and Development offers valuable support.
Mr. Minister, family planning is a relevant issue in matters of planning in relation to Vihiga. What are your views on this?
Well, my views, which really are government views, is that family planning is an integral part of development planning. It is an essential part for the reason that you cannot hope to plan other forms of production if you cannot plan the production of the main resource, the human beings. We view it as an aspect of human freedom, in the same way as we give people education so as to open wider horizons for them in the world, the same way that you provide a farmer with greater knowledge about the seed, about fertility of the soil, about climate, about rotation of crops. It's the same way that you must provide that information, that education to the person so that he is not restricted in his living by ignorance, so that he becomes aware that there is a way, there are methods of regulating his family. There are means of spacing the birth of his children, so that he's not slave to just natural forces. And this is what I said in Swahili to these people, that we view family planning education as an extension of personal liberty. The man, the woman are then able to make personal decision, a family decision, as to when they want their children, how many they want. It is not a program for government to force people to restrict the numbers, or even as to how to space their children. It is a program to give them the knowledge. With the knowledge, and as a free people, we know they will make the right decision, which is that they want healthy children. They will therefore want to space them so that they can feed them better, educate them better, clothe them better, and then we shall have a healthier nation. This is what we want to do. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, now it's a full dose. Huh? We have issues. Gachagua talked about family planning. The reason why I brought that, our current DP doesn't know that sometimes he runs into serious policy framework when he's trying to make his own jokes. He pronounced himself on matters that may need serious thinking. So like what he said in Nyeri, when you look at it from, you see people have to see him as the deputy president, and whatever he says is almost as law it's almost discussed and agreed that this is what needs to be done. But for him, he can leave them into jokes, or he can continue politicking about it when he doesn't know that it may have a serious ramification of. You have heard what the former finance minister, who was our third president, how he presented his views on the matter when he was asked, and actually said my position should be the government position, because he knew he was speaking as the minister and representing his government. So I want to invite you to weigh in on those three major issues, and there are also other current affairs that you may see it worthy to mention. You can mention. So let me start with Francis, then come to Guru.
So, thank you. So, for me, that one of Gachagua, he seems to be a man of himself, full of. I think he's more anxious being a vice president more than being a leader. Like he's over happiness, because when you look at it, there's something that we call social amenities in society. These are hospital, school, roads, and other social facilities. If we give birth without control, what happens is these resources will be stretched so much to a point that some individual will be overusing them. Then the other thing we also need to know is that our planet, or our country, in that sense that our country, Kenya, has something we call the carrying capacity. Every environment has a carrying capacity. It has a total number of people that it can support. Every family has a carrying capacity. There is a total number of children that a family can support. Now, when you encourage the people to give birth and they do it without considering those factors, we reach at a point that will be more of a tipping point. And when it reaches that point, now it becomes poverty forever, because the moment you give birth to 10 children and maybe your capability is to raise 3 children, what happens to the 7? The government cannot kill people. What will be there is, if it's a school that was meant to be attended by 10 students, if a class was meant to be having 10 students, it will be having 15, because there is some kind of more stretching of resources. So as he encourages people to marry, people to give birth more, you should also expand more services, that hospital, schools, road, our resources should be expanded so that it goes in hand with our population. That one has no problem. But expanding population without expanding the resources, that one is like stretching the country beyond, and therefore that one will lead to a lot of issues, crime, early, it will lead even some like high literacy level, because if you cannot manage to educate your children, who will do it for you? Nobody. So these are the things that he should be aware of, that population is not about just giving birth and having a mother there in the house. It needs a lot of resources to maintain that kid. And as a nation, we have to be categorically that we are supposed to be at that point that you can maintain a certain population. That is why even in the country like China, who are rich people, they have a policy of one child, because they realize that because we are almost a quarter of the population of the world, if we give birth to more than one child, or maybe two, our resources will be overstretched, and we reach at a tipping point whereby that our economy may collapse because of having to over support the population. These are countries that have money, which can be give birth to many children, but they look at the carrying capacity of a country. So you should be aware of that. That is very important to be aware of that as a nation. Then the issue of Muhoozi, it should not be taken lightly the way he wants to portray it, like in social media, just a social media joking. If you remember, in 1973, if I'm not wrong, the brother to former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was called Yona Netanyahu, was killed in Entebbe. And that during that time when he was killed in Entebbe, it was due to the fact that Idi Amin Dada is holding hostage of the Israelites. And those Israelites were held hostage by the Palestinians who are protected by the government of Uganda. So these are things that history of Uganda is well known, and you know the retaliation after Yona Netanyahu led the rescue mission of the Israelites in Entebbe. What happened? Our people were killed in Busia is a retaliation by Idi Amin Dada because we allowed the Israel Mossad group to be based in Kenya. So also note that Idi Amin Dada at some time he also claimed that the Kenyan border was from Naivasha. He also claimed that Kagera province is from Uganda, and it led to a lot of crises that until he was overthrown by the Nyerere forces. So these are the things that when you look at the past history, it's not something that to take it rightly. Could he be saying that one maybe was targeting Migingo because Migingo, yes, there have been claims that Uganda are saying this is have been our islands. So should they be the ones maybe was referring to Nairobi, but in real sense was referring to Migingo? We don't know, but we need to be very careful. If you can recall, for those people who follow history well, Putin has never acknowledged that Ukraine is a country. He has never acknowledged it as a country. The same case to China. China has never acknowledged Taiwan as a country. This statement might be seen just a statement of social media, but may lead to war because the moment he's saying this way, what is he trying to plant in the people's heart? What is he trying to show the people? That Kenya can become a territory of Uganda? Is it something that he's trying to build it there? Then let's assume, or let's hope that Kenya is so strong it can defend itself. In a war, there are no losers or winners. We both lose our men, we both lose our resources. Kenya might even go 5 steps backwards because of such kind of nonsense, nonsense talks, or maybe some things to do with the war. So we should be very careful as our country because, and then you look at even the ranks that he holds. Do you think those ideas are coming from nowhere? He just giving some hints. Even in the Ukraine war, before it started by hints. We don't acknowledge this president. These are a puppet president to the West. This is our people. So that kind of things, they're always there to stimulate attack of another country. They're always there. Then the other thing we look at it is the issue of the GMO. That is the genetically modified organisms. These genetically modified organisms, they are good to some extent because I've seen one in Brazil that they are able to combine maize with the stroke borer. Yes.
Yeah, I want you to simplify it. I have seen some people don't understand what is GMO. Just put it in a layman's language. What is GMO?
GMO, I can use Kiswahili a little bit. Kwa Kiswahili ni mimea ambayo imebadilishwa vinasaba. That is the DNA part of the plant. Inakuwa altered to give a desirable. Ni kama unaona something close to GMO we can call grafting. Grafting is something close to GMO. You alter something to have something different, to reduce either the lifespan of growth, to give a different variety, or to reduce the maturity time. That is grafting is something close to GMO, if I'm not wrong, because we combine two different plants so that we'll have a desirable kind of fruit, or desirable, or we reduce the production period or the growth period of a plant. I think that one is more close to GMO because it essentially deals with altering of DNA part of it, or yeah, I think in DNA or something to do with the nucleus or chromosomes. So the GMO crops, we should be very careful with them because in Brazil I've seen a situation of they have combined maize with the stroke borer so that this maize cannot be attacked by stroke borer because maize itself has some parts of stroke borer, so you cannot feed on what your body belongs to. So the stroke borer cannot be able to attack the maize. Then the question comes here in this way. For those of you who have done biology to some bit of it, there's something that we call a code form. For example, when we have triple A, that one there is what it produces in the body. Now, this GMO, the genetically modified food, what will it likely to produce in our body? Could it be something to do with cancerous cells, or could it be something to do with the abnormal? Because you have seen even sometimes, I think these are things that we have observed with even our kids nowadays. Hawa watu wa kukula vitu supermarket sana, hizi za kuku sijui nini, vitu zinatoka toka western, western country, you find a small girl has some very big breast like a whole grown lady. Then you ask yourself, what is the problem? It's not a condition, but this is a small girl of maybe 5 or 6 years or 7, but the breast that the lady is carrying is extremely. So those are the things that you find that they are raising concern to ourselves. So could these things to do with the GMO, what effect would it be having? At the end of the day, they will be having a long-term effect. Because one thing that I know about DNA is never lost. You can never lose a DNA. It is always manifested to generation and generation. So should somebody consume something, then forms part of it, and maybe to some extent go and form the reproductive cells, what happens, even the kids that man will be able to sire will be carrying the defect of the same that his grandparents consumed or were able or were interjected with it in their body. So these are the things that we need to look at them. When we are, because we have a drought and food crisis, it should not expose us to consume everything that is being offered. So we need to be very, very, very careful with the GMO, because these are things that we don't know the ultimate results of what they are likely to produce in our body. Could they be poisonous? We have a lot of uncertainty, and that's why we say cancer is not a disease, but a condition of continuous growth of cells. So this one is a condition because you cannot point to a particular thing that this is what causes cancer, but there are predisposing factor that people say they are likely to increase cancer occurrence. So the same to the GMO, they are likely to cause more cancerous cells or something different from what you have been we are aware of. So, but we are not sure of which one is it because you have not consumed. So that's what we are fearing. And the fear is true because you have seen some things, because in China, to summarize up, in China, they were able to alter genes to give birth to a kid who is not able to contract HIV and AIDS. But the problem happened the moment the genes were altered. The baby that was produced was having some very complicated defects. So these are the things that we fear as a nation, and they should be put into consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think for those who are asking about GMO, Francis has tried to explain it and make it more simpler. Yeah, and I think the most GMO that I would say most people who went through primary school interacted with was that example he has given, the grafting, where you take a branch of, was it lemon and orange, and it produces something that is not pure lemon, it's not pure orange, it's in between. You are borrowing some factors from lemon, then you borrow some factors from orange and you combine them. So that is what we call genetically modified. In breeding of livestock, the one successful example has always been a horse and a donkey giving birth to a mule, which is not a donkey, which is not a horse. It has the in-between characteristics. So I think in science, they are trying to do that to achieve different objectives, and one of the, I think the biochemists from KU was describing this, and he said one of the factors they have considered is to shorten the lifespan of our food. Maybe if it takes 3 months, they want to come up with a GMO that can take 2 months. Why? Because we are having the issues to do the food security. So if we can get a product that can have a short span, can grow fast and be harvested fast in 2 months, then we will be dealing with the issues of food security. They also talked about most of the plants, when it comes to dry season, they shed off the leaves. And in the genetically modified plants, they try to alter the genes such that the plants can still have the leaves within the dry period. So they are trying to treat a particular problem. But the issue is there are always side effects to each and everything that we try to do. Just as even when you're given medicine, you are told, itakuponya, itakusaidia ABCD, but maumivu yakizidi muone daktari, because there might be side effects. I want to bring in Guru. You wanted to say something, Francis?
Yes, and you know, I've also remembered one thing. In the entire life of the late President Daniel Arap Moi, he never consumed any food that was produced through agriculture or pesticides and fertilizer. He used to consume organic foodstuffs. So you should be very careful, because these people, they take organic, not anything produced with fertilizer and pesticides. So these are trap. You be careful, because if truly GMO is good, they could be the forefront of consuming those products.
Yeah, enda tu direct, sema team natural. Watu wengi tunataka kuwa team natural kienyeji. Tunataka kila kitu kienyeji, hata mboka kienyeji. If you want to live 100 years plus, go kienyeji way. Sasa hii GMO itafanya some of us at the age of 40 to koreti na nywele nyeupe, everything is colors. Guru, come in.
Habari yenu? How are you?
Poa. Na mtu akisikia pia kuguzia kidogo mambo ya Freemasons, I think we have not had that debate, so unaweza mention it's part of the current affairs. So proceed.
Yes, I think today you have very heavy topics. One of them is GMO. GMO, Wekesa, one of the biggest problems we have in Africa is to think that every solution that comes from the West is a solution that fits us. I don't think, for us, my thinking is that we need more irrigation water than GMOs if we want to increase production.
Guru, just kidogo. Yasin, kindly drop off. Then when you come in, you don't, you allow StreamYard to control your gadget before you enter the studio. I see your device is not connected. So drop off, and then you, when you come in, follow the instructions. Allow StreamYard to control your gadget. When you see it has allowed your camera and your audio, then you proceed and enter the studio. Thank you.
Yes. Do I go on?
Yeah, continue.
Okay, I was saying that one of the problems that we have is to assume that we should pick any solution thrown at us to solve our problems. My thinking and my view is that Kenya, we need more of irrigation water than GMOs. If you are to do a proper research, you'll find that most of our regions can produce much more if we have adequate irrigation water. So this argument that we can only earn food production through GMOs, I think is not tested, it is theoretical, and it has its own problems. Now, there are companies, multinationals, that have been pushing this fact for a very long time. Theirs is a commercial venture into Africa. I don't want to mention them here. Maybe some of you know some of those companies. What they are looking for is market for their products, and they know, because I understand, unlike our traditional maize, that you can use a seed after you have consumed part of it. You can return to the farm the following season and use it as a seed for especially the traditional foods. This one you can only plant once, meaning you are completely reliant on these companies if you are to have food security. I do not know which countries have improved their food security through biotechnology or the so-called GMOs, especially in Africa, where we are. Because, unlike the West, where maybe they have had many years of research, I am not convinced that we have had enough research in the African context to adequately adopt GMOs and say that we are heading towards food security. I dare say again that this is a multinational venture into Africa, and maybe because they know Kenya is a bit daring in adopting new things, they will use Kenya as an entry point into Africa with the so-called GMOs. I am not convinced myself that our farmers are also adequately prepared to handle the consequences that come with GMOs, even at the production level. Apart from that, there are also other issues that have not come out very clearly. The issues of health. 10 years ago, GMOs were stopped by the government. We have not been told that the issues that made these GMOs be stopped at that time have been adequately handled, particularly to do with the health implications. There are many things we hear here and there about the effects that still remain a mystery to most of the African people and us Kenyans. If you ask most Kenyans, they will tell you that GMOs are not good. This needs to be demystified. It is not just waking up and saying now that we adopt this. it may not be the best thing for us. We may bear the consequences that may be too heavy for us. So, apart from the laboratory tests that may have been done, I don't know what other socio-cultural studies that have been done for the country to reach a level where it can say that it is adequately prepared to deal with this new venture. There are those who argue that one of the direct consequences will be interference with the maize plants that we have, or the maize varieties that we have. So, what if you don't want GMO? Because I understand in some countries, when you go to the supermarket, the food is clearly labeled that this is GMO, so that you make a choice. What about those who do not want to consume GMOs? How are they protected? And it is their right to be protected if they don't want to take GMOs. So there is much more than just waking up and saying now farmers can start planting GMOs to solve the food security issue. Kwa hivyo, this hurry, I don't know whether it is well informed, and perhaps it is just a commercial venture where some people think they can make a kill through promotion and adoption of GMOs. Now, moving to Gachagua, he dismissed his family as not a family, if I heard him well. And his argument was that he regrets having not had many children. I don't know, this is a man who is just 57 years. He can still have children, if that is what is his problem. I think there's very many women in Kenya, and in any case, I think our cultural backgrounding is that you can marry even 2 women or even 3. So what you should do is just to ask Dorcas for permission to get another woman and have children, if that is what he is after. Otherwise, it was in bad taste. I don't think he was genuine, and also even misleading, because let's face a fact. When the clip that has been played here, that of Kibaki was a very wise man. When he was asked about that issue, he said that people eventually will make decisions based on their life circumstances. You reach a point that you see that when you get 2 children or 3 that you are able to take care of, then you are a better human being. I still think that is the point of fact, and that is why, if you look at the birth rates in Kenya, they have been stabilizing as we take more people to school. Today, you are hardly going to find a woman who will want to go to the maternity ward more than 3 times. Not unless that woman has not reached Form 4. In most cases, I'm not saying there are no, there are no deviations, but I'm talking on average basis. So I don't know which Kenya Rigathi was talking about, because the Kenya I know is that Our women have gone to school and they are able to make decisions.
But again, let me ask you, Guru, don't you
Yes.
think their real self now has come out? Because in the context in which he was speaking, you can't even qualify him to be a hustler. He says, I live in a big house and all my children are gone now. Mimi tuna.
Precisely. In fact,
Because
somebody.
hustlers don't have that problem he was trying to paint. They even wonder what was he was saying.
Precisely, because even somebody pointed out that for somebody who went to school at that time and has also been able to take them, it said that there are about 7 of them have gone to the universities, and then they have taken their children also to the university. Somebody pointed out that those people who are Mau Mau, they never got that opportunity, and it is true. If you go to those families that were through Mau Mau, in terms of their parents having gone to the forest, their children did not go to school, unfortunately. And those who went just got basic education. The likes of Kemandi, their children just barely got basic education. So today was a liberation day. The man was unmasked. His parents were not Mau Mau. They must have been people who are calling Ngati, those who are supporting the colonial masters. Let me leave that and go to the issue of Masonic secrets. One thing that I found Kenyans to be is to be pretentious. People don't want to be told what they don't want to hear. And when I say that, I'm not saying that I support the organization that Rachel talked about. What I'm saying is this is an organization that has been here for years on end. And people have been weaving stories around this organization. And when one of them comes out to say who they are, you see people talking negatively instead of encouraging such people to come out more so that the truth can be known. You cannot want 2 things and at the same time. You are either a liberal democracy that cherishes views of others, however outrageous they may be, as long as they are within the law, or you are a secretive society where you control information. This man, Rachel, was right in explaining the society that he belongs to. And if anything, if Kenyans are truthful to themselves, they should be encouraging him and others to talk more so that they can know more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's have Rhoda. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, I want to bring you in. And Guru, how long are you here? Guru. Guru, you're on mute.
No, I'm saying maybe in about 30 minutes, I'll be going to sleep.
Okay, Francis, how long are you here?
For around the next 3 hours or 4, I will be just here.
Okay, now, yeah, okay, I will be there, but I have, sometimes in between the week I have challenges because I have to go to work. So at some point I will drop off. and you will continue until the other late night or early morning moderators come.
Okay.
So let's have Sarah. Not Sarah, Rhoda. I think I'm reading at the comment section.
You call me Sarah. My name is Sarah. Sarah was a good name.
So are you the one, Sarah, in the comment section?
No. My name is Rhoda Waidera. You know, I don't understand what is the meaning of GMO food. Is it organic food, or can you try to explain for me well?
Yeah, I think
food?
from the acronym genetically modified means that the genes have been altered to maybe to achieve a particular function. And then that's why we try to explain to you using the simple examples that have been there in even from primary school, the grafting of lemon and orange to bring up something intermediate. It's aimed at to acquire characteristics that are not found in lemon, or to match the two characteristics of lemon and orange to get a superior breed, maybe to achieve a particular function. And I told you that currently we have even maize you can grow within 2 months and you harvest. So you are trying to achieve a particular purpose through modifying the genes of the plants. Yeah.
Well,
so, but
I think
my agricultural extension officer is here. I will come and explain more. Alex, how are you?
Yeah, I entered because of that. It's like the GMO, what they do is that they alter the way food and they generate in a way that it extends, if, as you have said, if maize is supposed to grow for 6 months, they accelerate it and it start growing maybe in 2 months. So GMO is a way of accelerating ways so that food can grow faster, but they alter the genes of the food. And in that alteration, it has effects. And the effect is that most GMO have cancerous pediments. And that's why we should be. If you look like London, it has refused totally to accept the GMO. America is one of the countries that accepted GMO, and China. But when you look at how the effect of GMO has affected America and China is that now you find most people in America and China have cancer because of the GMO. GMO is not something Kenya should accept. But this company that is owned by one of the richest people in America, his son has the biggest GMO company. And Kenya has acquired that. Kenya Seeds Company is owned by the Moi family. And you find that what they have done is that they have GMO'd almost all. And that's why it's difficult to when you look at how the maize, you see, before when we used to plant maize, you could see it was 6 months. Nowadays, you find maize growing like 3 months. And even the production of the maize has gone down. So GMO is something that we should not accept totally in Kenya because it has made. If you look at, for instance, in Kenya right now, we have more people having cancer in the last few years because of GMO. GMO has really made Kenya to go to a different level of cancerous.
But I think the Ruto administration, because of food production, they want to increase food production. They are legitimizing the GMO. But I don't think we need to legitimize the GMO. GMO is something that will kill most of our people. Thank you so much.
Okay, before I return it now to Rhoda to make her point, let me speculate. What if those rich companies are the ones who sponsored our campaigns? And in return, you have to do this and that. I'm just speculating. I'm not saying it happened. Alex.
And I think you're right. These companies are the ones that sponsor, for instance, there's a company in the US. I don't know why I've forgotten the name. It sponsors US election. It's owned by this investor? What is his name? Let me Google his name and I'll tell you. This guy, Monsanto. Thank you so much, Monsanto. Yeah, Monsanto is one of the companies that sponsors the election, more especially for Democrats. Monsanto has engineered maize. Right now, you see, before what we used to do is that the maize that you grow, you could plant it and we were able to produce. Now they have engineered it that once you plant the maize, you cannot replant it. Okay? That's how they have engineered. They have changed it completely that now you have, especially Kenya Seeds Company, which is owned by the Moi companies. That's why you have low production of maize crops to a point that you find that Monsanto has re-engineered the way maize is planted. So you cannot replant maize. You know, before you could take the maize and the maize again, you could replant it, but now you cannot do that Wekesa anymore. So GMO has changed the way the food production is done.
Thank you. Rhoda, you can now proceed. I think the explanation has made you to understand exactly what GMO is all about.
Yeah, now I understand what is GMO, and I think like Europe country, like chicken, we don't eat organic chicken. They used to go like within 6 months, they use like injections. So I don't think so. For me, I cannot agree them. They close because it's a Moi company. I don't believe is that. I don't accept it. Si accept it wafunge kwa sababu ni ya Moi. That's not good. Tuseme kama McDonald's, you know, hizo ni chakula very junk food, chips. I love those food by the way. Watu wanasema unakula chips unaweza fanya nini cancer. Na kuna mimi niko na mafriend wamekufa ya cancer. Wajakufa kwa sababu wanakula GMO ama wanakula by the way very healthy, wanakula organic fish, wanakula vegetable, lakini wanapata cancer. There's nothing to do. I don't believe you can get disease because of the food. I think you are the one take care of your body, to take a walk every day. Yeah, the things that Ruto nataka kuongea, what can he make our climate crisis, for example, economy, climate, for example, where they can grow the natures, people to know, to have the place for walking every day, to train, because some people in Kenya, they add some kilo. That's the way that you need to think about what can we do. Our, like, you know, Wagari wa Madai, she was a woman of intelligent. Hata yeye alipata nini never pray kwa sababu ni alipanda nini mti. Saa hii wangekuwa nasema vile wangepanda nini, how can we make our agriculture to, you know, Kenya, we have a very fantastic country. By the way, Kenya, we have a very good food. In fact, whole Africa. Tuko na doma, organic, tuko na guashe, we have a spinach, we have everything, we have hizi kuza kienyeji. We are really blessed, actually. Kenya is a very fantastic. Actually, God love Kenya so much. But we need to respect those Moi company. It's not like because it's a Moi we close or Kenyatta family, wherever. I don't think we need to close the company because of the president, wherever. I don't agree with that. Yeah, and then what I can say about Gachagua, about his families, I saw it, funeral, everything, what was going on, vile kulifanyika leo, funeral, akaongea about families, akasema kuna watoto wawili, na kuna kitu ilini surprise today, kuna mama mmoja alitokea hapo mazishi. It's very ashamed as a woman. Unajua women they need to behave very well. Si vizuri kwenda present sahii ako mazishi, alafu mama alikuwa analia, sijui anataka kusaidiwa pesa za mtoto wake, sijui aende ng'ambo, sijui nini, na sijui kama huyo mama alikuwa na chakula. I don't know. It's very ashamed. It's not good to behave like that. I have never seen any president in Kenya akienda mazishi place, wamama wanajitoa hapo wanasema wana pesa. In fact, that was not according to our country is a law by the law, and the law is not the constitution about president akienda mazishi watu wanajitokea hapo sina wanatoa mashida yao. It's not democracy, it's not the law. So our country is a law by the law, it's a law by the constitution. Is a democracy country. If there is a law there, the president when you go to the family, the women can come there, everybody to mashida, then I will respect. But I did it. I condemn that, and that is not in the constitutions. What is a democracy? I know what is a democracy.
Rhoda, let me ask you. I know you believe in the Bible, and maybe the reason why that mama went is because UD administration had packaged itself as administration of the Bible. Let me ask you, people like that woman who was having issue of blood, that Kinasakayas, how did they gain access to, and the other one was Bartimaeus, who shouted and continued shouting until Jesus caught attention and helped them. So don't you think she was invoking her faith because she knew this is a man of God and this is how faith worked in the Bible?
I think that is very bad because Ruto, he is not God. He's a human like me. It's not good to worship. He is not God. Huyo mama alikuwa na diseases ya blood, alishika mguu. Lakini Ruto is like me and you. He's not God. By the way, kwa nini wanamworship? Why? He's not God. Why do you worship? That is not our Kenya culture. To worship the president. He's not God. He's a human being like me and others. If he needs help, he could wait. I know Ruto was very happy. Akiona watu wanamwatch. I know that that's the way he wants, and I know he was very happy. I know that. I could see his body language. He is very peaceful because of. But he remember that's a sin because the Bible said, "Do not worship any idol god." There is not any God in the front of the God. That is a big sin. If Ruto is a real man of God, he need to repent. You need to tell people, do not obey me. I'm not God. I'm just, even kings, we don't, like the country I'm living here, we have a kings. We don't obey kings. By the way, kings, he respects us, not us. He always, every time akiongea, anaongea about wisdom. All the time. It's about respect one another. At a prime minister wa huku, anani respect. Mimi nikiwa roda, anani respect. Kwa sababu mimi nalipa tax, nalipa koti kila siku. Hizo pesa zinaenda kwa hospitali, zinaenda kwa wazee, nini, awezi. According to the democracy, you have, but long time ago, for many years ago, maybe 19th century, before God came, many countries, they believe natures, before God come this country, they used to obey like prime minister, they see them like God. But now we are living in the new generations. We are living another world. When you go to America, it's the same shit with Kenya. When you go to Nigeria, so why do we worship the president? He is the same like me. So I don't agree with that. That's one I condemn. Me, I'm very honest. Something I can be proud today with the Gachagua. He said their family, they are honest, they have integrity. I hope so. For me, I would always nitakuwa nasimama na ukweli. Sitakuwa hapa kucheza mchezo picha kupitia hapa nyuma. Hakuna mtu amepatia mtu uhai, ni Mungu. Mimi nakuwa napigia magoti Mungu kule aliniumba. Hata mzazi wangu sijai. Never.
Now mention something else on Gachagua and family planning, and then Masonic secrets alafu malisi. Now people are not touching on all the topics.
Sorry if I don't speak exactly what people they want. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying kuna topics inasauliwa, so I'm just reminding you.
Hiya ya mambo ya mtoto, hata wazungu wanapataga watoto wawili. Everybody have a own life. You have to decide. Nobody, if you want to have 10, you can't. By the way, some people they want to have kids, they can't. Even men, people they think is, I know my friends, they are trying to, I know one friend, I was praying for her. She told me, can you pray for me? Because I cannot get kids. You have only one kid. And mzungu nikaenda kwa kitanda yake nikaombea, I bless your bed, you get more kids. So it's about your life. Unajua, kama mimi tuko 6. Unaona? Because I grown up in the old generation, they are getting a lot, but nowadays people, they are getting 2 kids. Hata wazungu, hata wa Africa, because we are living another. So if I choose kupata wawili, it's up to kila mtu akona maisha yake. That is a democracy. It's government cannot tell how many kids you get. Everybody have their own life. So there's nothing for me. Akitaka kupata watoto wawili anaweza adopt at the children's home, adopt to akiwa nataka watoto wengi, lakini akomzai ni rate lakini mambo ya kupata watoto hiyo ni kitu inakuwa very private. Si mambo ya create kwa nini kwa public. I think you need to have our own integrity. Kuna hata by the way nataka kushukuru Mungu akona watoto wawili. Kuna wengine hawana hata nini, wanaenda ku adopt children. So you need to be thankful, So mambo ya planning, I don't believe, I don't know talk on topic. Thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you. I think anaitwa Derek. Bado wako ama ameenda? Derek.
Yes, Wekesa. Thank you for this.
Public participation dropped off. So public participation, then Alex.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope I'm audible, mnanisikiza.
Tunakusikia kabisa.
Thank you very much. Mi sitaongea mingi. I will just go direct on points. Number one, the issue of GMO, I'm not in support of that because it has done a lot more damage to many different countries. It's not only here in Kenya that we are going to experience it. We have different cases na tumesikia mengi about it, the effects. Though it is okay that ni hali ya kupata chakula haraka, but the side effects are more than the disadvantages are more than the advantages. So for me, I don't support it. Generally, I don't support it because I've seen what it has done. And secondly, about that, I think you are okay and it's fine to say that, the government we have right now is like rewarding those who supported the campaign and those who supported him to be in that government. So these are just one of the rewards that these companies are getting. So don't be shocked. It is true, and that is a fact. It is not only that. Here in Kenya, we've seen even those who helped the so-called president to clinch that power. We've seen most of them are being rewarded. Like you see, the husband of Koome, the daughter to who is this man? IBC chairman. So these things are here. We can't just joke around saying they're not true. These are things that are happening. So with the GMO, these are just companies being rewarded. To live on that and talk of family planning, I will back around on this, that the family planning, hii hata haifai kuongelelewa. This is something yenye mtu anaamka asubuhi anafikiria like what do I want in life? Kama ni family, what kind of family do I want? Sasa kama unataka kuzaa, wewe zaa. Kama hutaki kuzaa, pia ni chaguo lako. You know, we are in an open space, and our constitution imetuweka huru. You do what you feel like, so long as it's within the law. So kuzaa, I don't think it's something that should be rated at mtu anafaa kuzaa watoto wawili ama. I think if you even want to give birth to 10, it's allowed. I don't see any problem in that. And lastly, I would love to say that there was a time nilisema, like, I don't know why I'm already missing Uhuru Kenyatta. I don't know. I'm missing that man because of some of the things that he tried to at least make this country to move forward in one way or another. Hata kama hakudeliver, but he really tried. And even those other presidents which were there before even Uhuru Kenyatta. You see, why am I saying this? There are a lot of dramas in this country today. Maybe those who are those who are abroad, maybe kuna zingine zinawapita, but we have a lot of dramas going on within the country. So I was expecting this. These are things that I was expecting because the government itself, it was criticized even before it came to power. And we saw this. The likes of Deputy President, ukimwona tu, just by look, what do you expect? So I think this will be a five-year government in 5 years, but itakuwa na lot of drama. Hakuna kitu ile maana itafanyika. Itakuwa tu na drama. So be aware of this, and it's not even something that Kenyans should be like wanauliza questions. It is something that it is there. The only thing that we should do is to work hard and at least put the government in check. But all in all, the government ni yenye munaiona, hizo vitendo munaona, that is what you should expect. There is nothing new, that is it.
Okay, yeah, and those policy serious issues being pronounced like jokes at the funeral and meeting places. So far, Gachagua has come out with serious policy issues at the funerals, and at some point he's forced to swallow his own words. Alafu anaanza to blame the media, you misquote me. But it's just because he got excited and said something that he didn't knew that it will affect the perspective at which people look at the government and its policy towards such certain issues. So public participation, make your presentation, then let's have Alex. You can moderate kiasi ukitoka uachie Francis.
I'm babysitting. I'm babysitting, but I can do it for a few minutes. So let me say something here, because you touched on the GMO. This is my area of expertise, and what Kenyans needs to know, and I want us to go to Monsanto web page. It said Monsanto is now owned by Bayer. Monsanto was and is still the largest seed company, owned over 80% of all genetically modified food are produced by Monsanto. Seed planted around the world. Bayer's, the second largest agrochemical company in the world, bought Monsanto in 63 billion. Now, Monsanto entered into Kenya about 3 years ago. And I want you to listen to me carefully. When they entered into Kenya, they re-engineered all seeds, from beans to cauliflowers to sukuma wiki. You cannot replant it the way we used to do that. Bernard, thank you for coming, and thank you for respecting me for coming. People have been asking me where you have been, and I forced you to come to the show so that people can say hi to you. Wale wote ambao mlikuwa mnashtuka Bernard alikuwa wapi, Bernard yuko. Mumemwona? Bernard, can you say hi to the people first? Hata Wekesa. Ona vile watu wamefurahia kukuona.
Thank you for watching out for me. I'm here, I'm alive.
So our people, we took Bernard for a vacation so that he can rest a little bit. They say that rest is very important in life. Wekesa alikuwa amerest kidogo, lakini Bernard also needed to rest. So Bernard is here. Wacha yeye atoke kidogo kwa sababu wacha wasalimie, give. Ona vile hata Penny Nyagaka ameingia. Bernard, watu wamekumiss bana. Yani nilikuwa naona hapa comments, where is Bernard? Where is Bernard? Nikasema Bernard, ingia kidogo, salimia watu kwa sababu wanaweza fikiria kitu imefanyika mbaya. Bernard is here. Bernard is still with us. Bernard needed to rest a little bit, and next week is coming. Salimia watu yako.
Okay, I greet you all of you. Thank you so much for keeping it here and to continue with the work. I took a short leave, but I'll be resuming by next week, God willing. So let's keep the work going. It is enormous, and we must keep going. So usistuke. Kama kuna shida nitapika nduru mtasikia. But I'm fine.
Unaona hata Wekesa anacheka.
Yeah, I try to assure people that Bernard has taken a sabbatical leave, but kila siku wananiuliza where is Bernard. So I think it's good to hear from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
And some of us, you see, it's hard to be here every day. I think we appreciate the sacrifices Bernard made.
And I'm encouraging you guys, let us not stop the show. We are the people who are going to help Kenya. Kenya needs us, and let us not be afraid to do the show. Hakuna mtu anaenda kutushtua, Mr. Wekesa. Wekesa, Kenya needs us, and we need Kenya. We are the people who are going to help Kenya. So tafadhali, musikose kukuja show. Thank you very much.
Okay. So maybe I can only be available shortly weekdays. Maybe if someone is there to pick up, I can start for them because sometimes it's not proper for me to be on air.
So Penny Nyagaka is here. Penny, can you say hi to us? Mutu ya Ruto.
Thank you, Alex. Sasa wewe Alex, after election ulipotea, vijana yako walikuwa wananipiga, unasema ati UDA imekuwa already. Na sikuwa na namba yako, nilikuwa nataka niende kuuliza ile your cousins, lakini ukakuja. So nice to see you, and the contribution is good.
Penny, wacha nikuulize kitu kimoja. Kwa Kisii, yaani muliona kwa watu yote mnaenda kutuambia Machogu after Matiang'i who was a performer. Nyinyi watu wa UDA mnachagua Machogu of all people, a man who is very corrupt, and you know he ate the tea factory more than 68 million. Is that, Penny, what you are choosing? What were UDA? I want you to be very honest, Penny.
I will be very honest, but I will not please you by being honest, because I talked to Machogu before he was promoted. He was in the Sarina, and I was telling him he was going to be one of the ministers, and he said, and he's there. But let us see what he can do. He has not even started. Yeah, there's a lot of listen. There's a lot of stuff that he said about him auctioning tea, and I know the corruption behind all that. But let us see what he can do first. Let him sit there at the job within a month or two. Just like what you're saying about Monsanto. I agree with you 100%. Because Monsanto, even the chicken that are growing in one day, that's genetically modified and stuff. We don't need it enough. It's killing our people. And like the lady was saying, you know, you can eat McDonald's, but go walk, go exercise. They're not saying any of that. So we will not accept that as a means of living. No, and I am older, but on this one, on the GMO, no, they are wrong. We should not be sacrificed just to follow anything they say. When you already know that this is really killing our people, especially the stage of development that we are in. With these people, they have hospitals, they have everything you need. They have parks everywhere. So, I don't know, Machogu, we'll see what he was. I knew when he was at DC, so I don't know what he's going to be. Like I said, he's a personal friend, so I can...
No, he's also my personal friend. Not only a personal friend, he's cool with my dad. But when I look at his record, and I'm going to tell you as a kissing, if we had to choose between Machogu and Matiang'i, I don't think you people in UDA could have chosen that man. As a minister for ICT, as a minister for education, as a minister for interior, Matiang'i did very well. You people could not have lowered the standard by choosing Machogu. You should not have done that. You could have chosen a better person. Even Osoro could have been better than Machogu. You should not have done that. So you call your person and tell him that that was very wrong. Now, I want to ask you a question. You people in UDA, I want you to tell me if you accept the apology from the son of Museveni, whatever he said. For me personally, I don't feel we should accept that apology. Whatever he said it's a declaration of war. What do you think, you people in UDA? What Museveni son said. I want to hear from you, Mr. Penny. Unmute.
And Alex, as you do that, remember you'll be moderating unless Bernard is still on leave, unless he wants to assist me. So
no, Bernard will help me for 10 minutes. For 10 minutes, and I will take over after my wife wakes up and takes over from my boy. He's too young. He's only 9 months, and I need to help him.
Yeah, so this is what I was saying. So from there, we will have a public participation, and then the rest who have come after Alex are DN, then Bernard himself, and then Benyaka. So those are the ones who have not made any contribution. So I wanted to exit. And
before you exit,
if you are going, the person who will be here longer will be Francis. So
before you go, I want this UDA guy to tell me, what do you think about the statement of this Museveni's son? And I want you to tell me, because these are the people who helped you steal the elections. And I want you to tell me, what do you think about, should we accept his apology that he was drunk? Because I don't think that he was drunk. Whatever he was saying, we must take it seriously. So, Penny, talk to us as a UDA guy. What do you think about what this man said and his tweets?
Okay, give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes, and then like Wukeze is saying, there's a lot of people that want to talk to. But I start off with what you started, Machogu and Matiang'i and all that stuff. But Matiang'i did what nobody, no Kisi minister, no Sayini, no Nyamweya, no anybody. to follow whatever Kenyatta was telling him around to walk around. For us, some of us, is a no. And as Machogu being corrupt, I understand that. I know that. But let us give him more time because he has been given a job. Let's come to Museveni's son. It's pure nonsense. Why should we even worry about that, my young friend Alex? Because Idi Amin used to fly to Kenya, and then he will land in a market somewhere in Kisumu, and he says that he will own all Kenya up to Naivasha. This was a long time ago. They have always done this. Idi Amin used to say this all the time, and they will laugh at him. So let us not take that serious. It's nonsense. Let them even try. Thank you.
No, we cannot. Let me tell you one thing. This man, whatever he was saying,
Alex, kuna kitu hujauliza nani vizuri.
Okay, go ahead.
The same Ruto has picked around 42 task force people to lead the overhaul of CBC. Most of them are top brains in education. Let me mute Nani just for, because of the background noise. So most of the guys who are on the task force are the top brains of this country, including the chairman himself is a very sharp brain in this country. But having done that, they collect the views and present them to Machogu to implement. What is the president trying to tell us? Because he could as well even given that chairman to be the Minister of Education. You cannot give us a task force with the top brains of this country. When it comes to implementation, you give us someone Ivo. I think there was an upside down priorities when he was doing that.
And I totally agree with you. And one of when you saw that he made the CBC task force, the person who was his PhD what supervisor, yeye ndiye aliweka nini, the chairman. And I'm questioning that. Was his PhD legit? Because when you put somebody who was your PhD supervisor to be the chair of the CBC, now we start questioning even your legitimacy of your PhD. Some of us, we have PhD, but we cannot have close proximity with the people who supervised us during our thesis. Now, I'm even questioning, does Ruto really care about this country? Now, let's even forget about that. One thing I want to ask this Ruto presidency, when they coerced with the Ugandan security, because the Ugandan security was the one that was in Bomas, by the way. Did they know that they were supposed to pay them back? When you saw what Museveni's son was saying, he was questioning that we did for you something and you are not paying us back. And Penny, I want you to answer me that. You know that this election was stolen. You guys did not win the election. You know that. This election was not won. The Bukati announced you guys. Now, my question is this. Whatever you promised Museveni, are you going to give him? Because Museveni gave you the security. Are you going to give him?
Well, I don't personally. I don't know that the Museveni police were the one controlling KCC, and the Kenyatta was the president right there. Then it's wrong. That shows the weakness in our part. boomers. And then he shows out the weakness in our part. But as far as education is concerned, you raised it right. But if you go to different countries in the world, they have different types of education. It is time for us now to debate and agree on what kind of education we want. We change it to something else so that these people can go forward. The American system is very liberal. The German system, when you get to 5th grade, you have to choose your career. The Korean system, you have to be the best in whatever you do. So it is time for us to debate what we want in as far as education is concerned for everybody. As everybody should be in it as far as education is concerned. And when they have really chosen only professors and people like that to be telling us about 7th grade and 5th graders, we have to criticize that. Let us not be blind to the reality that we need education that will prepare our young people to whatever job they want to do in the future. That I have with you guys, and we will always be together. But in as far as Museveni is concerned, being promised anything in Kenya, all that should come out. But Alex, prepare yourself for 2027, because as far as this constitution is concerned, that is when there will be another opportunity. But in as far as criticizing this government in everything they are doing, and especially the HMO, I'm 100 times better with you guys. That's it. Thank you.
Francis, do you think the country is going on the good direction, especially when it comes to how the Musevenis conducted themselves? Do you think it's a conjunction between the Musevenis and the Rutos? Did Ruto...
Alex, we were going round. So Francis had already submitted. Some people haven't submitted any submissions, like me. You haven't made any submission, and you're going back to...
Okay, go on, submit, please. I didn't know because I wasn't there before. I wasn't there before. Can you submit?
has not submitted, Andy, but okay.
Yeah,
so let me start with the GMOs.
Please. Yes. Especially that's my area.
Yeah, I'm saying let me start with the GMO issue. You see, okay, you see what is there is that we are regressing back to an archaic kind of an era whereby you come into government, you overturn everything, no consultation, no nothing. By the time these GMOs were being banned, there was high-level consultations, there was public participation, there was all the stakeholders were there, and they came up with that idea that these GMOs, we cannot be able to deal with the fallout because they bring a lot of cancer cases. Our country is not equipped to be able to handle cancer cases. So by the time Uhuru was signing that they should be banned, there's a reason why he did that. So this issue of you come into office within a month, you overturn everything is a regression of our democracy. As a democratic country, the president, I cannot come in 2027 and then I just look at everything and I just overturn. No consult. Within the first month I'm in office, I overturn everything. I don't consult. These foods are going to be eaten by the mwananchi. How can one person be the one deciding? What is that? In which country does that happen? Farmers are supposed to be consulted. Specialists are supposed to be consulted on the issue. Medics, researchers, all those. How do I come into office? I've not even finished 1 month. I have made a ruling which has far-reaching implications. What is that? We are regressing back, and that's why you are seeing even in the funeral that now it has become. You see, Kibaki removed that thing of people going to State House to suit the president so that he can give. He was not entertaining that nonsense that you go to State House and you are given money. And even Uhuru maintained, where were you seeing people running after Uhuru when he's in a public function? Nowhere. But you see now we have regressed back to Moi era whereby we are now worshipping leaders. That if I just reach that leader, my problems can be sorted. No, that's not the way we're supposed to go. We're supposed to make an environment which is enabling for everybody to be able to get their needs met. Not a matter of we wait for when there'll be a funeral, then we come and we make a scene so that Mama Rachel can come to help us. No. that we are regressing. We are going back to Moi. I don't know why people can't see this. So that issue of GMO is very far-reaching in terms of even the people who have livestock who feed like chicken feed, which is made from those GMOs. The chicken develop tumors. By the time Uhuru had signed to ban that thing for 10 good years, he did so in so many consultative forums, and he listened to the experts. He didn't just come into office, then the second week he has already overturned with zero consultation. That is very wrong. And I hope the groups which are lobby groups which are against GMO in this country, they need to come up. We are not going to be at the mercy of one person or a group of 2-3 people for the whole something which is going to harm the whole country. Monsanto want to sell their fertilizer. Their fertilizer has been activists around the world have been trying to come up with a way in which the Monsanto fertilizer.
Just hold on there. Yes. The fertilizer that they lied to us that had come from Russia actually came from Monsanto. Do you know that?
Yes, and what I was saying is that activists around the world have been lobbying for Monsanto fertilizer to be banned because it's carcinogenic, meaning it causes cancer.
Exactly.
Yeah? So, I don't know how this country. I don't know how this country is being run. I'm totally shocked. Because you are not an expert. You cannot be an expert on everything. You cannot be an expert.
Do you know that Kenya Seed Company has bought into the Monsanto agenda?
Okay, Kenya Seed Company is actually kind of somehow owned by government, because what their work is to prepare.
It's owned by the Moi company.
So that
it's owned by the Moi company. If you don't know that.
No. If you listen, I don't know how many. I don't know about the Moi shares, but I know at least 51% of it is owned by government, because the work that they do is to ensure that there's food security in the country by grading the seed maize they get from wherever they are getting it, and then preserving it, then distributing it in a subsidized price. So they're the ones who are taxed with food security, because if they don't produce, they don't distribute that seed maize around the country, then we have a problem of food security, as far as I'm aware. Yeah. So, so what I'm saying is that I really hope those lobby groups are going to come up, because we are going to have a problem in this country. We're already having a health system which is highly overburdened. If right now you're in Kenya and you get cancer, you need to sell your house, you need to sell land to be able to afford. And at the end of the day, you'll not even be able to get facilities in Kenya. You have to go to India. So, sir, I don't know. In fact, I'm really worried by the trend of how things are going in this country. The other issue was family planning. Now, it's known that we are overpopulated. Yeah. And you see, the problem with Africans is that we don't plan. We are still on the plans which were left here by Mkoloni in 1963. That is the same plans we are still having. We don't zone our estates. So places which were supposed to be having bungalow, you find the Wanabomoa bungalow, they build high rise of 20 floors. So how is the water supposed to be managed? Water supply, sewage. Then Nani is coming here to tell us, Gachagua is coming here to tell people, because people on the ground, they listen to like the people who are not learned and the people, let's say in the slums, they listen to him. So when he says that have many children, they take it to be serious. So they go and add more children. Already we are highly, like Nairobi itself. Let me talk about Nairobi. 65% of Nairobi residents are living in informal settlements. They're living in slums. So us who are not living in slums, we are 35%. With the current population, which according to the experts, we are highly overpopulated. For the kind of network infrastructure that we are having. What is this he's talking about adding children? We're already overpopulated. And you see, organized governments, even China, I don't know, where there are billions of the population is in billions, they have to take measures so that their population doesn't overproduce, because then they'll not be able to provide with the infrastructure that is needed. So this is a problem now of having people who are not, I'm sorry to say, not learned, what has happened? Okay. Okay, you see, now this is the problem of electing leaders when you hawajasoma. I'm sorry, I don't know whether nani Gachagua amesoma ama hajasoma, but his reasoning ni kama mtu mwenye hajasoma. And now you see, they've also brought this issue of governors should not be having degrees. Surely, a whole governor not having a, what is that? How are you going to engage investors? How are you going to engage your CECs who are people who have PhDs in their respective areas? How? You get somebody like Sonko now, you put him as a governor. You see how he was performing. Dismal, totally incompetent. So I don't, I'm really worried by the, and this is even less than 1 month since Nani Hasla assumed office. So what will happen by the time it's 5 years? Can you tell me at this rate which we are going? I'm very worried by the way. The other issue was what? I'll not talk about Uganda. Let me talk about.
I don't think this government will last for 5 years. I swear to you, because so far, what they have been able to do in the last few days, taxes have gone up. When you see what they have done in the last 1 month, the subsidies have come out, the fuel have gone up. When you look at the mistakes they have been able to do, even if I was a fool, I cannot do the mistakes that they have made. Okay, let's go to Andy. Andy, tell us, what do you think?
Okay, okay, wait, let me finish this issue of Masonic, Masonic secrets, I'll not comment about Uganda because I hear the account was hacked. But Masonic secrets, there's a guy who had an interview on NTV. He came and said that he's a Freemason. So it has been the talk of the town. Now, I think Guru is the one who was saying that Kenyans are so pretentious. They are so pretentious. They are not Masonic secrets. Masonic.
What was
Freemason?
Remind me, what was his name? Yes, we are listening to you. Remind me, what was his name?
Rachier or something like that.
Ambrose, yeah. Who is
It was Ambrose Rachier.
Who is a law partner of Otienda Molo?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. So what I'm saying is this, as far as we are aware, and even him himself, he admits that this is a secret society. You cannot go to the Freemason temple and be opened for like the way you can go to Nairobi Pentecostal and everyone is welcome. It's a secret society. And so if it's a secret society, I don't understand what is this. He has been a member since 1984 or 94. And what now is this that brought him out of the behind the scenes to now come and tell people about Freemason? It's called a secret society. So even if he tells us, he cannot tell us everything. So I don't really understand. And let me tell you, this issue of the way Guru is saying that you are pretentious, so you have been casting aspersions on Freemason, and now they are trying to come out to be secret society. So why stay behind the scenes where they have always been? Because you see, in Africa, you are not an individual the way you like in abroad, whereby you can come out and say I'm a homosexual, this and that. You are like him. He's the chairman of Gor Mahia. So he's not, and he's a partner to Otieno or Omolo Otieno or something. He's a partner. He's a father. He's a chairman of Gor Mahia. He has to understand the implications of going to reveal those kind of things on national TV. What impact it can have on his partner in the law firm, his children who work in his law firm, and even on Gor Mahia, because he's the chairman. You see, so he's not. He cannot go in an individual, like the same way the president cannot go as an individual capacity because he's a public, figure. Yeah. So you see now there's already a big fallout. His family, first of all, they are not together with him on this. Amolo Chende has come out to completely disassociate himself and says he has no intentions of joining. As much as Ambrose guy said that he's recruited over 20 people to join the Freemasons. Gor Mahia has already asked him to resign because already they're fearing sponsorships are going to You know, we may not want to admit, but Kenya is 90 what, 85% Christian. That's why you see, if you want to run for presidency, you have to go to church even if you have not been going before. So when you bring out some of these things, you better understand the kind of an environment. This is not Europe, whereby you can just, or US, where you can come out and say, I've become a pornographer, or you can't do that. So he needed to have checked himself, and further to that, as a chairman of Gor Mahia, you see now even the fans themselves, they're having a problem, and he has to resign. He will resign. Actually, there's no otherwise. Thank you. That's my submission. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Bernard. Bernard, hebu nirudishie. I don't know how to put
multi choice. You okay?
Okay. So Andy.
Yes.
Andy, now I want to ask you a good question. What do you think about Museveni's son, what he said today?
Correct. That's why I'm in here. How are you guys? Bernard?
Tuko sawa, just tell us.
I'm not saying Mama Selina.
3 minutes, and then we go to another person.
You guys, commenting on Museveni's son, I think this guy is, this is an intimidation and humiliation. And this humiliation not started today. It started back in Migingo, where the land was ours and the water was belonged to Uganda. It is so wrong. Actually, you see, the last tweet of this guy, he was saying like it was just a joke. He was just joking. And if you relate this with the Russia and Ukraine issue, Putin started like he was putting it like a joke. He said it was just a joke. But at the end of the day,
I like how you are putting it together. And that's what I was saying, Bernard, the other day. That Putin started like a joke. He started annexing. And you remember Gingo started. The mind of this man is that he can annex Kenya. He started with the Migingo, and he can go on. So we must take his joke easily. Go on.
The joke, that guy, that is not a joke. It is not correct. A leader, when did you hear a leader of another nation trying to put a joke of another nation, especially something relating with the war? It is not right. That is not a joke and should not be taken light. That point should be taken serious.
So he declared a war against Kenya because remember what he said last. He started like, I spoke to Uhuru, which I know it's a lie. I don't think he spoke to Uhuru. And then next tweet was that the revolution thing.
Yes.
And then last tweet was that he's going to take Kenya in the next 2 weeks. Can you imagine
2 weeks? Yeah.
That? What is that? Can we forgive this man? I want us to.
No, we can't forgive that. We actually, for the William Samoei Ruto as the current president who is sitting, he should summon the ambassador, the Ugandan ambassador, to State House and clarify that point. Yeah.
So
this man spoke on.
He should send him packing so that diplomatic negotiations should start.
Yeah. In fact, this guy, the ambassador, should explain that this man was speaking on his own or on the behalf of the Ugandan. Or, something like that should come clear from the ambassador, from the Ugandan ambassador, so that to clear the air. We are not happy as a Kenyan. Actually, I came here for that, specifically that. Yeah, it has touched me.
And remember, Suluhu said that I listened the president of Tanzania said that if you try to joke with Kenya, we are going to mess you up, Uganda. Did you listen to that? And then what made me even more mad is that Uganda promoted that guy to a full general after he said that. Did you see that?
Just imagine. And who is promoting that? Museveni.
After he said that, he was promoted to a full general. Can you imagine that?
So what do you think?
He trying to tell Kenya?
You see, this man is the speaker of Museveni. You see, you can be the speaker of your family, or especially your wife is your speaker, can speak on your behalf. And this man speak on behalf of Museveni. Actually, that's what the heart of Museveni is saying, in short. So we need some clarification from them, especially from the ambassador and from Museveni. Not that you say that it's a joke, and then you say like, the last tweet of him, he's saying that East Africans should come together or we continue building the nation and what, which is nonsense. Those are rubbish. He should tell us what is his real stand about that. It is so wrong for a leader of another nation. Imagine today William Samoei Ruto trying to tell Ethiopia that we can capture the Addis Ababa in 2 minutes or in a 1 day. What could it be like? It is wrong. It is so wrong. Yeah.
And let me tell you. Okay, nani alikuwa
Ni mimi.
Okay.
I wanted to add on this.
Yeah.
I think Museveni's sons. These are the kind of boyish behaviors.
Go ahead.
That we could have when we are that we had when we are young, like when we used to say that even when I'm given a gun, I can do everything. On that point, me, I could take that those are like jokes. Museveni's son is not serious.
My friend,
because
a leader of another nation cannot joke over another nation. That joke is
that is
beyond,
not a leader.
That is not a joke.
That is not a leader. That is a son. That is a son to the president. To the president.
So he's, in short, he's speaking on behalf of the president.
So the president is giving non-experienced people in his government, in those positions of the government, just because that they are related. So I cannot take that those are serious such as serious issues.
Charles, let me guide you on this.
Yes, guide me.
When he spoke about that,
yes,
you spoke about himself, or he was speaking what Museveni was speaking, because I don't think later on when he apologized, I don't think that was a real apology.
You know, the problem with us Kenyans is just judging. Who told you that Museveni said so? Even I can come to my page and say that, and see people with their judgment and say that that my father said so to write on my Twitter page.
Do you think that that was his mind, or it was Museveni?
That was on his mind. I don't think that Museveni could say so. Aye, no.
Alex, excuse me. Allow me to interrogate this.
Yes, go ahead.
Is it called Charles or who? I can't read your name clearly.
Yes, I'm Charles.
Now, question is, when last did you hear any joke about an army of a neighboring country?
Correct. Ask him.
Yes, I've never had a joke.
So why are you justifying the misbehavior?
Because I've never had a joke from such a person. This is the president's son speaking.
Army general. Somebody's an army general.
Yes,
Okay?
and what I'm saying, the president, the Museveni himself is giving not
He doesn't
experienced
speak
people
for himself anymore.
to the positions of those government, because just they are related. Because you are my son, come and give you
It is
this or
not
that
that,
position.
Charles. You are refusing to see the
No.
point. That when you are a general or you are a commander, you speak on behalf of your squad. What you say is what they carry out. So we cannot take
Yes.
what you are
When
saying because
I'm
you are a
asking,
son
when
of
I'm the
Museveni.
president,
We take you because you are a leader and having
when I'm
patrons
when I'm the
behind
president,
you.
what can resist me to give any position to to
It
my
is not
related people?
giving a
Charles, you are
position.
not getting
You know, you not take me, you
Bernard,
not
this
take
guy
me
is not
anywhere
getting the
When you
because
are
point.
I'm
the
the president.
president, whatever William Ruto does now, whatever check he signs now, whatever contract he signs now, he does it on behalf of Kenya. It is Kenya
And it is
that
binding.
pays the money
Stop
to
talking
Ruto.
about William. We are talking about Museveni,
No, no,
Museveni's son. Stop going
no.
about William Ruto. No, 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 no. We are talking
Since you
about
have not got
Museveni's
brief
son.
for what
Stop
you
Dennis,
know
going
is
Bernard,
about
this
William
man is
Ruto.
not
No, no,
getting
no, no,
you.
no.
This man is
it's
not
not
getting
serious.
you.
No, 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 no.
It's not
No,
proper.
I'm saying,
Take him out.
Both of you stop.
I'm saying,
No,
Charles,
no,
Charles,
listen,
Charles is giving a very
no,
brief
give me a
because
position because
Charles,
you are the one who interrupted me and you
there is
Charles,
a difference. There's a
no, don't
difference between
interrupt
you
me. Let me
speaking as a
finish.
child, speaking as a general.
I'd give you a chance to
Alex,
speak.
this man Charles took my part. Let me finish. Let him
No,
stop.
no,
Let
no,
me
no, no,
talk.
no. You not. I was given a by
You are
Alex.
not given. It was me who was going on.
Let me
Alex,
finish.
I
I'll
was
give
the
you
one
a
online.
hold on.
I was the one online. I
I'll
gave him
give you a
space.
chance and
Alex,
scream.
Alex, can you
Of
do
you
your
wait.
job?
I'll give you both Anne and Bernard. I give you a chance and scream. Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, no, no. Charles, wait.
You gave who chance?
No, no,
Wait.
no, no, no. Bernard, let me finish.
Who
You don't
gave
get to
who
give anybody
chance?
chance here. The
Bernard,
moderator gives you a chance.
I cannot keep arguing with you. Let me switch off my mic.
Can you
When
hear
somebody
this?
when somebody doesn't want to listen to Namtoa, now I will put him back. What we want is a nice conversation whereby we are having a conversation about our country.
Yeah.
When Charles talks the way he wants to, we are not going to allow him. He is not listening to anybody. So, DN, it's your time to submit.
I'll allow Andy to finish first before you bring DN.
Andy, finish quickly, and then DN will finish.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Yeah, at the point I was putting it, and Bernard was trying to clarify for that gentleman that when did you get to hear a leader of another nation trying to make a joke, especially something like waging war over another nation, and then the bottom line of it, he said it is just a joke. No any other country, no any other nation has ever done that. So when somebody come here to try to defend that point, it was just a joke. No, it's not right. It's not right, Alex. Even if it is you, somebody tells you that, tomorrow I'll come to your house and I will kill you. I love to shoot you and your kids. And then tomorrow you just sit down and you say, no, my friend, I know my neighbor is always joking. That was just a joke. You rub it off. Is it possible for you, Alex? You can't do that. You have to take it serious.
See, and that's why I question the severity of our country. We as Kenyans, hata kama tunachukia Ruto, is the president of Kenya. When Museveni makes, because that was a statement from Museveni, not even his son. Yeah. I think he had a deal, and then Ruto has failed to honor that deal after he has become the president. Now, what is happening is Museveni is giving a threat to Kenyans. We are not going to allow that.
Yeah.
And they made the mistake during Migingo. They have made so many mistakes that we as Kenyans, we are not going to allow. And as Kenyans, we must make sure that we protect our sovereignty. because Kenya as a country, this man called Museveni wants to become the president of East Africa. We can't allow him. He's an insane person. 1987 to date. Moi akatoka, Kibaki akaingia, Uhuru ameingia, Ruto ameingia. But he's still the president of Uganda. Do you think this man is insane? He's not. And when you saw his son tweeted that the only problem we have with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is that he did not contest for the third time. Did you see that?
Yes, I saw that. I saw that. He said, my big brother, I don't know did what. That was the tweet he said he placed. I can check it. The first tweet, before he continue with this nonsense, the first tweet of him. Yes, Alex.
And so that cannot be taken as a joke, number one. Number two, yes. We should not assume that everything is all right. Nothing is all right. Nobody jokes around with the army of another country. Andy gave an analogy that was too far about somebody threatening to shoot your family. When you are growing up as kids, any boy in school who tells you that he will beat you and beat your father, that was after that, no negotiation. The moment he say he can beat you and beat your father, you beat him. Because touching on your father is threatening the very existence that you have. So it's not an issue of making a joke about an army of a neighboring country, and you tell us this is not Churchill comedy. Kenyans need to come get serious for once. Tuache mchezo. Museveni and his team needs to be dealt with accordingly. Right now, the Ugandan ambassador should be passing at Busia border on his way home.
We should be. Wait, Andy. DN, it's your time to meet. Please. You've been waiting for long.
Are you able to hear me?
We are hearing you.
Yes.
Very well. I want to ask you a question. Suppose, Ruto, President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, is very close to the presidency and governance in Uganda. So, suppose he's the one who prompted that tweet so that he can mobilize you and make your misplaced anger go to patriotism, and then you automatically support his presidency. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm just asking. You see, I am a philosopher. I have a philosophy background. I want to refer you to one of the saints in philosophy called Aristotle, who says that you have a right. You can't hear.
Aristotle is my best philosopher. Go on.
Yeah, he's my brother. So when you have your feelings, you can express your feelings as long as you are able to express them to the right extent, to the right object, and for the right reason at the right time. It is very, President Ruto is a very intelligent person. I don't know him at a personal level, but I know people who are very close to him, including the wife. So he's very intelligent. And I know he's very close to Museveni. So when you start saying, oh, you see, we have to sit down as patriots, we have to fight, we have to remain a nation. By the way, do you know that there is nothing called essential characteristics of a Kenyan? I have worked in the continent. I can tell you that, for example, our education systems across this continent are not responding to the 21st century needs. That's one thing I can tell you for a fact. So that is not an impossibility for the genius President William. I know that it's possible for him to do anything to ensure that he works very well for the country. Alex, you want to interrupt? This is a very holy sermon, and you are my senior.
No, your 3 minutes are over. I want us to give me 3 minutes so that we can have a conversation, because if we speak too much, some people are waiting too long. Hold on.
Let him tie it up. Let him tie it up, please.
Just finish up so that Benson can come, and then Deto can come, and then the Queen, because I want us to have a good conversation, because for a long time we have never had a very good conversation here in Mutembei, and we want to start having a conversation here in Mutembei on our way forward. So wind up, and then Benson will come in.
Yeah, so I hope I didn't lose track. So this is one of the possibilities. There are other possibilities. Remember, we are in a new government where a president was elected by a minority, and a minority where we have 22 million voters, 14 million persons voted, and 7 million expressed their way, and democracy being one of the most acceptable means through which we can have a president is now in power. And we have a duty as patriots of this nation to accept him. But let's not downplay that fact. So that's one possibility. Another possibility is it could be true that Uganda is genuinely interested in getting back the territories that, in their belief, should be part of Uganda. So in that case, my honest opinion is that our Kenyan military capacity is way above the Ugandan capacity. And I'm not saying that because I'm a Kenyan. As I told you, it is not essentially powerful or less powerful to belong to any nation. It's not an essential characteristic for humanity. So that can't be part of the question. So the other possibility could be more realistic. So, but I also don't think that somebody can make such statements without the authority and support of the government where he belongs. And the fact that he was rewarded means that he has already achieved the political objective that he was supposed to achieve. But political objectives do not necessarily mean military ability and objective. It's really a non-question. So we need to focus, but that must never distract the fact that we as a country are a divided people for our democratic prosperity and checking on what the government is able to do and what it's not able to do. So when you have your anger displaced and you start playing the patriotism song, you will fail to keep the government in check to your own detriment. That we can't move that down that road. We just have to be fair. We have to stand firm. We have to demand what it is that was promised to us. We have to keep questioning what policies are being put in place. And we also must demand that merit, because you see, right now we do not have a UDA president. We have a president of the Republic of Kenya, and he has a duty to offer each and every one of us an opportunity to serve in government, or anyone who is more competent than some of us, to serve in government and deliver on the promises that he made to the Kenyan people. That is something that we must demand. We are not going to move back to our respective counties and cocoons, and then we rest there and wait for Ruto as an individual to do everything for us. That can't work. We are also not going to be mobilized to act as a nation emotively to the disadvantage of our Kenyan people. It can't work like that. So let's be careful. When we express our emotive feelings, it could be we could be played very easily, and then a theme is set for us. We discuss it to the disadvantage of the main issues that we should address as a people. So those are my contributions for now. I want to listen to other persons.
Thank you, DN. DN is a doctor of philosophy, and he's a PhD. Is my personal friend, and I like listening to him because we want to have people who can object here. Now, Benson, I want to ask you this question. Do you think, and I want you to follow my advice here, do you think Ruto going to Homa Bay, which was annexed by Migingo, had something to do with this. Because I believe that Ruto connively went to Homa Bay. And after he went to Homa Bay, that is when these things were talked about by the son of Museveni. Do you think they were connected? And then you give your submission. Thank you, Mr. Benson.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. And good evening, good morning, everyone. I don't think there is any nexus between Ruto visit in Homa Bay and the issue that we are talking today. One, these are two delicate, intertwined issues: the issue of diplomacy and the issue of military. Because Muhoozi is number two was number two in the military, and he's talking about another country, and the diplomatic world of sovereignty. But let me start by the facts. One, the last 3 months, Muhoozi have made very unfortunate comments in that Twitter. If you go down there the last 3 months, he started with Tigray in Ethiopia. He was very active talking about the issues happening in Ethiopia and the part of Ethiopia. He went and talked a lot of issues about the DRC, the northern, the DRC fight, where they have deployed the UDPF. And now he's talking about Kenya. So I think those are very regrettable comments in that Twitter handle. Having said that, Museveni fired Muhoozi today. Muhoozi was fired. And
I thought he was given a promotion. Was he fired or he was given a promotion?
He was fired from the army. I am giving you now official statement. Muhoozi was fired from the army, and the army had been given to a general called Muhanja. What happens is, coincidentally, the generals are promoted in Uganda every 2 years, so the promotion was due. So he was promoted, and he was taken back to the office of the president and the presidential advisor on something. So the official statement is Muhoozi was fired from the army. Number two, Uganda have issued a very, an official statement regarding the thief. And in that statement, if people can take time and look at that official statement, is that it's regrettable, and there are diplomatic discussions and issues through Twitter handles and social media. So that is the official statement. But having said that, let me dig into 3 possible things that might have happened with Muhoozi. Muhoozi is very close with President Uhuru Kenyatta. Those who have followed Muhoozi and his visit in Nairobi, he have always been hosted by Uhuru Kenyatta at State House. And the photos and the kind of flamboyancy that Muhoozi have shown in our own State House the last 1 year tells a lot of story. So Muhoozi is at home with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and those you can follow Muhoozi the last 1 year. He has been at State House for 4 times.
The tweet that he said that he spoke with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, you believe that they spoke together?
They are very, they are very good. They are very good friends.
Because he said that he is going to visit Uganda. You remember that's the first tweet he tweeted.
Alex, let me finish that. I don't lose my line. So my first statement about the relationship is he is very close with President Uhuru Kenyatta. And while the father is a very good friend of William Ruto, Muhoozi was praying opposite. Actually, it is said Muhoozi and the mother were praying different lines, and so it's different. The stepmother Janet, so they were more with Uhuru, then the Baba was with Museveni. With Ruto was with the Museveni. Number two, Ruto have promised to send some army to DRC. I think one of the discussions during the inauguration meetings, after the inauguration meetings for DRC, is to send a mission in DRC, and to support the DRC, northern DRC, to try and remove the army there. So Uganda operates that northern Uganda, northern DRC region, and we want to battle around that region. So basically, there will be a conflict along the way when we send our missions to DRC, and we shall displace the Ugandan army in that region. Number three, I work in Uganda. I have offices in Uganda, and I visit Uganda often on a monthly basis. So Muhoozi is not taken as a serious man. If this statement came from people like his uncle Swale or the other generals, would be in arms. If it was Swale Salim talking about this, then we'll take it serious. So Muhoozi is this spoiled brat who makes statements across different issues, including some of the very sensitive issues. So those are three possibilities that he was still joking. If you follow Muhoozi and in his nightclub and women and killing people along that bypass in Kampala to Entebbe, he's not a serious guy. So that's my third submission regarding Muhoozi. It might have Uhuru hand. It might have something to do with the northern DRC. And number three, he's not a serious guy to talk about. Thank you.
Hold on there. The queue, can you have 3 minutes submission?
Oh, okay. You just pronounced my name in a way that I couldn't know it's me. Anyway, okay, fine. For me, I would say a very simple terms. I can see a hand of Kenyan government in this. If you are very keen, there is something that is going on here. And I've been looking at this thing, and I can say that.
And when you see we have of Kenya, who is particularly in that?
I'm saying the one who is driving the government. Of course, that is the deputy, the president, not the deputy president. Sorry, it is the president. Ruto is trying to divert our attentions from the issues that are going on in the country.
And why is that? Because even me, I think that.
He is doing that because definitely he knows the government, right? The current situation of the government he is running has got a lot of question marks from the citizens. So he is trying, because these people are friends. There is no way. There are two things that have come to realize in this issue of Muhoozi, son to Museveni. One, Ruto is trying to divert the attention of Kenyans from what the questions that we are asking about the economical issues and all sort of, from there to these issues of the sons to Museveni. The second thing I've come to realize about this is, how can I put it? I think the point is gone. Sorry. But for me, there is a hand of the Kenyan government working on this, because the president alone has not said anything. And there was a man, there was this man, Mutua. is said to have gone. He is said to be meeting the Ugandan embassy man. These things are. These people are in a very good joke. Because what even they talk about is not even well spread out.
Let me guide you on that. When you saw, did you see the tweet from Murkomen today?
No, not really.
Murkomen said, Yoweri Museveni is your soldier, okay? Did you see that?
No.
Maybe, Mato, did you see that? Murkomen asked Yoweri Museveni, is your soldier okay today? And then they answer that. Anyway, go ahead.
So for me, I think there is an issue to do with there is something going on. So okay, it's not a matter to be taken lightly, as people are saying that this man is joking. Then the second thing also, Ugandans are going to election in 2026, and the same man who is tweeting the son to Museveni is said he wants to succeed the father. So maybe these people have got a higher intelligence. So you can even find out, you can even come to realize that maybe, I'm not quite sure, but I'm just saying that maybe you can find that our president is ready to support somebody else who is different from the Museveni son. So the threat starts from there. And the third thing is that you can find out that Museveni was promised something from Ruto's government, because maybe Museveni's hand was seen in this election. So something was promised to this man, and there is something going on. Maybe Museveni is seeing people are being rewarded, but his reward is not yet. So he's trying to prove something, that if you try to joke around with my reward, I will do something that you will not like. Because you can't tell me Muhoho can tweet these things without sitting down with the head of state like his father. This man is not this man is a grown up, and you can't tell me this man is joking.
The link. Bernard, please send the link. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think you can't tell me somebody who has held a big state like Uganda is trying to joke with the tweets and something to do with that. That is not a joke. It is a serious thing, and this boy has sat down with his father. They have discussed. If this thing is not coming from Yoweri himself, this thing is coming from the son. And it's something that they sat down, even as a family, as a head of state. They discussed it, and now they are rolling it out. So that is my submission.
Thank you very much. Anthony, how are you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm perfectly good, and I've been listening.
I want you to give a very good submission.
Good. I think I like perspective of Lee.
Hi, Alex Bwana.
Lee said...
Alex, I haven't said anything.
Hold on. Hold on. I think Mato was before you. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. It's fine.
Mato, please give your submission, because I think it's a new papa.
Naingia kwa group na unapea kila mtu unanisahau. Kwani I'm too black? I don't know. Sionekani.
Black hapo nyuma. Ambia black akuje.
Black ndo ananisumbua huko nyuma, anafanya zisionekane. No. Hata sijui nani ameenda wapi Bernard. But anyway, I really wanted to do, if you allow me, 4 points in a quick succession. Number one, let me first of all, like I always do when I come to this channel, like I like to appreciate everybody that is watching us, the people that are here, the moderators. It was good to see Bernard. Nilikuwa nimwingilia sijui amekimbia wapi na yeye tena, but I do appreciate everybody that is over here and the people that are watching us out there. Be appreciated. I mean, I always appreciate, because If we don't talk, then we start fighting. And I can see Uganda is bringing the fight to us. Either way, now let me just go straight to the points. I'm going to take a little bit of time. I mean, it won't take even the 3 minutes that is given out there. Nitakimbia haraka. Let's talk about the joke about Mtoto Museveni. There will never be, in the history of military, there will never be a joke like that. You cannot joke with the military of another country. That's called national security. And I really don't understand if people really understand what national security is. It's called national security. National security is not it's also the perception. When you come out and and you come out and say that, hey, you know, I can get it will only take us 2 weeks to get to Nairobi, to take over Nairobi. What are you telling us? As people who can defend our land, you're telling us, and not even just us, actually us can be a joke, but the whole world, you're trying to tell us that we're weak, anybody can come in. You know, I want to take you guys back to, and I know somebody has said that, at the risk of repeating myself, I'll take you to 2 things. Number 1, let me start ya kitambo, ya Kenyatta, the dad, Idi Amin, alisema anachukua mpaka Naivasha. Aliambiwa, and you can go look that thing in the YouTube or wherever you want to go look at it. He said, na tutatuma ndege 3 za kivita, na tukituma hazikuji kusalimia nyanya zenyu. And you know, he was so stunned in how he spoke his things. And he did it, and they backed off. There's been a problem with Migingo because of having some poor presidents who cannot stand up for what Kenya is. Migingo is directly in Kenya. That's what it is. Now, I'll take you on another side so that you understand this, Ikitu. When Al-Shabaab walianza, before wachokoze nyuki wakuje ku, they took 2 tourists, white, they took them, a husband and a wife. Hiyo ndio ilifanya tuende wapi. That's what made us go into Somalia. They used to say Bonny Island is Somalia. And that's how they used to even capture the ships, pirates. And it got known the whole world over. Now they had to have military taking care of, you know, ships zenye zinapita around our you know, our water catchment, you know, our what do you call it? Our marine territory. Ladies and gentlemen, in any world that I've ever seen, and when it comes to military and warfare, especially the person that is running the military, even the general, there's discipline. You don't go get drunk and start threatening people. Even in Russia, yes, they do get, even wanapigana huko Ukraine, you can see here wengine wanapatikana walikuwa nakunywa. Yes, you will have a good time with your, you know, military counterparts, but then you don't talk a national security thing to another country. I don't think in Africa we've taken it serious, but I hope this time we take it serious. This is not just anybody. This is somebody that actually runs the military of Uganda. This is somebody that have threatened Kenya before. So you go get drunk and then you go threaten your neighbor's wife? Allah? Noendo umeshikilia nani military. It's called a discipline force for a purpose. In the military, you do not do that. You do not even speak. Hata ufai kunajulikana. In fact, kuna vitu zingine Kenya wa kawaida anaweza enda shikane ngumi na wewe pale, lakini wewe ufai ukishikana hivi, kwanza you have your own police to counter you. Go to Nanyuki. They drink, yes, but you cannot hear them talking matope. Watashikwa wenyewe. They have their own police because they are not civilians. They have their own way to do. So when you find the general of another country talking like that, that's a matter of national security. Actually, like Alex said and somebody else said, that's a declaration of war. It is. And it's not forgivable at all. Alex, let me run real quick. There's also this thing of you guys need to understand, and I've been saying this in this channel for a long time. We do have a parliament that is not a Kenyan parliament, is not a Ugandan parliament, but it's an East African parliament. Why do we have that? The reason we have that is because East Africa, of all these things, Gaddafi, all the people that wanted to do, bring, one generational, currency in Africa, we have the chance, and Kenya had been bound to be the leader, to be the hub of that. So when you see, and we've said it, and I've said it here, Uganda are fighting so hard. Their problem is that they're landlocked. If they had kama wangekuwa na inaitwa nini venye sisi tuko na 500 miles of white sandy beaches, coastline and all that, wangechukua, and they are fighting so much to be the central and the hub of that. And that's testing waters. They are testing the waters to see if there's anything we are going to say. If I was this Ruto guy, we should already be talking about that. Kuna mtu amesema saizi ambassador angekuwa anapita huko kote, because this is what they are doing. And that's why they wanted to rig the whole thing.
Mdeto.
Yeah.
Hebu tuache Anthony aongee kidogo and then you will talk back.
I wanted to finish so that when you lose maswali, so that way I'm not back and forth, and then I don't lose my.
No, don't worry. Don't worry. You are going to talk. Anthony.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. What I was saying that I like Lee's perspective, and I'm gonna say real quick. He said that the president is the government is doing this to take our mind out on what is happening about the price of food, about the things going up. That's point number one. Point number two is about the Naivasha port.
Francis, ebueka your video on. Okay, go on.
The second thing, so I think it's calculated move by the current government to take us away from discussing about the promises they made. They haven't fulfilled those promises. 100 days is coming. The second thing, I like his perspective on Naivasha port. They're saying that the deal of Naivasha was more beneficial for Uganda. So because now the port is going to Mombasa, now they are not happy. The third point is he was talking about, as I quote him, that there's that coziness between Kenya and America, and there's that coziness between Russia and Uganda. So there's that issue that more of America is supporting Kenya and more Russia is supporting Uganda. So kuvuta ni kuvute. So that's what is going on. So the young man is not happy that his buddy is no longer the president. And I think they had some deals, and especially Mambo ya Naivasha. So it's not the Naivasha thing is done. And then above all, President Ruto is going to be a president for a long time. And I like what the other person said, that most likely the president is supporting somebody else. So that's what I wanted to say, that the relationship between this son, Museveni's son, and Uhuru was big, and he's really, really disappointed that his buddy, who was supporting Baba, and the deals that they had, the guy cannot go to party anymore in State House, and him talking is a bluff. And above all, we're busy talking about him. I think now we should move on tomorrow and talk about bei ya unga. We need unga ya 70 na mafuta iende chini. So that's what I wanted to say. If somebody has a question for me, above all, it's all a bluff. Last thing, the GMO. The GMO is American game, and that's where the American connection is coming. The American connection is coming because now everything that American was asking before is being done by the current president. The GMO, we have GMO in GMO food in the United States, and you know how that will go. So I think the government is in a rush. They need to slow down. They need to take it easy and focus on good stuff and priorities in Kenya. Otherwise, ni kama wametupa mbao. What is chaos? What is chaos? There's too much chaos going on. Thank you.
So kitu nitakwambia is the GMO has been vandalized by Kenyans. Okay, the Queen ni time yako.
Hey, Alex ulikata unirudishi time yangu, nilikuwa nimalize 2 points mbili.
Okay.
I demand to take my time back.
No, ngoja Kibono Benson. Benson ni time yako.
Maybe it will be important to let Mato finish so that we.
Okay, Mato finish first, and then Benson will go ahead.
Thank you Benson kunitetea. Unajua Alex hapa ananishambulia bana, amenikata katikati, sasa ishaenda. But anyway, he's my good friend. No, okay, so Alex, I mean, I heard a lot, but let me just finish with this one then. I just want to say the GMO thing, the GMO and fertilizer thing is the one and only thing. These guys are just trying to make money, is the, you know, the old corruption thing coming back. Also, even when they're doing this majority leader, I was going to talk about that, but since it seems you're in a hurry and you know, there's some people that needs to talk. I'm just going to stop it out there. I had a couple of things that I wanted to finish, but maybe I can finish up later when I come back. Thank you, Alex, for giving me the chance.
Mato ameenda. I think sungemaliza tu juu hata I don't think unless Francis want to say anything, but I think unaweza maliza tu.
Yeah, thank you. No, nilikuwa nikisema hii GMO waja sana nimechanganikiwa, nimetupwa kila mahali. I normally have some notes, but that's fine. Wacha niongee tu story ya GMO basi while Alex is coming back. And thank you for giving me that chance. I really do appreciate. The GMO thing, it's the reason it was stopped was because of money making. It goes in the same, inaenda kwa the same side na fertilizer yenye mnasikia hata mjui kule inatoka. It's all about entrepreneurship. The GMO part of it ni hiyo kuleta hiyo kitu bado sasa wale walikuwa na utu kampuni and opening those small companies, and that's why there's also a problem with these guys work the same way, ndio hata hiyo majority leader inaleta shida because they don't want to let the other side have the majority leader. And there's one thing that Raila has suffered a lot. Inakwageo kitu ya kill the corruption. These guys are so corrupt. They open up businesses right and round. And I can tell you for a fact, myself, I've been there, bro. I've been there. Nikaambiwa fungua kaka kitu. Tufanye hivi na hivi. Yes, but what are you going to do? GMO, I mean, seriously, even in the where some of us kule tunaishi, you don't even want to eat food yenye ujui kule imetoka. Are we going to expose our country to that and all land yenye tuko nayo, semi and all arid areas that we can actually plant? And we really don't even have to go into the forest catchments. How, I mean, are we going to really have leaders? When are we going to have leaders? Because I think we were going to have it. When are we going to have leaders who are not just talking about their money, what they are going to make, na nini na vitu kama hizo, and getting into, you know, a money making somewhere where you already know what is going on. Some of the times hizi hata hizi subsidies zenye zinakuja saizi is just to bring back get some money. I have seen Uhuru Kibaki actually do good because they really did not care about wengine watafanya nini. And I wish we can go back to that. Wacha tu niseme ukweli. I wish one day we can go back to that. Hiyo ndio yangu. Wacha nimalizie hapo, nitaongeza ingine baadaye.
Actually, you have good points. It's just that time I really do admire what you're saying because and hata pia kuna kitu nilisema hapa before I spoke. Nilisema I'm really missing those other presidents that we've had before, like especially Uhuru and Kibaki. We really miss them because at least what the legacy yenye waliacha is not all about what we are seeing right now. Na niliambia watu like sahi what we should expect is drama in the next 5 years. Maybe kama atabadilika huko mbele, and if that is maybe atakuwa re-elected, but for now I'm seeing just drama, and that drama continues hata leo wakati alienda kwa matanga. This man is speaking of things that I to say sijipata kwa campaign mode, because I ought to have thought aende pale apeleke condolences yake amalize na aende. This man is talking of things in his. That's why unaona the woman mwenye alikuwa sija anapiga kelele and rolling down because anataka usaidizi, because wanaona tu jamaa baada ya kwa ile campaign mode. No, there is nothing that is going to implement, and I can say sahi tutaionea. Uhuru told us it's a matter of 3 months, 90 days, and hata 1 month ijaisha, and we are already seeing this thing. So for me I don't know what I can say. Siji kama unaweza ongezea kitu.
No, nakubaliana naye na Alex, juu nini imefanyika, and kama kuna mtu akuko hivyo backstage tuongezee watu, si tunaweza endeleaga kabla warudi, but kama kuna mtu ako backstage yuko kinawekesa and whatever, I don't have the rights to add at this point, lakini I know I can see people asking to waongezwe. Lakini unajua hiyo kitu umesema bro, ni it's very important. I don't know, ile kitu inanishtua ni like ushashinda, right? Okay, najua hukushinda, mimi personally mimi najua hukushinda, na kuna wetu wengi wa kushinda, lakini tushaachana na wewe, tukakwambia run serikali ni yako, cheza kaa wewe. Kwanza tuongee story nao kwa tumebaki watu nani bado huko Francis, kabla wengine wakuje na watu wa kutuongezea.
Francis huko.
Francis,
thank you for coming back.
So acheni waulize kama hii kitu ya majority leader, ni nini mnapigania na majority leader? Mko na kila kitu, what is it that mnataka sana? I mean, I'm asking hypothetically, unajua ni nini? Simwachi hata hawa wapate kamoja, mnataka kupata the whole thing, and yet law inasema the same thing. Nilikuwa naangalia Weta leo akilemewa kusema.
You see, I was looking at that thing keenly, and nilikuwa naangalia venye ma MPs wanaongea, but then I've just come to realize something. We have a problem to do with the whole government. The whole system iko na problem, because kuna venye watu kuna venye wanataka wafanye vitu in Kenya which are out of law. Unaona, there is something I think the president anajuaga, like if you don't have the majority in parliament, all your agendas are nothing, because haziwezi unaweza kuwa na hard time in ruling without the majority, because vitu mingi unaweza jaribu kuimplement hazitakuwa passed as laws. So I think that's what they're fighting for, but kuna makosa bado walifanya. You see, this man amepewa almost everything, the head of Senate, head ya parliament huku, yeye ndio head of state, akona I don't know, karibu ukiangalia nini yake, cabinet yake ni his man. So I was also asking the same question. I was asking my partner, like, ni nini huyu jamaa bado anatafuta? And the law is very clear. Like all the political parties, whatever, inasema vizuri, you cannot come out of a coalition before the 6 months. So the 6 months has commenced, ameshanunua wengine, and I don't know sasa anataka aje, because it is very clear, ununuliwe usinunuliwe, you should not come out of a coalition before 6 months. Sasa sijui what are they fighting for. Now I think it is a delaying tactics that is being done. Sooner or later watu wakirudi kwa parliament utashangaa kitu itafanyika. I think tusipochunga the political parties, whatever huyo mkubwa wa political parties thing atanunuliwa. I'm very certain about this, and I'm not joking about it. You will tell me one day huyu jamaa atanunuliwa, and utashtukia wakikuja kusema ati Kenya Kwanza whatever iko na majority, na itaisha hivyo. And that is what I'm seeing going on. Hii Kenya mahali tunaelekea, it's all about money. These are delaying tactics zinacheza. Unaona hiyo drama ilikuwa kwa parliament, hizo ni delaying tactics, and that's why that thing haikuisha hata leo. Inasukumwa kufikia mtu ameshapewa mali yake, haki yake, anakuja na wapatia hot air. Hizo wenye wanasemaga hot air, watakuja wafanye vitu zao, usikia choo. So I don't know where we are heading. This government is full of drama, and that's what we should expect.
Francis, unataka hebu talk on that, because niko na kakitu ka rejoinder kidogo hapa, tumebaki watatu, so tuendelee. Ingine I'm still vouching for the people on the backstage to start adding people. There's people on the comment section asking waongezwe. Alex, sijui nini imemfanyikia.
Hello. So, are we together?
Yes, we can hear you.
So, the issue here, one thing is that UDM walichezewa karata in a way such that Ali Roba alitumwa kuingia kwa Kenya Kwanza with an hope of getting some ministerial job or other government appointee. But that seems to be nowhere to be implemented or near to be achieved. Now it's like they have backtracked where they wanted to leave Azimio. And that's where the issue comes in sense that they were hoping that within 3 months, the UDM will shift alliance, then they will go back to elect the majority of the House. But now it seems that the UDM are not willing to move out of that way. And that's why you see Ndindi Nyoro was really trying as much as possible to portray that contract between the Azimio and the other, between the ODM, Jubilee and Wiper, the contract was illegal because it was offered under duress. Then my question is Ndindi Nyoro spokesman of Azimio, or is he a lawyer of UDM, so that he can come to give an evidence that the contract was signed under duress? Because any contract signed without free consent or free will, it becomes invalid, it becomes null. So that's what the point he wanted to bring out. But he has no moral authority to bring such point because he's not the lawyer or spokesman of Azimio or the party of UDM. So what he was saying, he was trying like, they know they don't have the majority. What they're looking at areas which they can puncture Azimio to be the minority. Then on the other issue also, I've heard, and I hope it's true, it's that you are likely to have the retired Chief Justice Maraga being the IBC chairman from around January, because Chebukati, Kulie have gone for terminal leave. I hope if that one is the case, it will give me another energy to vote in 2027 if I will be alive. That's okay. The other issue is that this implementation of tax 6.3 that we call inflation adjustment tax that has really skyrocketed some services. For example, today I recharged a token of 500, and a matter of fact, I only spent whatever benefited me from 500 is only 199 shillings. So meaning that almost 301 benefited government in terms of tax. Is it the government that they really fought for it? Is it the same government they're talking about? Right now, even in the NCPB, they were talking about fertilizer. The only fertilizer available is DAP. It's not all fertilizer. So these are really issues that Kenyans need to look at it. When you look at issues to do with Museveni's son there, it's okay Kenya to be concerned, but that one is military because we as Kenyans, as civilian side, we have nothing to do about it. Because even now, if you send me to Uganda, what will I do? I'll do nothing at the end of the day. The military are there; they will take charge of everything there, and we pay them to protect protect us. So let us concentrate on what is about ailing Kenya. The economy is not heading in the right direction. Right now, they are even accessing some loans from South Korea, and one of those. Can you mute Mato? And one of the conditions of accessing loan from South Korea was lifting of subsidy on petroleum, foodstuffs, and cutting government budgets so that they can be rewarded with another loan to prove that they can be able to repay. So the issue of slash budget and subsidies has nothing to do with the production. It has to do with another loan wanted to be offered to the government of Kenya. So Kenyans, you should tighten your belts very well because things as they are standing today, it is not good sense at all. And that tax, by the way, it ends up, I think, today or tomorrow, because already a notice was given on Monday by KRA about increasement of tax, and the only products that were spared is petroleum products. So the rest of products, we expect the basket of goods to go high. So, and then the other issue also, you note it very careful, is that the moment Gachagua said, and I quote, "We did not import oil because we had a shortage of forex." Kenyans, banks, and other people went to buy dollar at what you call panic buying, making dollar to become more valuable than Kenyan shillings. Therefore, we expect it also to shoot in value, because right now I've heard that an individual cannot get more than $800 in the central bank, or an organization cannot get more than $10,000 more than $10,000 in the central bank. So that kind of things that you are seeing, that kind of deputy president who does not understand that is a leader, and his mouth, whatever he's trying to say, in some way or another, it plays part in what you call behavioral economy, behavior. That where a leader speaks, then it causes behavior. Even this one of Museveni's son, you can look it at being a mere threat, but it will be hurting our national stock exchange. There are investors who will feel that they are being threatened, they are not safe. So they will try as much as possible to avoid anything to do to buy with Kenyan shares. So we need to look them in terms of trade and how it affects our lean economy. So Gachagua, once he said that way, it is automatically people started panicking buying of dollars, and it led to a lot of problems right now. So economy is not good. We are not heading in the right direction. The other issue, we look at William Ruto, the current president. He does not understand exactly what can work for Kenya. I said here, and I will repeat again, election is won. Election, when we are campaigning, we use even mad men because they have votes. But when we win, we use intelligent men because they have policies. Him here used mad men. He wants to rule using the mad men. He should backtrack and go and choose people who know what to do. Because as we are talking today, he's the Minister for Finance, Agriculture, spokesman, everything. Up and down, is occupying every space in that state house. Even the GMOs is just doing what you call error and trial. It's not something that he's sure of. It's not sure of, because even when you look at the clip that was played there in 2017, he was the first individual. He was the front runner saying that GMO are not permitted in Kenya. Even in some later years, he also emphasized and saying Kenya do not need a packet of the unga that in supermarket. Most of 70% of Kenyans who wanasiaga unga today is battering on the same thing. So this is an individual, as I talked earlier, is that a populist leader who speaks to make people feel good without making them good. When you ask him why this and this and this have a problem, he will tell you the mafia, the deep states has done it. But policy, zero. Let me ask a very, maybe a stupid question. Why did he have to mention Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta in Gachagua's brother's burial? What was Raila and Uhuru significance being mentioned at that event? I'm telling you, this individual won election. He was good at blaming others, but now he has nobody to blame. So it becomes a problem to come up with the policies. That's why you see he's trying as much as possible to lift everything to see if it can work. Amelift GMO. I don't know, maybe hiyo GMO ikikuja itakuwa inaota na jua na maybe na udongo na vumbi, because sijui kama GMO pia inatumia maji. I don't know. Aya, when you look at the other issue is the issue with the drought. Yeah, he has been launching things to do with relief, a very small quantity of it. Yeah, I heard him saying that he will be buying livestock from the pastoralist community. I've not seen that. Actually, the deputy president, the current president wants to appear in every media house to be seen, to speak. But literally, I can tell you truly, there's nothing that is being planned. That's why you see him is coming in every political rally, or let me call any media coverage, speaking different things. He went to Homa Bay. The only thing he emphasized about rewarding Uhuru and Raila because they are elders. He left. Today in Gachagua's brother's 5 funeral, he talked of something different. He left. Tomorrow he will talk even a different thing. Then he will just leave it there because he has no policy. And that's why Uhuru Kenyatta said, kazi ifanywe juu ya magari, kazi inafanywa kwa watu kuketi ofisi wana plan. Unasaidi sahi anasaidi kuwa amesha plan hii mambo ya economy tutarudishaje? What are these government corrective mechanism that you can implement in government so that we bring this dollar, we Kenya shillings to make it strong against dollar? How can we bring relief and other things so that we caution these Kenyans against drought? Angekuwa kwa ofisi sasa tungekuwa tunaona watu wa agriculture au manomi wake wakitokea kina Musalia Mudavadi wakisema we are picking some goods from port of Mombasa, we are doing this, we are doing this. But every time is only appearing with different stories. Right now I can tell you 50% of his manifesto he can't recall. He can't recall very well because he used to speak everything. You remember when he said that we no longer take loans, but right now he changed and say we will take loans, but we shall use responsible. The other time he also said we shall be publishing every contract that we sign with the Chinese. What did he say? Contract will be signed, but will be signed in the good faith of Kenyans. So I wonder, is this an individual that you can trust? My answer is probably no. So Kenyans, we are living in a more faith way or in hopes, but there is no certainty that the future or some times back things will be okay. It is disturbing, and you will see it, by the way. After your 3 months in mingi yenye tulikuwa na Uhuru, a lot of time. 2 months are enough, then we realize what will happen. You will realize what is happening. So to me, just to summarize up, Kenyans, let us not be taken by sideshows of Museveni's son. Museveni wants that son to rise to become the president of Uganda. So what he's trying, to some extent, if I can look at it, it might be a real threat. We cannot rule that. We cannot rule out that. He might also be using that tweet to portray his son as a patriotic leader who is ready to defend Uganda at whatever cost, so that to give him a leverage on other military generals, so that they can see him a defender of Uganda. So he might be using that. You remember even Mugabe, before he was toppled off through a coup, he used to present his wife as somebody who could become a president's president assistant. So these are things that you do with Uganda. When you come to Kenya, we have an alien economy. Let them do with that. The other issue. No?
Francis, wind up.
So I'm winding up. The other issue is that in the price of unga and the price of unga about 70. Just forget that one completely. It will never be implemented even if we give him 20 years. Already the price of unga, the way the price right currently, it cannot even go down to below 120 per 2 kilogram. So that one you should rule out it right now. And there's nothing happening, by the way. Fertilizer are not there in this CPB, and the only fertilizer available as I'm speaking now is DAP. So Kenyans, be vigilant. I'm telling you, you are dealing with one of the people we have a president who is a social media propagandist, a very eloquent one. So let us be careful not to fall on those traps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've seen opposition leaders here, but Nani Mato, you can say something before we give opposition leader pia najua atasema kitu.
No, it's okay. I don't know who's the moderator, so I'm taking a back seat. So mi niko nyuma. If it's you or Francis, let me take a back seat. Let me listen to. But I think opposition leader needs to talk. You guys can choose.
Okay, so Francis, are you there so that you can take over, Ama?
It's okay, neza manage tu wakiingia hapa. Where is opposition leader?
We are in the bench. We want the floor.
Is your turn now.
Floor. Tunataka floor. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, panelists. I've been listening to you. And by and large, I think what we've been talking about is a confused state of affairs. Because starting from the Shamba system, fertilizer, high cost of living, stories of reducing the budget of GMO. I mean, I've never seen such a government in my life. I think it is not even 1 month. We have no clarity of where we are going to a point we are asking ourselves. It is true they are saying they have a credibility, they don't drink alcohol, they don't do this, but the way they are leading this country, I think they are more on drugs than anybody else who has ever led this country. Because it's unfortunate that we sit here and talk about things like, for example, GMO, things that have no clarity, they have no laws, and then all of a sudden we have approved them. Is it that there's somebody behind or leading this country from the back door or behind the shadows? And I'm suspecting maybe it's America, because these are the people who wants to kill this country with cancer and all those experiments. Because even when they are doing their vaccination, whether it is COVID or HIV, so many volunteers are from Africa. So it is like Africa is volunteering to test some GMO products. That is why somebody is told, now that you are the president and we know you didn't get it right, we know you have the evidence, you have to implement what we tell you. Because I can tell you for free, Kenyans, this GMO has no clear pathway. We do not know whether accepting it or denying it or rejecting it is a way to go. And we should not be the first country in Africa and East Africa to accept things that have no clarity. We know that the president has done what we call plant ecology. Plant ecology is a study of is a science study of plants. It deals so much with the experiments, and we don't want him to experiment things with Kenyans. We have many problems now. We cannot even afford malaria drugs, and we cannot even afford the pneumonia drugs. We don't want cancer now. We want people to be healthy, and the only way to be healthy is to have healthy food. Let them deal with irrigation. In fact, fertilizer is not the key. The key is water. With water, some of this land do not even need fertilizer, for your information, because they have been virgin for the last many years. If Egypt and Israel have very good land, and in fact they have transformed their desert into very good productive land, what is happening? We have land in Ukambani, on your way to Namanga, that is unused. It has never been used. With water, we do not need fertilizer, and therefore I think Kenyans should rise up, first of all, to reject that GMO. We are not guinea pigs of the United States. We need good food that is fresh, that we have been used to, because we have enough problems to add another problem on top of that. That is one thing I want to talk about. The other thing I want to talk about is this issue of I had somebody talking about the governance, because it seems these people, when Kibaki became the president, he got a really dilapidated country. Leave alone he got a super highway. He got a hospital everywhere. If you go to Nairobi, there are over 24 hospitals, fully stocked.
Before you go on, Pole, kama naweza.
Okay, it's okay, Bwana Vedato. You're a senior member of this parliament, eh? So you
I
have a
want
right.
the moderator to look at the hands. We have rules hapa hivi. Ukiinua mkono mtu ana nini. But I wanted to talk about you kitu ya GMO. I wanted to ask you a question. What is it that in Africa that we need GMO that we don't have in our own lands? Organic, iwe ni mavi ya ng'ombe ama iwe ni nini? What is it that we need in GMO? The reason some of these developed countries tunakuwaga na GMO is because farming is not that big of a deal, but we do genetically things. So what is it uko kwenyu shosho that needs to have GMO? Don't you think this is a money-making scheme?
Very true, Bwana Adeto. This is not even. It's more than even money making. It's an experiment. It is something. It's a scandal in the making. Because I can tell you for free, as you said, borea tuko nayo, tukanaweza tengeneza borea na hii mambo na hii ng'ombe, uchafu ya ng'ombe, ya kuku, ya nini, na tuweke hii sawmill na tutengeneze borea mzuri sana. But as we speak now, we are talking about something that is not clear. There's no study that is showing that this thing will help Kenya at any one time. For me, I'm worried Kenyan that we are proving things without even due diligence. It is as if there's a gun on our head. You have to do it, or if you don't do it, we topple you. So these are things that should concern people, should concern Kenyans, and Kenyans should be rise up in one voice and say we don't want to be guinea pigs. We don't want to experiment things. We want to deal with the issues organically. In fact, if we have water, I don't think there will be any problem with food in this country. Ukambani ukiipatia Japan, uipatie Egypt, uipatie Israel, inaweza produce the best fruits in the world, inaweza produce the best greens in the world. The only thing they lack in Eastern is water. Let us not, even if we take GMO there, that is trying to what we call fast aid. Unajaribu kutengeneza kidonda kwa kupatia painkiller. That is not the way it's supposed to be. I can tell you, this is a scandal. It's true, it is a scandal, and there is a deliberate attempt to experiment on the poor gullible hustlers, because I think they lied so much, because they were told that the reason why unga is at 200, and at that time it was actually at 100 and something, and mafuta was at 135, it is because of handshake and of course Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta hata tujui yako wapi. He might be somewhere just relaxing and enjoying some whiskey. But I can tell you, now they have changed the tune. They don't know what to do with the country. They are confused. And I don't think this country, I don't think this government can even last in even the 5 years, because it is really messing up. Really messing up. There's something I was talking before I was interrupted by Mr. Deto. I don't know what was it. But anyway, let me just digress and go to Uganda. Uganda issue is, let us not create a storm out of a teacup. And I say so because now what we are talking about here, about that son tweeting, is we're creating conspiracy theories. Everybody has his own way of me. I think they even three conspiracy theories. One, it can be Ruto who wants to become everybody to rally behind him because he is unpopular and he's leading a minority government. In fact, he might want everybody, because Kenyans have a way of fighting for all of us when we are attacked from outside. That is why it is important. Even the US, there was a time, I think, when Osama was being looked for by I think it was Bush. Everybody rallied behind the Bush because it didn't matter whether you are a Republican or a Democrat. As long as you touch an American, then you are in for trouble. That is conspiracy theories, where you create a story so that everybody can be behind you and forget the problems they are going through. And that is what is happening. That can be one of the instances. The other instance can also be the Ugandans feeling jittery because now their port, the port operation was taken back to Mombasa, which now it is costing more it's costing them more to deliver things to Uganda. It was Kenyan to deliver it to Naivasha, and then from there Uganda costs. It will be the cost of Uganda from Naivasha to Uganda, which was cheaper and easier. And in a case, it was so cheap because once they take their products from Uganda, from Naivasha, they take it to Kisumu, then it can go through the Lake Victoria. But now you see the cost implication has risen with one statement of saying, let us take it back to Mombasa. Those policy statements that have been made without much dots. That is what is causing all this. Can be one of the theories. The other thing, it is also, you see, we are living where England, Greece was in 1750. That is where I think Africa is. 1750, 1845. We are growing. That's why I call developing country. Before we find our footing, we have to know, do we really know exactly how powerful Africa is? How powerful is a nation is? You see, like Uganda, they feel like they are powerful in East Africa, military-wise, more than even Kenya. And of course, Ethiopia, they feel the same. Tanzania, they feel the same. But we have never had, those medieval wars. We have never had a way of finding out who is stronger than the other. So the only way to find out, inakuanga hiyo kuprovoke each other. So that when those Cold War begins and then those things begins, then you find, kumbe Kenya is a superpower, military-wise. It's not only the economic power. And therefore, it can also be the conspiracy. Uganda wants to feel whether they have the strength to shake the East African society, of which, for me, I don't mind because we are growing. Our democracy, the reason why we have a democracy that is so fragile is because we are where US was 200 years ago. That is why we can wake up, line up, and vote in a thief. Why? Because we are experimenting people. We are in that level of like in Europe right now, for example, UK, the prime minister resigned just because he went against the COVID rules. Imagine. While in Kenya here, we know that our CSs, half of the CSs, I think almost 3/4, are people with cases, but we love them. We want them to be in leadership. Today I saw a case where two people were arrested stealing a phone of someone, and they were detained, or let me say this, the sentencing was 30 years in prison. Flip the coin. We have a CS who has a rape case that is now been dropped, and now he's going to become a policymaker and is going to be in charge of a government and representing us all over the world. A rapist. Can you imagine? Another one is a murderer. is going to be our CS. Well, there are people who are stealing chicken and goats. They are really getting it rough. They hazard us. And therefore, I think we are in that level where we do not know exactly where is our footing. Where are we going as a country? Is it a low cost government? And it is. It is a low cost government. And that is why we lose argument and lack clarity and still and of course use the name of God. Because when you lose arguments, when you lack what we call governance skills, then you use the name of God. Because when you invoke the name of the Lord, then everybody is quiet because you know this is it's God's government. You know God's government doesn't need criticism. You must be cast. Unaweza laaniwa ukiingilia mambo ya Mungu. But we are going to speak. We are going to say hata kama ni ya Mungu hapo ametudanganya. You know, if the deputy president told us the problems we are facing, if the president told us when he was a deputy, the problem we are facing is because of handshake, then they should disappear unless he's a liar, unless there is lying in God's government, you know. And if there is lying, then it goes against the scriptures that say, thou shalt not, thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not murder. Because unless we read the Bible differently, or we have different Bibles, or other people read the Bible upside down, then my Bible tells me there is a lie somewhere. And if there is a lie somewhere, then I want to dissociate God from that government. Yeah? So all these things are happening to show Kenyans of their stupidity. And I don't mean Laila was the best option or anybody was the best option, but sometimes the thing we prioritize as Kenyans are wrong. Today we are buying unga expensive. We are buying fuel expensive. Somebody said even the electricity. Yeah? Imepanda juu. We cannot manage. If you are selling chips, you cannot manage to make profit. Yet the state capturing guys who keep telling us about state capture are the people who have captured, like Dende Nyoro, has captured the KPLC. And he's talking less about that capturing. Yeah? So we have a long way to go as Kenyans. And if it has started within 1 month like this, I don't know where we are going to be in 1 year. In 1 year, I saw another woman, a hustler, I think it's a Mama Mboga, trying to talk to the deputy president, Kosabi Anja. Yeah, but things have turned. Now he cannot be reached. There are people struggling her neck. And maybe he wanted to just tell him Sumpatia Unga. And therefore, hustlers believed the lie. Hustlers believed there is a way God's government will perform a miracle within the first 1 month. But now it is getting tough. People in Nairobi, actually the other thing that is worrying me, it is the campaign mode of Kenya Kwanza. They still are in campaign mode because I saw the president going to Mukuru wa Jenga. I'm promising houses of these 6,000 and 3,000. And the houses that he's promising them are 65% complete. The 35 hatujui kama itakuwa complete. In fact, we do not know whether it can host the 300,000 people who live near there. And therefore, when you promise something that is not yet complete, what are you telling Kenyans? You want just to excite them? Mtakuwa na nyumba ya 6,000 when? How? Who will own them? Where is the money to complete the projects? Those are things Deto and Ambiso we are worried about. Promises upon promises. Why don't you keep quiet and shut your mouth like Mwai Kibaki and find your way? At least get one project that you have initiated and say, this one is complete. We have 300 people joining, getting this promise. And we continue because the promises that have been fulfilled are not hustler based. They are for judges, they are for parliamentarians, and those defectors. But the hustlers are still waiting for unga. The hustlers, me included, we are still waiting for fuel. We are still waiting for free Wi-Fi and free bundles. Yeah, because even Fuliza, we were told it is going to go, it didn't go. We are still under Fuliza. So we are CRB. The banks just said they have removed people, but they have another database which is working, and they cannot allow you to get loans. So it's a paradox. It's a confused government. I don't
Quick
think it will
question.
last for 5 years.
Quick
Thank you.
question, if you don't mind, Mr. Opposition Leader. Hizi barabara zenye Uhuru alikuwa amejenga zote, the expressway and all that, do you think this guy is gonna even care about what that was happening, the infrastructure? Because it seems to me like he's come into power talking about agriculture and all that, but he doesn't care about the infrastructure, not understanding that agriculture just takes less than 50% of the of the country, because there's pastoralists, there's the people that live in the city, there's the people who the investors na vitu kama hizo. Because to me it seems like this government is more, and even what Gachagua said the other time, that all the ambassadors will be on agriculture and something just to do with agriculture. Now, that only takes about 30% of our country. What do you think about that? It's something I've questioned myself, because there's different people with different traditions, different ways, the way they do. Kuna watu hata ni wadosi na hata hawana lands, they don't farm. There's the pastoralist, there's all that. Now, when we concentrate on food production, that was it, food production and agriculture, and that's what all the ambassadors are going to be. What do you think about that? That's something that actually caught me in a certain way, and I felt so sorry for even the people who actually live on fishing.
Yeah, Deto, I like your question, because it just explains the mispressed priorities of this government. Because I mean, almost 80% of Kenyans are not farmers. We cannot depend so much on the fertilizer. We depend on a very less population to farm. And the problem with the percentage that farms is because they have also not been able to. They have been a drought. There is no rain, so particularly they cannot produce enough for the country. But as you well put it, what happens to the people who rear camels, fish? Yeah, because it seems there is a very big priority, or there is a very big emphasis on the people who do coffee, on the people who do tea, the people who do the Mount Kenya area. Yeah, and therefore you wonder what happens to the other farmers that are around the country. And you know the funny thing about this country, people do not know the reason why Kenya is known as the Horn of Africa. They have never understood. Kenya is known as the Horn of Africa because it is only a third arable, the only third arable land that can be it's rain fed. You can rely on that is Kisii area and particular some places in central Kenya. But I'm telling you, the other land is barren, the semi-arid and desert. What you're trying to tell us, because you're emphasizing on this one that, is that if this one that are sorted, then our school fees is sorted, then our transport is sorted, then our industries are sorted. And that is the long misplaced priorities of this government. They have started with the wrong footing. Wametoka na mguu ile mbaya. And that is why we are saying, sasa ukipatia watu wa Nairobi fertilizer watafanyia nini? In any case, patia wale watu ambao wako places hazinyeshi sahi fertilizer, what will they do with the fertilizer? Na to make matters worse, hata hiyo fertilizer haipatikani. So we are more confused than we were before. And campaign is easy, promising is easy, but sometimes delivering, it is the biggest problem. Fish farmers want answers. Camel farmers want answers. Goat farmers want answers. They want to know, what do we do with this? Because as we speak right now, I see them going to funerals and stuff like that. I think there should be more emphasis to go and see the people dying of hunger and animals in Garissa, where people are actually in real problems. Yeah, rather than we are here making a promise, making another one there. So we do not know. We accept we are in the opposition, and this is what we are doing now. We are raising the matters that are concern the people of Kenya. Because if we do not speak, if they say if you don't speak, then you start fighting. We are telling the government, put your acts together. We accept you are the ones now in charge of the instruments of power. Yes, you have the parliament, you have the judiciary, you have the police, you have the army. Can you put these people together and deliver to one Kenyan or two Kenyans or three? Because as we speak right now, no Kenyan has seen the fruit of this government. All what we have seen is misery. It is a lot of promises and hiding in the church. That's the most unfortunate thing. That these people are still using the name of God while lying to us. And don't tell me those are not lies, because the moment you stand in front of the church and say this is the reason we have problems in Kenya, and then those reasons are taken away, then what other excuse do you have? Don't give me Psalms 24 or whatever. Give me, because there's a difference between governance and spirituality, and that is what we should come to understand as Kenyans. In Europe, where Martin Deto is, I think in the US, yeah, the president there is not saved. He doesn't go to, you will not see him in church anywhere. You'll never see him being followed by the KBC of there or the CNN or Fox at going to church every Sunday. Church is good. In fact, it should be gone. People should go to church, but they should not show it. Let us get out of that hangover of Moi, that because you've been in church, then the whole day we are going to see you in church on TV live. That should stop. People in Australia, in Britain, Prime Minister of Britain, the one in Italy, they are not saved, but they do not steal toilets. They do not steal land. They do not. They do not use entrepreneurship to get wealth. They are not our Jaokoka. They are not saved, but they know what governance is. If it's a public toilet, it is a public toilet. It should not be transformed to be a petrol station. Yeah, it should not be transformed to be somebody's shop. So let us separate these two things unless we change the constitution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, opposition. At least umeongea vitu za maana. Same as Mato, you're asking some very important questions. And through what both of you are talking about, I've got some points that I want to share out. So my first point is, I think opposition leader and Mato, with the rest of our viewers and those who are commenting, I just want to ask a simple question. Let me start from there. Like, nyinyi watu mmeenda shule, and I think people acquire degrees, PhDs, and all those masters in different form and different ways. I don't know kama ni mimi ndio sielewi the degree, the PhD that our president is holding. I don't know what is going on, because you know, despite the fact that maybe uko na tajriba ya kitu, maybe you're in engineering world, through the PhD and whatever. But for me, I know that when you are fighting and you are looking for the governance thing, you want to be the president of the country. Even if you don't apply your school thoughts, there are other areas that you should be good in, best in. So I think that there is a problem also with the PhD thing. I'm not being personal with the president, but I think there's a problem somewhere. Kuna vitu zingine you just have to implement because you are a learned fellow and uko na intelligence. So there are those things that there is something I was expecting. I'm an Azimio guy, yes, but I was expecting the president to be the current president to be far much ahead than Uhuru Kenyatta. And through the behavior, the discussions, and all those campaign things he is saying, I think the president is trying to prove to us that Uhuru was more sober than him. And that is, those are the things that I'm trying to gather in, that the outgoing president who went is kind of more sober than the way they were saying is Mulevi. No, that man, I think he has got something that which was suiting the country than what we have right now. Second thing, I would I saw a certain video somewhere of the Bunge la Wananchi of Kenya. They were trying to say that the president is not working on the policies that he's told us. The bei ya unga bado iko pale 200 and something. In fact, inazidi kupanda, and all other commodities. Mwananchi is crying, and they are not going to sit as a nation to watch this going. So I saw that video. They were saying, I think on Monday, this coming Monday, if the president is not going to change, what is not going to come up with good policies of doing what he said during the campaign, they said they were going for wanaenda maandamano, yeah? And I think that was a good idea. For me, it is a good idea. It is not, they are not, still wana incite, but I think the constitution allows that. That is a very good idea. And sisi kama wenye tunajaribu kukosoa serikali hapa, I think we should have also that in mind. It is a very good idea, and we should support that, because we will not, the country will not be, this is now, I don't know if the country is being captured, the state capture that was being talked about, it is now what I'm seeing. Currently, but naiona kwa hii serikali yenye ilikuwa inasema the country is under state capture. This is the state capture yenye tunaona, because if you introduce things like GMO, what are you telling us? And the last thing I want to say is the issue of opposition leader just came out and said very clearly that you cannot tell us that you want to stand on one thing like agriculture. There are many things, and that is where Mato came in and said, why is it that the president is not looking on things like the infrastructure? I think so. You asked about that thing, huh? So I think for me, it is true the president is sleeping on something. They're just after agriculture. Ndo maana nilisema, even if you have a PhD or masters in one career, you should remember that you are a president, and the president is to look after the country. And what do you do when you look after the country? You make sure the country is condensed down to what it should be. So the president himself, I think he has got something that is not working out in him. When you work on the infrastructure things, kuna vitu mingi Kenya yenye inaweza leta pesa. Kuna oil uko Turkana, siji kuna vitu mingi, the fishing things zenye opposition alikuwa nasema, those things ndio zinaendeleza country. And people have been asking, mostly people who have been in UDA, wamekuwa wakiuliza, why people have you been following Raila Amolo Odinga? I think we now have the answers to these questions. You know why I'm saying, for me, I think I'm following Raila Amolo Odinga because what is the agendas he has? You know, like opposition leader alikuwa anasema like the fishing, you know. So for me, kuna kitu Raila was saying about the country, venye Iran. First of all, walk around the country. Ujue, counties, easy 47 counties, what do they need for at least each and every county kufanya nini iendelee? One county, one product. No. Ukienda coast, what are they measurized on? Ukienda central, what are they measurized on? Ukienda east, west, ukienda northeastern. You see, like right now, mimi naona ni kama watu wa northeastern wanafanyiwa injustice. There is no need of feeding these people each and every day, feeding them. It is not a bad idea, but how do you feed people that has wenye wako na ile uwezo wa kujitegemea? You see, I've been in Marsabit for 3 years. Nimeishi Marsabit na nikifanya huko for 3 years. And I can tell you, the land in Marsabit is very fertile. Very, very fertile. Watu ukiplant maragwe hapo, it does well. The Mira, Kuna miraa inakuwa planted huko.
It's never been used for farming. When you get that thing, hiyo kwanza hiyo manure yote iko huko ndani.
Yeah, true. So ukiweka maragwe huko, it does well. Miraa inafanya mzuri. If miraa imefanya Meru imejulikana, why can't miraa make Northeastern to be known? Why can't maragwe come from Northeastern na ikuje to feed up and those people benefit from that? I think we have just a problem with the government in hata sijini kama ma-CSs wenye wanachagua. So umethikali Nduru umeweka CS wa agriculture. How will he know these things? I'm not saying maybe hajui, but if these things sisi kama wananchi tunazijua, why don't you even follow up? And that is the reason why it is good to be socializing. Unajua the president kama angekuwa ana socialize, angejua hizi vitu. You don't just agriculture. And kuna mahali you know very well pesa inaweza tokea. You are saying the country is broke, but you are not utilizing the resources that each and every country has. So I think we have a problem in that.
And you see, thank you for saying that, because now actually I really admire Benyatta tuko hivi. But bado I will ask watu wenye wanaweza ingia bado waingia. I think there's people who wanaweza waingiza. You come and tell us if we are talking something. Lakini mkinikubali na hiyo kitu umesema, and because sometimes I have learned sometimes in life you have to first of all sit down and look at what is happening. Na ndio maana nimeulizwa swali. Now, why are we concentrating on agriculture and we are not doing Uhuru? I never liked Uhuru. Acha nikwambie ukweli, my brother. I never liked Uhuru kabisa. By the time zote mbili, but this last one, when I went home, I saw it and I saw what he was doing, especially nikiwa mtu at least nimetest. Unajua na si kupenda kwangu, ni bahati tu. Unajua kuna wengine usemanga ukisema sijui you live in a first world country, you know, at least you unajibaga or something like that. It's not about that. It's just ni bahati tu. I didn't choose, you know. So but nikienda huko, I saw it and I could see a Kenya that is really turning into a first world country. And for the longest time tumeitwa a third world country. Nimesema hii kitu mara mingi hapa. Na hakuna kitu moja, si Kenya peke yake, Afrika inafaa kutufanya bado tukue third world country. But then when we get leaders who think fertilizer subsidy is the key to everything, and they don't think zile meat is, you know, we had Kibuda Kibwana in Makueni. Let me tell you, mi nitasema, mimi mkama na I'm very proud. Unajua, I don't come from Makueni, by the way. But you know, out there, when you go there, they have a, you know, a company in a make, you know, what do you call this? Fruit juices and all that. That thing used to be in somewhere called KOL. Once you're coming from Machakos coming up. But they did, I mean, coming to, you know, coming up to Moore Hills. But they went out there, yes. Our weather does very good with fruits. Maembe, nanini, passion fruits. They do good with that. Again, ng'ombe zetu hufanya vizuri sana. But we are semi-arid. Mahindi zetu, yes, we used to do cross farming, where you can do kama watu wamefanya, I mean, agriculture here. You know, there was that one this year you plant maize, the next year you plant beans. Why? Because of what every crop is going to deposit back into that soil. Asa vitu za fertilizer, kwanza si kwa tulikuwa tu kahawa. Some of us, most of us cut, like my land, kahawa ilienda yote. In fact, nowadays, where I'm from, we don't even do hizo zote. We do fish farming. Maji iko chini ya maji, iko chini. So basically what I'm trying to say, when you have a president that is just concentrating on fertilizer and large scale farming of mahindi, and then we also have a point that amekuwaga pia ni used to be an agricultural minister. And then every time we hear this, like, I don't know how people, sijui nani walikuja wakasema, wakanieleza, mi bado sijapata mtu mwenye alinielezea venye fertilizer ilitoka nini within a week, whatever. Kama ni Russia, nimesikia leo kuna place ingine pia ilitoka. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the thing. When you have a country being run by mafias, you will have a country that falls. And Uhuru, though sikuwa nampenda, that guy did a good job kupigana na mafias. Kenya kuna mafias wengi na mtakuja kulia. Sidanganyi. Hii sidanganyi. Hii mtakuja kulia. Right now, the people that have been there, niambie kesi gani saizi, how many cases zimeangushwa sasa so far? Gone. Waititu can run for any seat. Do you want me to get started? Wajua mimi sidanganyagi cause siogopi mtu. You know? Hakuna mtu naogopa. Kenya ni yangu na mkiniwa juu ya Kenya sawa. Who cares? You know? I'm okay. I don't lie. I talk the facts the way it is. If we are going to let Kenya be run by mafias, you have not seen it. Go start looking and reading about Pablo Escobar, how he got there. Alikuwa kwa makanisa zote akipatia kila mtu kila kitu, and he was seen to be the one that actually makes it. The moment he got there, he had to be gotten out. And by the way, he became a huge problem to Colombia. Idi Amin was there being called, munajua, your next door neighbor. Hizi unaona venye munatishiwa kidogo kidogo hivi. Muna kwa tweet what? Hata ukiwa drunk unaambianga bibi yako wewe ni mwabe. Utachapo. Unajua? So don't tell us that you're drunk unaongea hivyo juu ya Kenya. A country that has a whole military system, that is a sovereign country. Guys, we need to look at what it is. And since it's already happened, the guy is there, we need to hold them accountable. And by the way, if he needs to go the Myanmar way, we will have to take them out. Because at the end of the day, this is not our lives. Hii ni ya watoi wetu na kila kitu. Na tuache mchezo. Watu wa mboga wenye tulikuwa tukiambiwa wako wapi bro? Watu wa boda wenye tulikuwa tukiambiwa wako wapi? Sasa tunaona ari kupata watu wengine wako na ma-issues sasa ndio watu walikuwa wanashikwa na DCI, unasikia huko watu wanalia kinamuo, wanatushika because tunasikizana na Ruto, tunafanya nini? Kuna watu wenye tunajua waliua watu, sasa hizi sijui makesi zinapotea, zinakuja and all that. In fact, hata ya ICC inapotea. Gisheru is gone. Guys, if we don't take care of our Kenya, and unajua kuna ile kitu mimi usemaga hapa hivi. We used to say wahenga. Methali zote huwa tunasema wahenga. Hao wahenga walikuwa na nini yenye sisi hatuna? Tom Mboya was just an innocent person. But he made us where I am today is because of Tom Mboya, because he brought the people to go out there and see the first world and come back and build our nation. Most of the leaders right now are people who have gone and seen. Those guys that were murdered and all those are people that stood by their grounds. Some of them, yes, we still have them. Sabasaba guys are still there. Who's the James Arengos of today? And then we're just going to watch our country just go down like that. That even when tulikuwa tumetoka hiyo Maumau, today if you are mtoto wa Maumau, it has to be a national thing that we have to talk about. But sisi ni watoto wa Maumau. Watoto wa Maumau my foot, sisi ni wa Kenya, sisi wote. You see, so I think we have a generation of when Kina Boniface Mwangis used to go out there and do the activism. I think we've lost that kind of activism, and that's where the James Orengos and the Raila Odingas of the day, that's how they made. But I think at this time, I think we are cowards that just imekuja. Well, let's just take it. I hope for the day that we instead, and I love these channels here because this is better than Saba Saba, where people would go and, kwendoko nini, Kamukunji. But here, actually, we reach a lot of people. And I feel that these channels, some of these channels need, and we need to be very proud of us coming to talk about these things, because this is the generation that we live in, the activism that we can do. And we need to be very careful and make sure, at least Mimi, if not anybody else in this channel, I want, by the time I go down 6 foot under, to know our country is a first world country na hakuna mtu anaweza kutusumbua ati sijui kutuambia third world countries sijui and everything na vitu kama hizo. So let me finish out there. I see we have a new person, I think tungeendelea sana but now we are starting to get people. Wenye wako huko nyuma, please, we have a good moderator, kujeni tuongee. Kama nimesema matope, let's have a conversation. If we don't have a conversation, we start fighting. Let's not fight. Let's just have a conversation. Uwe ni wa UDA ama si wa UDA, you'll be added. Look at the channel, huko hivyo, your link, ingia. We have a good moderator here today that is running us. Pole Mr. Moderator, wacha ninyamaze kidogo kwanza, niache iendelee kidogo. Alkam, unajua me I'm pained by our country.
There's no problem. There's no problem. You are a Kenyan, and what you say values a lot. So I think I see Disha is here, and ni kama uko kazi ni
nasikiza tu nikichapa polepole.
Aya, fulani yako peleke na mtaratara, tusaidie tuone tutafika wapi.
Mko poa, lakini Mato amepotea wapi?
I think he's just around anapika kitu.
Mato vipi?
Poa sana bro, nikupika tu napika hapa Dina. Unajua lazima kadina kakuli.
Thank you. I've been listening your debate on the show. It's quite interesting. Now let me start this way. Let me begin from we have a new government in place. Maybe Ambiso unaweza jibu hiyo. Why is the price of maize why is the price of unga this high? Why is the price of unga?
Unajua, okay, maybe ni mambo, unajua sielewi juu, maybe kama wanasema ni subsidies nini hizo, but I don't understand.
Okay, to begin with, I don't want really to blame the current government that is maybe it's been there for a few weeks, but this is where we are at the moment. The price of unga is at, I'm told, is retailing at almost 250, right? And
yes, imefika to 50, hata kuna shop ingine nasikia imefika to 60.
Where uko Kenya?
Yes, I'm in Kenya right now, in Nairobi.
Okay. So we have a price of 250, and even at some point in time, the government was not unga was tax exempt, but I think at the moment it's still attracting a VAT of 16%. So if you do a 16% of 250, that's how much? That's less than, that is about maybe 20 to 30 shillings, right? So even if the government removes the VAT on unga, the price will not come below 250. And remember, the price of unga is dictated by demand and supply. Kenya, we are consumers of maize, like in that is our main meal, like I don't think very few people can go a whole day without taking a meal of ugali or something, or githeri or whatever. So because the price of unga and the price of maize is dictated by supply and demand. And now we had the government that was subsidizing unga for consumption, right? In the long run, subsidies are not sustainable. We are even told that whatever had been subsidized, the maize millers have not been paid. Same case with fuel. Let me not go even to the fuel first. Let's try and get this unga thing in place. So what is the main challenge? Why use unga 250? And from our math, Ambiso, tumeona hata wakitoa VAT on unga, we'll still buy it at about around 210 and 215. So what is the challenge?
Sijui kama mtu analipa pesa ya kampeni, sijui ni kama mtu anajaribu kurudisha pesa ametumia. I don't understand.
No. Okay, let me explain to you what happens. Now, because the government does not farm. The government hailimi mahali and is not supposed to do even that. Haifai kulima.
Dira, swali kwako.
Yes.
What is a subsidy?
A subsidy is it's like you're giving a coupon or a discount on the price that is supposed to be retailing depending on demand and supply. So you're giving a relief on the consumer side. That means what you do, you collect tax like you do in terms of VAT payee. Then what you do with that tax, you give back to the supplier of the maize or the unga or the maize miller so that they can be able to reduce the price, right? That means you are suppressing the forces of demand and supply. So if you continue to do that, one of the things is that you will not be able to sustain that in the long run. So let's address why is the price of unga, why is the price of bread, how did we get here? How did we get here?
Let me ask you another question.
Yes.
Okay, you've explained your subsidy very well, right?
Yes.
You're trying to, to support to balance the books of supply and demand, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that it doesn't affect either the supplier or the person that demands it, the consumer.
Yes. So my question is, Martin,
what are you using? Here's my catch question. What are you using to subsidize this?
You are using the taxes that you collect.
Okay, so if we cannot, and I want to, this one, I'm going to hit you hard today.
Yes.
If we cannot subsidize our people for them to have a better, a better pricing or better way of living, why are we paying taxes? I mean, did we say, why don't you just don't take my taxes? I don't need you. Let me go do what I want to do. If you feel it's such a big thing, yet I've given you the money to go help me. So what is the money for that I'm giving?
Okay.
As a Kenyan, why am I giving you money to go and tell me that you cannot subsidize what I wanted to do? Like sometimes when you have a rental home, you get it and it's on mortgage, you get it so that those people that are living there, they can subsidize your mortgage so you can pay your mortgage easier than that, but they're the ones paying that. So if you come here, do I owe you as a politician? Do I owe you any money? Or do I owe you anything? Or should I actually take that money and go, since you don't want to subsidize anything and use what money I pay for taxes, and just don't be in that job. You go work your job, whatever it is that you've been working and everything, leave my taxes alone. Let me go actually take care of my kids without you having coming in between my income and my kids to try and tell me subsidy. Nitajenga barabara yetu. Should we go that way? Because The reason we pay taxes is because of things like this. So you cannot come, take my money, and then tell me I cannot help you. You will have to pay, but you will not get SHIT from it because it's not good for the economy. You know, this is our money. It's not their money. These guys need to be public servants, not waheshimiwa, Saitan.
Okay,
Don't give me that crap.
I like the way we having a candid discussion, Martin. Okay, I'm not trying to justify anything. I like the way we are few in this discussion. Let's just have a candid debate. Okay, my question was, just the way you said is like you pay your taxes and you expect. That is not everyone's thinking. For you, you don't mind your taxes being collected and going to subsidize someone else's consumption, right? You don't mind that. But there is a reason in another person would reason like this. I need a road, but I need a road and I need good health services. But you said you use the money that is paid as taxes. We don't have a road. And the main reason we don't have a road is because you use the money you collected as taxes to subsidize food. Another person will reason in another way. So my question was, how did we land? How did we get to the price of unga getting to 250? Because at some point we used to buy unga, even some part of last year we used to buy unga like 120 shillings. But the price is double now, right? So there is a problem in terms of how we got here. One, you have a family at home. You have a family. Nani Ambiso, you're in Kenya. How many acres of maize did you farm last year? How many acres of land did your parent farm last year? Look at what we are doing. The problem we're having at the moment is because people did not produce maize. People left producing maize and they have gone for other things. Yet we still Kenyans bado tunakula hiyo ugali. So what happened is that watu waliquit kufarm maize. Ama kama wenye walikuwa wanafarm in small quantities. Reason being, the cost of producing a bag of maize is way expensive. You would rather import maize from another country.
Dear, was it the same president saying that we need to stop farming maize?
I'm not talking about the presidents. I'm just talking about where we are. I'm not talking about the president. I'm just bringing forward how we got here. So when watu waliacha kulima mahindi na watu wakapunguza ama wenye walikuwa nalima hawalimi, look at what is happening in our country. Wewe Mato, you have 3 brothers. When you go kwa shamba yenu, kila mtu anataka plot yake ishike barabara. Kila mtu anataka kwa hiyo plot yenu, kila mtu anataka ajenge nyumba, ajenge ya kuku hapo kando. What happens? Ile farm, just look at your neighborhood and see what is happening in Kenya. Like shamba yenye ilikuwa 5 acres.
It's not everybody that is a farmer. It's not everybody that is a farmer. We don't have to farm.
I'm trying to show you where we are headed. Look at what is happening, and this is true. Kila mtu anataka shamba yake ajenge nyumba yake. Watu hawataki kujenga nyumba mahali moja, waishi moja na wabakishe shamba ya kulima. Kila mtu anataka shamba yake iguse barabara. Look at that. Shamba yenye ilikuwa inalimwa 10 years ago, sasa hii imekuwa maplot. Right? And the cost of producing a bag of maize in Kenya is way higher than the cost of producing a bag even in Tanzania or Uganda. So much as the government should do something in terms of the price of unga at the moment, I think for me, and this is my opinion is, we should not look at the short term. Let's look at the long term. Ni kama kidonda tu, ukianza kupapasa kidonda wakati badala ya kuifinya itoke, then you are addressing the wrong thing. Then we need to look at why is the cost of producing a bag of maize in Kenya, which is our main meal, so high. You get where I'm coming from?
No, I don't, and I will not. I will not agree with you, and there's a reason. Na nitanyamaza ndio nisipige kelele na nisifukuzwe hapa. this is the reason I will not agree with you. There's countries, there's other countries that really, sasa ukisema staple food, it doesn't mean that people have to eat maize and it becomes a whole national security thing or national nini ati just because maize is not being produced. First of all, you know, we can plant maize. Unajua, there's a day I was here and mtu mmoja akasema hata tung'oe barabara zote, and she was saying kwanza ya huko Eastlands that tung'oe because it's bringing when cars are passing there, you know, it's bringing issues because of exhaust and whatever. So now I want to ask you, there's something that Uhuru started. Should we let it go? The infrastructure, because the reason actually some of the people, most of them, and they will tell you the truth if they want to be truthful, they will tell you most of the people that actually have moved out of Kenya and gone to the first world countries and seen these things, they actually, farming is not that big of a deal unless we go. But when you see the cities where the money actually comes from, where the taxes is actually from, you see the infrastructure. So are you telling me that we need to counter, to actually forfeit infrastructure to farming? Like tuachane na infrastructure yenye tulikuwa tumefanya, where a country looks like you can, you know, you can actually move from Machakos or from Kisumu or Kisii within 2 minutes, or I mean 2 minutes is just a figure of expression, to go somewhere, regardless what you're carrying in your trunk or what you're pulling, to go somewhere like that, for us to really go to mahindi. I mean, for how long tutakula mahindi? Tutakula mahindi ama tutajenga nchi yetu na kukua kila mtu anaweza mali, where you can compete with the whole world? Or we want to be just farmers and backward people who really, they don't know anything. They just want to be farmers and they just want to eat ugali and mahindi. First of all, look at your mahindi. For me is BS. Sorry.
Okay. Let me say this. You don't have to abandon the infrastructure, but look at this. Look at your income as a person. Kama unakula like 30,000 in a month, what you do is you plan yourself on the first things first, right? Like hauwezi enda kununua ati sasa umeingia Naivas ukalete fridge ya 50,000 na hata hauna kitu ya kuweka hapo. You see? So in terms of infrastructure, you need to balance. Like, where were the first thing? What is that one thing that every Kenyan hawezi ishi bila? That is number one, inakuanga chakula. Number two, inakuanga nyumba, mahali utaweka kichwa yako. So, because as we speak, even there are places very remote in this Kenya that hawajai ona lami, hawajai ona stima. So those are things that you've learned to survive. Mimi niliona stima mara ya kwanza 1993. Niliona lami ya kwanza 1995. But I'll tell you then, much as the economy was not run, there was a lot of things. Remember some of the things that we used to do. I remember my father, tulikuwa na pyrethrum over 20 acres. What happened to the pyrethrum industry? What happened to the cotton industry? What happened to the sisal industry? So much as we want the industry, look at what is the number one generator of GDP in Kenya. It is agriculture. That is where you need to put more resources. More than how would look at the project that we've done on the expressway. The challenge was people are taking more time to get to the airport. If you use that money to fund where you can generate more money, right? It would create a more impact in terms of the populace than what were into the problem was. A lot of tourists were complaining that there is a lot of traffic. A lot of emissaries were complaining that we cannot get to the airport in time. I believe infrastructure should be done, but progressively. You cannot do what the previous government has done, taking the government to a 10 trillion budget, 10 trillion debt, where every tax that you collect, 65 shillings goes to payment of that debt. And does that debt generate revenue to cover up for the borrowing? Not at the moment. It will take like another 30 years maybe to pay that back debt. So what my opinion would be, let's put money where a lot of people will feel the impact and where we generate a lot of GDP out of it.
Thank you, Dish. I think tumesikia kidogo na Dami is trying to show me that he's around kabisa, and I'm sorry Dami, I have to give you this time. Umbeba mkono sana. Dami, are you there? I think Dami ametoka kidogo. Mulumbu, you can talk kidogo while we are waiting for Dami.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys, Kenyans, all of you. But I just feel so sorry for you guys. You are young guys and you don't understand what Kenya is. So when I hear the way Dish is talking about, naangalia ni huyu mtu kutoka Kenya ama anatoka Sudan ama anatoka Uganda. I don't understand him. These are the people that are breaking our country. Because they are educated, they don't understand themselves. There's not a country that can prosper without infrastructure. Nowhere in the world. A country can't develop with the corruption. It will never be. The corruption has to be read out. Be in America, be in the UK, be in France, be in Japan, be in China, be in Malaysia. The corruption has to be read out. Infrastructure must be done first. So now you are telling us you want to bring us GMO. You want to kill us. Kenya was prospering with the agriculture. Chakula ilikuwa inalima mpaka inabaki. Mlifanyaje? Mkaleta corruption ndani, mkaleta corruption ya mbolea, mkaleta corruption ya wakulima wakipeleka chakula yao hainunuliwi, mnaleta the middle brokers, wale wezi. What are you trying to tell us? Were you born to yesterday? We were there before you.
Why are you pretending you are so old, my friend? Niko na miaka mingi pia.
Disha, wacha tu amalize, but
Ambiso, we were having a good debate, lakini ikifikia, I was just discussing about Tunga, lakini I wasn't justifying anything.
It's okay. Let me start.
If you come at the kunidirectia, me, we were having a candid discussion on what is the problem. Why are we here in terms of Bunga? Tumie lugha sawa, mambo ya kuniaddress.
Sawa, cool down.
Kila mtu anaweza addressiwa, tulia buda.
It's okay, Mulumbu tafadhali, just go slow. Unajua mtu anaweza feel unamuingilia. Just go slow. Just air out your points vizuri, usimuingilie tafadhali. Let's just talk as Kenyans.
You know, my brother have been in this program since it started. This is not the first time. He's the new one on this program. And what we talked about is what came to pass. So we shall talk about it. Yeah, amekuja jana. Akikuja na moto tunamwangalia tu. Unajua mtoto ukimzaa na akuletee mioto na ushaona unamwangalia tu, unaacha mwenyewe atakuja kujikanga na mafuta yake. So to what he's saying, I'm not bothered about it. Because what I know he doesn't know. What I have seen he has never seen. Yeah, naona vile kitu ameanza kuona saa hii akienda mbele. He has never seen.
Boss, don't address me.
Man, if you are somebody,
there is an English saying that age does not come with the responsibility, does not come with age. Boss, I know maybe you are older than me, but let's discuss issues. Don't discuss me. I have had you before in this show, and you have no point. Can you discuss issues?
Mulumbu and Disha, tafadhali. You know,
can you discuss issues?
let's not fight. Let's not fight.
Unaweza kuwa mzee lakini hauna point. Can you discuss issues? We are discussing issues.
It's okay. Mulumbu, unajua hapa kila mtu ako na nini yake, idea yake. I just think let's just air out your views. Yeah,
bro,
tafadhali.
If kila mtu ana idea, why can't you let me to talk or say what I have in my heart? Why should he interrupt? When he was talking, I didn't say anything.
You have good points. You have good points. I don't have a problem with that. The problem is your counterpart is complaining that it's like you are addressing him.
You know, mwenye makosa anakimbia peke yake. Kama ni a good debater, ananyamaza tu, anaacha niongee, nikimaliza atajibu. Lakini akianza kune counter, which means he doesn't understand himself. I'm not addressing him. Let him keep quiet. Let me say what I'm saying. Then after that, atakuja ku counter. That's the good listener. Are we together?
Or we are together, so go on. Go on, it's okay.
Kama nafanya makosa, I'm not understanding. I can leave it na endelee.
No problem. Just go on, haina shida. Just go on.
My brother, Kenya, it needs some people that thinks a lot, think about it. Na ni vizuri tumeeducate watoto ambao waende huko waangalie, wajue Kenya inaenda wapi. Sio watoto waende wasome, mwisho wakirudi wakuwe kwa gunia ile ambayo hawakuwezi endeleza Kenya. A country cannot develop without infrastructure. A country cannot develop without agriculture. A country cannot develop without feeding itself. When before there, tulikuwa na, kabla hii mambo yote ilikuwa ijakuja, kabla digital ijakuja, Kenya ilikuwa it feed itself na ilikuwa nasambaza chakula nje. It was giving those for the needy. Ask yourself, what happened that sasa tuko na njaa? Why? Udongo iko, lakini serikali iliyokuepo haijasaidia wananchi kufanya agriculture. Serikali ilikuwa haijafanyia wananchi kununua chakula wamelima ili wapate pesa wapate kulima tena. That's why we are hungry because of the corruption. We are not talking about this. Then mtu anataka kuja tuambia kwamba infrastructure doesn't help us. Lazima there must be infrastructure because huyu mkulimaji anataka barabara, anataka mbolea, anataka tractor ya kulima. This one has to be provided by the government because mwananchi wa kawaida analipa tax to fulfill all this. Sasa mmetuletea wezi, wameiba kila kitu, wameflatten everything, then you are coming to tell us ya kwamba ati barabara haifai, ati kitambo ilikuwa hakuna barabara, watu walikuwa wanalima. Watu wanaongezeka ndio, lakini there must be a plan. Hakuna nchi dunia mzima yenye watu hawaongezeki. But that country, if it has no plan, if the leaders have no plan for their people, you can't itangamia. Are we talking about this? Then tukiongea wengine wanasema kwamba sisi hatujui kitu tunaongea. We were there before you. We were there when things were happening good before you. We were there when things were going bad before you. So when we know what went bad, the support inafaa irekebishwe. Sasa mnatuleta GMO, you are coming to kill us. But only the GMO, why can't you support the farmers? Support the farmers to wafanye farming, wa produce vile walikuwa mproduce, hata kama watu wameongeza. Lakini Kenya kuna shamba imejaa, mbolea hakuna. Wale wenye ukulima hawakufukana kwa sababu mahindi yao hawakuuza, wengine watapeli hawezi ulima, wengine waliwaambia wapande avocado wachana na mahindi. Then you are coming to tell us really? My brother. Ndio mtu anakuja tuambia hapa vitu ambavyo haieleweki. We were there before him. Tulizaa watoto kama yeye. Tuko na maprofesa kama yeye. Is not kama tulaya kuja tudanganya hapa. Hata sasa wanajua. Afai kuja hapa anze kudanganya. Kwa nini Oseo aliacha Kenya? Kwa nini aliacha Kenya? Why did I live out of Kenya? Because of the corruption. Njaa iliniuma mpaka nikashindwa bali ya kwenda nalala njaa na watoto. And that's my country. And I'm paying tax. Because they cannot, the leaders, they know only their matumbo. Wakifika huko, they know nothing. So you young generation, kama mwezi waangalia mkutusikiza sisi, bado mnafoli kwa ile nini category yao jamaa, you are soon coming to be like Sudan, mtakuja kuwa kama Zimbabwe, mtakuja kuwa kama Congo, the richest country on the earth, it has got nothing. Wanakufa wanawana kila siku because they are stupid. They don't listen to each other. They don't say this is our country, this is our field. Let's come together, stop this. Kama hutaki kutusikiza, you can't stop on our land. Hawezi ingia kwa ardhi yetu kama ukubali. We have to follow what we say. That's what Magufuli did in Tanzania. In only 4 years, Tanzania ilibadilika wakamuua. Wakorofi, wabaya. Because they don't want the truth. Hataki mwananchi wa kawaida apate ukweli. This is what's happening in Kenya. Uhuru ametupoteza. Uhuru ametuua. That's the truth. Uhuru kama amengekuwa mtu mkuu wa ukweli, amesimama ukweli, he could not let the country go where it is right now. But the good thing, wote tuko ndani. Hakuna mtu iko nje. Kama tunakufa, kama tunazama wote. Kwena wale walisupport ndio watazama zaidi kuliko sisi tukusupport. We are in for it. You like it or not. You like it or not, we are in for it. If you don't think properly, ngojeni. It's just a matter of time. Everything is a matter of time. Kwa hivyo mimi sikubaliani na GMO. Sikubaliani what the people are saying. Ruto kama anataka kutoa hii, atoe ubaguzi, atoe corruption, asimame kama mtu alikuwa pale aliona kitu kilifanyika, aseme hapana, this enough, corruption no, anybody who is corrupt no. Let me span na watu wakulima wapate haki yao, wapate mbegu ya kulima, wapate mbolea, wapate matrakta ya kulima. Kenya produce chakula, sio kutuletea GMO. Is killing you guys. Somebody who knows more, he kills you to rule you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mlumbu. You know why I like you? You like unasema ukweli. That's why I like you. Anyway, I'm sorry for Disha has left, but we have to continue. Domi, nimekutafuta sana, sijui what is the problem with your net, but air out your view tukusikie.
Hamjambo sana. Kuseo, jambo, Lumbu, Mata sijui amepotelea wapi. And Mr. Chairman, mwenye ameshikilia. Na wasalimu. Okay, the problem with Kenya is that the real problem is avoided. But huwa tunatumia side shows in the name of trying to deal with our problems. First of all, if we have to understand the reason as to why prices za mahindi zimepanda, it is not mbolea, sio mbolea. Because, okay, if my memory serves me right, mbolea imekuwa 6,000, I think from 2020, was it from 2010? As far back, was it not 2010, but I think 2011 or so. Ya kitambo. But mahindi, I remember some few years ago, mahindi imekuwa ikiuzwa. Tumekuwa tukinunua 90 from far back. So sio mbolea is not the real cause of the increase of price ya mahindi. Kwani last year mbolea ilikuwa how much? Or last year but one. Mbolea ilikuwa how much? I think it was still 6,000. But we are not buying it at we are not buying maize at that much. Last year, but 1 year, it has been 6,000, honestly. So if we are going to say that to blame it kwa mbolea peke yake, we are liars. Now, let us look at the farm inputs. The farm inputs, mbolea is one of them. Seeds, because mimi nakwambia kwa sababu I've been doing farming before I left mashambani. Kuna mbolea. We have seeds. We have fuel. We have labor. Kwa sababu kuna wakati watu walikuwa I remember kuna wakati ungeweza kulima shamba kupalilia shamba with tuseme in 1 acre you could spend something like 1,000 on labor successively na ulime umalize na upalilie the whole thing. Labor is increasing in price. Now you have subsidized fertilizer, but you have not subsidized fuel. Remember that fertilizer kufika kwa mkulima itatumia fuel. Remember your shamba kulimwa, it will depend on fuel. And by the way, kulima inatumia a lot of fuel. Tractor inakula mafuta nani. In large scale, it will depend on fuel to harvest. Dawa ya kuapply kwa hiyo mahindi, kwa sababu there are some places they use herbicides. It is right now, it's very expensive kununua hiyo dawa, and because of the inflation, everybody knows that. So this one is a fact. Tukubali tukatae. Next year, hata kama tutatumia subsidized fertilizer, even if we are using subsidized fertilizer, the reduction of that price will not go far, will not be much, because other factors are remaining the same. Secondly, we don't. Another problem that the problem also that faces. Okay, the major problem also that faces agriculture, it is drought. Drought is a greater problem than even fertilizer. Drought is a greater problem than these other factors that we are talking about. So, uweke mbolea vizuri na kuje na jua, zitasurvive. That is not that's another factor that we are forgetting. We have yet another factor. Mulumbu has talked of corruption. Let me give you a picture. In 26, was it 2016?
Mmepeleka Mulumbu wapi? Domi. Mmepeleka Mulumbu wapi?
Amekuja akazima device, ni kama ameenda kupika.
No.
Now you see,
apike alafu akuje akishapika.
Arudi. Now you see, coming to tell us just like all of a sudden, ati sasa tukiangalia mbolea ndio tumeangalia long term. My friend, that is not long term. First of all, deal with the corruption hapa katikati. 2016, I was working in Kenya Railways. Let me tell you, I think 2016 if you can remind me, hiyo ndio mwaka ya nini? Mwaka ya 2016 ndio ilikuwa mwaka ya inaitwaje? Mwaka ya Mexico maize. Is it? Kuseo. Mahindi ya Mexico, I think it was 2016.
The Mexico. The
Mexico
Mexico
maize.
it was
Ilikuwa
2016.
mwaka gani?
I
It should be
think
2016.
2016
Now
going
let
2017.
2016.
Let me shock you. Let me shock you. In 2016, we were given a contract. Ile wakati walikuwa wanasema wanaleta mahindi kutoka Mexico, we were given a contract as Kenya Railways, and the MD alituambia ina monthly address kwa tumepewa contract ya kusafirisha mahindi kutoka Eldoret and Kitale kupeleka Mombasa. We took 2 months of transporting that maize. Immediately wakati tulimaliza wakatangaza mahindi imefika. Yeah. And he again told us that we have been given another contract kusafirisha mahindi tena kutoka Mombasa to Eldoret. This is a fact. I was in railways and we did that. Now, wakati tunafanya hivyo, mahindi, okay, I think the second consignment probably ilikuja kutoka Mexico, I don't know, or wherever. But you are doing that. Na wakati huo mahindi wakulima wako na mahindi. Wakulima wako na mahindi inaozea kwa mashamba, kwa stores. One of them told me that you see what we did, hii mahindi yetu tulikuwa tunauza South Sudan. Of which pia walijanjaruka, they decided kuuza South Sudan. Now, if alafu the next year also, mwaka ilifuata 2017, vile wakulima pia walikuwa na mahindi, there was importation of maize from Uganda. That is a fact. Now, let me ask you people, you have
Akukze, I think ni mimi ndio simsikii ama wewe umsikii?
Domi is net as a problem.
Yeah, he has got a problem. Domi, maybe kama unanisikia, you will come back and tumalizie hiyo story. I think it's a very interesting.
Let him just keep coming. We'll give him a chance.
Yes, I think you'll come back after digesting what you're saying. It's a very interesting project. Nilikuwa nataka kuisikia. I think Akukse, unaisikia venye Kenya ilikuwa na run, eh? So you can tell us something.
Anyway, how are you? How is Ambiso and how is Domi? Domi, I'm sure you can hear us.
Yeah, I think
you see the problem in Kenya. Oh, now there are 2 Domis here.
Oh, Domi, there is something wrong with your net. Uko sahi uko mara mbili. Oh, you are now one. You are now one.
Okay.
So go on.
Okay, sasa the problem that is facing our farmers, that has faced our farmers, was the marketing part of it. And that was the worst. The marketing part of it was the worst. 2020.
Hey, Domi, what is the problem? Hii maneno yako hii nataka kusikia and you're not audible.
I don't know if you are getting me.
Yeah, sure.
Are you getting me?
We are getting you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just talk, we are listening.
No, the net is unstable there.
I think the technical bench should do something. Siji kama Kukse, you can talk, akikuja tunampea tu chance amalizie.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is this. You see, sometimes if you want to solve a problem, you better understand the problem first. Now you hear most people say Kenya, tuko sawa, tuko hii. The biggest problem is, first of all, get to understand what is the common denominator. You see, going to school is a very important thing. And you'll be surprised. The higher you go, the more you know. Just like sometimes they say, "Tembea uone mengi." So you see, like I think when I came in, Mulumbu has just disagreed with this other gentleman. The thing is, it is quite evident that Mulumbu ametembea mengi, and lucky for him, from when he grew up to when he went wherever he went, he has seen mengi. He has seen a lot, and you might think sometimes when you listen to him, you think where is he? What is he talking about? But interestingly, I think he's able to trace where the problems of Kenya all started. Now, you see, the common denominator in the beginning was about the British, the ones who had colonized the country, isn't it? Now, that seemed to have been a common denominator to all of us. Domi, you want to be stable fast?
Domi, is there somebody hacking your net? Ramani, are you okay? Ni kama amepotea tena. Just Domi, are you okay?
Domi, can
you hear us?
Anyway, when you can hear us, then you can talk.
Domi, unmute your mic, then you talk. We want to listen to you.
Anyway, let me continue. What I was trying to say is this. You see, it is all about where did the rain start beating us. You realize... Hello?
Domi, can you listen to us? Unatusikiza nini?
Then try to listen to us. If you listen to us, if you are back... Anyway, what I was trying to say is this. You see, in the beginning, if you read a bit of history, you realize that at some point, you could say that the country had the common denominator in terms of problems, basically to free yourself from the colonizers, isn't it? Now, unfortunately, once that was done, that is where all issues started. In the sense that not everybody benefited from the going away of the British, isn't it? In the same way. In fact, some people did not even see the bad things that they were doing, isn't it? Now, when we are now in control and now we are in charge of ourselves, that is where the problem started. And that is why you see even in under the 2010 Constitution, you have this fund, I don't know whether it had ever been operationalized, the Equalization Fund. It was upon realization that we are not at the same page. The entire country, we are not at the same page. Some people are far beyond, some people are to do where, others to do where. I remember some of the earlier speakers had indicated that for them, it almost up to the 2000s, the 1990s, is when some people were seeing electricity in their life, isn't it? Now, again, in the 90s, is when some people were seeing this tarmac. I think somebody was commenting here like that, isn't it? Now, if you listen to Mulumbu, you'll realize that people like Mulumbu, I think, witnessed all this. And the inequalities are so obvious to him. If you talk about the problems that we are facing now, you can trace them to the unequal, the inequitable treatment that started in those early days. No wonder at some point, I think somebody was saying that you are a country of 10 millionaires and something like that. What is they saying? They say 10 millionaires and what? Yeah. Something like that. It is just a way of explaining the level of inequality that exists. But you see, the strange thing is that these 10 millionaires, or call them the wealthy fellows, what they have is not that they worked hard for it. It is because of uchoyo level, some uchoyo there, so to an extent whereby you are simply unfair to your fellow citizens. Now, it then continues to an extent whereby the people who have, I think in Kenya is one of the countries where you can say there was so much of the haves and the have-nots. And that kind of thing has continued for a long, long, long time. You see, most of, when the Wazungus had left, most of the infighting was about sharing the cake. Look at the country as a cake. So you find some people had better, bigger cakes than others. And even if you check the early parliamentarians, that was the issue which they used to have even in the so-called, is it Legico or parliament for those days. Some people, for whatever reason, benefited more from the going of the Wazungus than others. But truth also be told, some people got their fair share of fighting the Wazungus. Not everybody fought the same way to have the Wazungus well, isn't it? So what do you have? You have a situation whereby those who fought harder believe it is like they are now like the owners of the Kenya. And now then comes in the issue of the big tribes and that kind of thing. Naturally, if the Wazungus were a common denominator, you'll find that if you are suffering from the Wazungus, it follows that the bigger tribes were the ones who suffered most because they were the ones who were confronting the Wazungus more. Now, that has continued for a very long, long time. Now, then there are the issue of the essential basics to life, the basic essential items to life. It turns out that, again, inequitable way of sharing these things. So some people suffered, some people suffered more, others were a bit better. Now, in the process, it turned out that some people were like turned into beggars. So in other words, imagine you rely on me to get some of the essential basic things that you need. Then, since these issues were not addressed, then ubinafsi started cropping in. And the ubinafsi is what has brought this thing now, which these days we call corruption. It follows that corruption has been growing, I think, in Kenya. Every other year, the more corruption you had this year, it is more than, I don't know, from the level of scandals alone that have been taking place. Look at the previous governments. The level of corruption you had, the ones I've just talked about in the early years, call it during the Jomo Kenyatta time. If we read from history, the scandals were there, but not so much compared to during Moi's time. Even during Moi's time, we had corruption, but again, not so much. Then do the Kibaki time. So one constant thing is that with every successive government, the level of corruption has just been going up and up and up and up. Now, some of us who are too clever have now even become even more smarter. Now, in the past, they used to steal hiding. Now, by the time we get now to the 2013, 2017, now they are more open in corruption. Now, when I listen to Mulumbu here talking, then you can understand. Because personally, this level of corruption, I started seeing it now. Apart from the earlier, I heard about the Anglo-leasing. The Anglo-leasing matters. Then now, of course, before Moi, there was the famous Golden Bug. Some of us did not even know what exactly was Golden Bug and all. But if you check history, it was corruption. Now, 2013, 2017, now to 2022, a new record has been set. A new record has been set. Now, you can't believe it that during Moi's time, I think I heard somebody commenting that your debt with the other countries was like about half a trillion only. Now, as people say, borrowing is not so bad, but if you borrow and people can see where whatever the money has done, it is just good enough. But it turned out that even during Moi's days, the stealing was there. But talk of a good thief, assuming that milking a cow is stealing the milk from the calf, a good thief will steal, lakini anawachia calf ndama bado atabaki na something. I think I can say that is what the Mois were doing. Even during Mois, there were favoritism, selfishness, and corruption. The patterns. But somehow there was still something trickling down in good number to the ordinary citizen. Now, come Kibaki time, the debt from about 500 billion in Moi's time, when Moi left. Now Kibaki's went to almost, I think, 2 trillion. From 500, you add 1.5 trillion. Now, never mind that Kibaki did a lot also with the money. Call it was borrowed money. We did quite a lot to develop the country. So you can say to some extent, okay, so much was stolen, but so much also can be seen in the terms of some infrastructure like the thicker roads. Remember the thicker roads and what? So as much as the debt went to 2 trillion thereabout, at least there is something you can show for it. Then now come the 2013. It is a very sad state of affairs. Now, 2013, like the other day when the president was in parliament, then I think he ended his speech by telling the parliamentarians that, guys, I have bad news. Ambiso, sijui kama uliona hiyo. Ulisikia hiyo?
Nilisikia vizuri sana, nilisikia. I'm waiting for you to say that point.
Akasema, I have bad news. He told the parliamentarians. And then I saw attention was up. They were all very attentive now when they heard that there was bad news. And what did he say? He said that our financials, our debt is so bad. More or less the sort of song Gachagua has been trying to sing for us. That we are bad, we are in the red, something like that, isn't it? Now, I saw the MPs pay attention, and when they were outside, I think some journalists approached some MPs that, hey, what have you to say about the president's speech? Listen to one of the MPs. You know what he said? The speech was short. I like the speech was short.
I think that was Sabina Chege.
I don't know whether she was the one, but
she was the one, Sabina Chege.
The speech was short and it was not 2 hours. That is what somebody commented. Now, anyway, for me, when the president said that our financials are in a horrible state, I just asked myself, how? But in any case, how did it get there? Now, I've been on this panel quite a number of times, and personally, me, I'm a research analyst, and sometimes I try to establish the truth behind some of the things. So when during the campaigns, for example, the DP used to criticize, the president now, criticize the government for the debt ceilings and the borrowings. Then I asked myself, how did we get to now almost 9 trillion debt? Then working backwards, I was able to get about, so far I know there are more, but 10 areas how the debt came about. Now, I remember the very, very number one was SGR. Now, if you bother to check the story of the SGR, you'll realize that when the Jubilee government came into being, they tripled the cost. But they can only show value for a third of that money. Now, they tripled it to almost 700 billion, but whatever, when the thing is complete, you can only account for around about 370 billion. So all these other whatever went where? Then you quickly check, you find that in the same time, I think 2014, 2015, they came up with the Eurobond. And more than 3 times, the president was on TV trying to defend. I don't know whether you remember at one point, the Auditor General wanted to make a trip here to come here in the US, I think the federal government reserve, to find out, because it was established that a good proportion of the Eurobond never ended up in Kenya. Now, quickly following that was Eurobond 2. Eurobond, there was Eurobond 1, Eurobond 2. Now, when you try to find out, what did the Eurobond do? The president was there, now the president, really defending this. And I remember during those days, they were talking about mega projects, which this was to be funded. And I remember even President Uhuru used to say, there is nothing wrong with borrowing so long as we can show where the money has gone. It turned out that the money, first of all, more than half of it did not reach Kenya, and there was not much to show for it. Now, they tried to show something regarding that. If you remember something called last mile and rural electrification, it turned out the rural electrification, you remember during the campaigns, the president used to tell you how many connections they have done in the country. Now, it turned out that that project, the rural electrification and the last mile things, were all manner of entrepreneurs and what have you. Why? Because you can imagine if you are trying to do electricity connection in the entire country, in all directions, the people who got those tenders, first of all, the government itself ended up with fake transformers costing billions of money. And then, of course, now the people who are doing the connections which were working only when they are being launched. If you remember the places where electricity had been, especially in the rural setups areas, you find that their connections were only active during the launch. There was somebody in a thatched house, I think, somewhere in the coast, who was connected. But the following day, that was the last time they saw the steamer working there. But nevertheless, that is that. Then, of course, you remember the laptop project. Yeah, money is budgeted, spent, but there are no laptops. There are no laptops. Now, ask yourself, if Kibaki left and we were at about 1.9 going to 2 trillion in debt. So how are we now? We are at 9, 8.9 going 9 trillion. Never mind that they have gone ahead and increased the debt ceiling as we speak now. I think they increased it to 12, isn't it?
Akuze, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I think you are really explaining things very nicely. Let me ask you this question. A question that will make you answer me through what you are through where you are heading to. Do you know? Because for me, I don't know, and I'm really yearning to know what happened. Do you really know what transpired between Uhuru and Ruto? What made these people to split? Do you really know that?
Of course, I know.
And if you know,
you'll give me your phone. I'll let you know.
Zaza. So I think, okay. The thing is, if I will get to know that, then I will really know why the current government is behaving this way and the previous government was behaving the other way. So you can carry on.
Let me just anyway. I'll get your Nini. Then I can tell you on a more detailed revelations. But you see, these are things that for me I've gone way behind and try to find out exactly how do we end up with a 90 trillion debt. And you remember every other time, as far as President Uhuru was concerned, he could mention a few infrastructural developments and try to link it. It's just that they are not matching. They are not matching. At least a third of that debt, call it 3 trillion or so, can be explained by certain infrastructural developments. But remember, the scandals and the corruption has been following those infrastructure developments, in the sense that the way I was telling you that you see during Moi's days, corruption was there, but it was like the milking of the cow. I was still giving you the example I was giving you. Whoever is milking knows that if you don't leave anything for that ndama, you know the consequences. Now, for whatever reason, Moi was a bit that clever. He never used to go beyond a certain level there. So, in other words, it was a balancing act. I think he was doing. But nevertheless, apart from the laptops, now then comes in the dams. You know the money which was lost in the dams. It is huge, because Aurora and Kimorere were only two of the dams. Remember, the dams were more than, I think there were more than 30. In terms of budget, almost every region had a dam that was planned. Now, how many of the dams do we have to show? Almost just like 1/3 only, as we speak now. Now, the other big project, is the one which made the Israelis to run away. I don't know whether you remember it. The Golana Kulal. I keep talking about it. I'll never forget it. It made, that project was being co-sponsored by the Israelis. You can imagine, you see some of these Western countries, when they find things are not working as planned, they'll rather resign. And I think even the ambassador left because of the Galana Kulalu project. Now, so many billions, about 370 billion was sunk in that Galana Kulana project. Now, of course, I heard you talk about the maize import. Maize, Mexico. That was also 2016. Then I'm sure you are aware of the Hustler jet. You heard also about the hustler.
I think
I see Penny wants to talk, and sometimes he has.
I'm seeing the points of Penny are boiling up. let's give him some few minutes, then we'll come back to you.
let me just give him a minute after telling him. The
Okay.
last one I want him to think about is the NTSA scandal. I hope Penny is aware that the NTSA, that your Kenyan NTSA, was stopped. I hope he knows the scandal that made it to be stopped.
Thank you very much. You guys are very smart, and you guys are like it.
I was trying to explain why the president told us in parliament that he had bad news for us, and that our financials were in bad shape. The debt was completely overboard. Now, to the best of my knowledge, the president is very well aware of how that debt came about. That was actually my point. So anyway, can we hear what is burning on your side?
There's a lot.
Penny, you're welcome. Eh?
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you. You guys are very smart, and it's always burning for me to jump in, but I get to listen and listen more. And you guys keep it up, as this gentleman has just told you. You analyze the corruption as we know it, exactly as we know it. But agro-leasing was gold that was being sent from Congo through Kenya, and then Kenya sanitized it with all the paperwork through the. That's what the probe told us. So all the criminal that was described is very good, and Moi really, Kenyatta to a certain extent, but Moi wasn't it, because you had to have money to see Moi, and anybody and everybody that were a minister, permanent secretary, anybody, I think most of them, they were corrupt. They cannot tell you that they were in the Moi's government. Maybe John was there. That's it. But Kibaki had had his money earlier before. But the chronology of participation of Kibaki's money in the Kenyan economy, my friend, that's where we need to go. That was what was burning me. Because when Moi corrupted the whole system, as soon as Kibaki took it, a year to it, all the people in Kenya were crying for Moi. Because he stopped all the corruption that was going on with Manyama and everything else. And at the end, people liked him for what he was. So we have to look at Kibaki's time. Like Gachagua keeps saying, my friend, I would love to see Kenya's economy grow past where Kibaki left us. But the corruption, the young people that you keep on saying the trillion, that's because of corruption. That's it. You added minus plus, it's corruption. And that's what started there. But the idea of borrowing, all the Asian countries borrowed from IMF and World Bank. All of them, Malaysia, Singapore, Korea, they all borrowed from there. But what did Kibaki do to us? So you can correlate the two and realize that Singapore, Malaysia, whatever, they weren't doing anything special. They were just stopping corruption and let the money go where it's gone. Lastly, finally, I don't like to talk too much. GMO. GMO is illegal, is stupid, is ignorant, everything that I can say. And I'm naturally good, but I would never ever accept what that GMO is all about. The level of understanding of our people is so low. Therefore, to stop them using that stupidity is very easy, unless you want them to depend on you. I grew up where the corn from Russia was the one that was healthy enough, was stored somewhere, and they would take the corn out for the next year plantation year. I grew up where there was a lady that never, I wish Alex was here, never wore Western clothes. GMO. And she was healthy. She lived to be 100 something. So anybody who can tell us the environmental effects of GMO and all this other nonsense, we have to look at where we are in Kenya. What wanakanyaga chini gapi All those are chemicals. We've been raped long enough. That's what really bothering me. From the division of Europeans to Africa, from slavery. This time now we are being imported back chemicals and we should accept it. My friend, no. If that makes me play with rhodium, I will. I will. Because you have to have certain principles. You don't have to be somewhere just because they can win or they can lose. I was thinking that they will make Kenya's economy better than working, but they left it. Because anybody is earning. Now, if everybody is doing good in Kenya, you see, you know that. So we have to make our economy better, not for self-sufficiency, of course, but we have to make our economy better. That way, everybody can benefit from it. But my friend, the why this money is where it is right now is because of corruption. Once you
Ben,
stop
I want to
corruption,
ask you a question.
and it's
Ben.
everywhere. They can finally. I don't like talking too much. Finally, 2013 we were conned. You and me were conned. Kenyatta didn't like Ruto. Ruto didn't like Kenyatta. So we have wasted nearly 10 years. We gained the 5 years, and then we destroyed everything in the next 5
Ben, I
years.
want to ask you a
So we should
question.
say it like it is and call it like it is, and then build from there. Because if you don't fix the reality, you're able to repeat it. If you don't know your history, you're able to repeat it. If you don't follow the reality, then you're like yourself. What was this that President Kenyatta brought a handshake with his opposition and destroyed opposition in Kenya? Right
Ben, I
now,
wanted
after
to ask.
things concerned, my friends, I don't see how anybody can beat this guy. Even when he's doing something as bad as bringing GMO to us. What we're going to use that for, I don't know. But it is going to be very hard to move him because of the
I want to
politics.
ask you a question.
Now, how does the opposition build itself? It is everywhere in the world.
Ben, are you here?
You can go, you can know where those people, the Troys in England, the whatever, how did they get there? It takes a while. So let us be prepared, but let us stand up for what is right. And what is right is we don't want GMO, period. Thank you, my friends. Appreciate your encouragement.
Okay, Ben, I wanted to ask you a question before you go.
Hello?
I don't know if you're listening to me. Are you listening to me, Ben? It's like you have a problem.
There is something I want to ask him about the GMO. He has gone.
Ben, are you there? We have a question for you.
Oh, maybe then I just make my point. I think Ben, his net is working like for Domi. After year, Domi was
Yeah, I think there's a problem. Yeah. So you just go on Kuze akirudi nitamuuliza you ask him.
What I wanted to say is this. You see this GMO thing. As I said, you see all countries of the world, we are all at different stages. That was quite clear. For example, when COVID came around, you realize that thanks God, most of what worked in Africa were these preventive measures. You realize that the protocols. By the way, I did a paper on the COVID when I was doing some paper for the World Bank, and the reason why Africa in general did not suffer so much like the rest of the world is because of panic. Most of the African countries panicked so much that we'll do whatever it takes to avoid getting COVID. Now, you'll find that the rest of the developed world, they were concentrating in managing the sick. In other words, they had resources to deal with the sick people. So for example, in the US, it is just like, okay, you have COVID, they were concentrating on tests and doing what? And sending you where you get treatment and working on the vaccines. In Africa, what were we doing? We were concentrating on following the protocols for not getting keep distance. You realize this keeping of distance in the developed world, that was not the priority. For us, for example, in Kenya, you realize how they were even burying the dead. I don't know whether you watched some. It was because we were so scared. If we know that COVID is somewhere, we'll rather run away than try to kukaribia huko. And you could see that was quite evident by the way the mere way the funeral for the dead, the way they were being conducted at night. So it can tell you. So the most of Africa's issues were on prevention than treatment. Now, talk about the GMOs. The GMOs, the same countries, I'm sorry to say, but what I've seen in the US, more than 50% of sometimes even what we eat here, they look so fake. So fake, I'm telling you. Tomatoes, in less than 3 weeks, 2 weeks, they are ready. They are. You can just see there is something is not right. Now, what I wanted to tell Penny is that the moment the president talked about removing the 10-year ban on GMOs in Kenya, do you know? I watched something which I'll need to verify tomorrow. There was an official communication from the government here praising Kenya for doing that. An undersecretary. Now, you can then see who are pushing for this lifting of the ban. But anyway, even if you were to do it, it cannot be in the short term. It cannot be a solution to Kenya's problems as we speak now. Kenya's problems is this maneno ya unga. You remember when I think our earlier colleagues here were talking about the maize imports. Domi did mention a little about it, but even me, I witnessed it during that time, whereby there was a lot of maize, for example, harvested in places like Rift Valley, Kitale, and those sides of Soni, the Bungoma sides. There is another place where there's some very good harvest. But when these people turned out at the cereal board, imagine the maize that was being sold to the cereal board. These people were the imported maize. It was very sad. You know, what is expected to happen, even if you import your maize, you sell it to the public. Now, they had no buyers. In fact, they are now using government money to buy imported maize into the cereal boards. That was very, very unfair. And you know, when to take maize to the cereal board, what do? You go and line up at the cereal board where in your area. Remember, almost every district has got a cereal board. So you go to the cereal board, you line up there, and you sell what you have harvested, the so-called surplus that you may be having. Now, what did these people do? The maize was flooded in Kenya through the Mexico imports. Mpaka, selling maize at a reasonable price was a big problem. So these people, since they were in charge of the cereal board, they dictate to the cereal board the price to buy the maize which was itself imported, and payments are made in the shortest time possible. Sometimes they even make payment when the trucks are still lining up to deliver the maize to the cereal board. Now that is how unfair corruption can take things. Anyway, let me stop there for now.
Thank you very much for sharing your ideas with us as Kenyans. So I think we have got Duke. Duke Abarigani.
Oh, I didn't say hi to Duke.
Sasa Duke, utuambie wewe unaonaje?
Are you talking about this genetically modified food?
Yes, the
Yes,
GMO. Yeah,
yes.
the GMO. Talk about the GMO kidogo, then talk about Gachagua also talked about the family planning thing, and the Muhoozi, the son to Museveni, also tried to threaten Kenya kidogo. So you can talk on those topics. Maybe if you would like to add something on top kidogo here.
So I think I can talk about the genetically modified foods. I disagree with it. I don't buy the idea of allowing Kenya to embrace the genetically modified food or the crops, because despite the fact that it increases the harvest, it reduces the time of the growing period, there are detrimental negative impacts of that. So I feel that as a country, we should have first exhausted all the alternatives, for instance, irrigation and having proper, ensuring that the farmers have proper farming information. I think in Africa, within the African continent, we have enough fertile grounds and all favorable climate conditions that can sustain us in a natural way, so that by depending on the natural mechanisms, we can be able to produce enough food. However, it's actually the influence of the US, as Sel said, because if you consider most of the exports of the US, they are mainly genetically modified products. And I think the US is trying to influence Kenya to do that, maybe because we are in a serious economic crisis and we need maybe some financial assistance. So I don't think that's the right way to do. So the main disadvantage of genetically modified food, why I am against it, is one, remember we are currently moving to organic foods. That's actually the slogan across the globe. People are encouraged to consume or to produce organic foods because that is good for environment. So moving to going more artificial, that's retrogressive because of climate change. Remember, every environment there is established ecosystems, whether it's farmlands, whether it's the forests. When crops grow naturally, there is established ecosystems which are not disturbed. And it has been established that most of the climate change we witness across the world is because of disturbing the ecosystem. So trying to come up with genetically modified foods, they will interfere with the microorganisms within the soil, and that will impact the climate. But the healthy impacts of consuming genetically modified food, which people cannot, is about decreasing the immunity of the body. It decreases the natural immunity of the body. And if you have a retrospect of first world countries, starting from the US, which is the dean of genetically modified products, is that people have extremely low immunity. If for instance, for some circumstance, we try to eliminate the drugs, or we assume we are in a natural setting where we don't have health drugs, all that. They say that in the US, up to 40% of the population will die. And that was echoed by COVID. Because remember, the reason why COVID affected those countries too much is because those people in those areas have weakened immunity of their body. because of what they are consuming. They are consuming a lot of genetically modified foods. Because even here in Kenya, I was watching the way Gachagua was the same. People were congested throughout the COVID-19, but very few people died. You see? But in the US and the other first world countries where people are sparsely, there's no congestion, people are spaced, millions of people died. That comes to the decrease of the immunity of the body. And those in the US who have happened to work in some hospitals, you know how many drugs people are consuming. You see, people are consuming hundreds of drugs every day. They are promoting the healthcare sector.
Yeah,
So
they call them supplements or what?
Yes. So there are a lot of people in the US who totally depends on drugs. They depend on drugs to survive, and if we are not going to be very careful, it will reach a point in the future whereby every person.
You must also admit they have a very long life expectancy. Have you noticed they have their life expectancy? The age is very high.
But that is through the sustenance of drugs.
Exactly, supplements. They call them supplements.
So if you are able to have, maybe you are right for 90 years, but 50 years you are struggling, you are in the hospital, you are in a nursing home, and you are taking drugs every day. So I can say that's the forced life expectancy, not the natural one. But the point I was putting across is that if we are not going to be very careful, it will reach a point where in the future we will have that every person is depending on drugs, and that is a very dangerous situation. And if, for instance, you assume game parks and game reserves, they are animals, they are living organisms. You find that the thousands of animals who survive there without taking any drug, and they are okay for a long period of time. So even this need for health care, because we have there is a lot of people who are trying to make profit from where they should not make profit. If you talk about people coming up with products with technology which will impact the normal functions of humans, and the government is protecting them because maybe the government wants money or it wants to achieve something, that's very wrong. So I'm extremely against the genetically modified foods. I think I will comment because I don't think nothing to talk about the other two, because that statement of Muhoozi, it's nonsense actually. It is actually, like we can say, like hot air. That's a social media slogan which people are trying to.
No, and this. So can I tell Duke something regarding this general?
No problem. The floor is yours.
I don't know whether it is true or not, but from some angles, it looks like you see this the new administration. There is so much pressure. People are not. The focus is so much on the President Ruto and Gachagua, so much to an extent whereby they are looking for a way to make for Kenyans to change the topic. You see this issue about corruption. And the other day, I think Duke, you were there when I was talking about the appointed the cabinet, and then I was saying that for the ones who have cases in court, it was, I wonder whether it is right for the deputy president to talk on the matters which are before court the way he did, almost implying that if the following day a judgment is to be delivered, and the previous day Gachagua had said that these were framed up cases, isn't it? Commenting on matters before court, I think it has consequences. What is going to happen when I'm in court and, for example, the president is saying that those who have framed up cases and there is no truth in it, it should be dispensed with, but especially the corruption cases. How can it be? You remember, there's a day I said here that the involved corruption is in terms of the pending bills, which as we speak now stands at around 600, 700 billion. Now, I remember the president had said that the pending bills were going to be sorted in 100 days, something like that. Now, we all know that the pending bills accumulated after hot air services. Is it hot air, okay, hot or cold services were rendered to the counties, and then they were invoiced, which was services which were rendered, supplies and procurement of items which were themselves, the tenders were awarded to politically correct people, so that once they have the money, they share with the awarders of the tenders. And it is, the proofs are all over the place. Now, I remember the last time the deputy president was on interview, I think on one of the TV stations. He was saying that he wants his 200 million back. You know, earlier on, some people had said that the money had been refunded. But I remember in that interview, he said that the money is not been refunded, but it is going to be refunded. They have initiated ways to have it refunded. In other words, they have appealed. I think that's what he meant. Now, my issue is, this is a matter before court, and such a comment from the person of the deputy president, is it not going to influence or even scare away the judge who is going to deliberate to render the judgment? What do you think?
You see, in a democratic country like Kenya or another democratic country, you can't prevent people from speaking. Even when there was a case.
What happened to sub judice?
What?
What happened to sub judice?
You see, it's maybe unless you are specifically trying to talk about the outcome, or
he talked about the outcome. First of all, he contradicted. He said some people are saying, in fact, he accused the media of trying to bring a narrative that his money has been refunded. So he took an opportunity during that interview to explain that no, they have only initiated the process to refund it. Why? In fact, I think he was trying to say that why there is no 200 million sitting somewhere. You go and take and just refund. But nevertheless, he did. My understanding was that the matter was in the appeal court, and you expected the matter to be ruled this way. But my point is, he's the deputy president. Now, the judge who is going to render this ruling, don't you think? How do you think? Is he going to make a fair ruling?
Yes, you see,
the DP is putting pressure on the judge to refund his money or to rule in his favor.
You know, there is a reason why we have the independence of those institutions. So they should make decisions based on the facts and evidence before them, not what a person has said. But it will be very difficult to prevent Kenyans from trying to talk or to comment on cases which are on the courts. I think the provision is that you should not actually try to give an outcome of that. But you can try to give your opinion or you defend yourself, but you cannot say that the outcome is going to be this. So it's actually part of a democracy and a free nation for people to give their opinions and their views. So that can be counted as his own personal opinion or personal view. And that cannot.
Duke, I don't think you should defend it. Did you see the interview yourself? Are we on the
Yes.
same page? Are we on the same page?
Yes.
Now, his comments on that case, if you were the judge, what would be your take?
You see, you have to consider the facts. As Gachagua has been very consistent about this, he has said that since, even long before he became the deputy president, he has been saying that was witch hunt, it was the government trying to blackmail him in a way. So he has not started saying that today. He has been saying that since he was taken to court. So
yeah,
maybe
and the court ruled that the money be taken because of the cases which were brought about against him, especially regarding Bungoma, Nyeri counties. The court ruled that he was guilty. He couldn't explain the monies, how he got the monies fairly, without corruption. And that is why the money was, the court initially ruled that the money be taken, recovered to the government. And that time he was already talking the way you are saying. But now remember, he's the DP.
You know, Akugze, let me say something about that. Huh? I've been listening to that interview very well, and I'm aware that the court, I don't know, is it the High Court or which ruled that money is supposed to be, yeah, the High Court ruled that money is supposed to go back to the treasury, yeah? The government treasury.
Yeah.
So for me, I think, and some of the Kenyans also will bear me witness, that you see, Gachagua was fighting for that money because by that time, Gachagua was not in the government. So he was fearing like maybe that money would go back without him finding the money to his pocket or to his account. But you see right now, I'm very certain that with what we saw in these institutions, like these court institutions, I think with the power Gachagua has now, that money is definitely going to be given back to him. Why? You see, with the powers Gachagua has right now, and we know very well Gachagua has got money. So I'm not surprised that what most of these people, what they did to get to where they are, I don't think if there is going to be hard task for Gachagua to bring that money back to his pocket. So let's not even lie about this.
Can you tell Duke that the independence he's talking about may not be there at this time in point? You can now see the influence. Duke, you are saying that there is independence of the judiciary. You can see from the way things are happening.
But you see, our judiciary right now, we've been saying it here. Even Duke has been here, and he knows very well. No, leave alone even the election. Leave alone even the election independence. The independent institutions of these courts are not standing the way they should be. And in fact, from sijini mwezi wa 8 going on, sasa ndo zimeharibika kuliko hata venye zilikuwa. And Duke should agree on this, despite the fact your candidate got it right through these institutions. Let's just have it directly to ourselves that these institutions, they cannot be trusted.
No, you can't. Why should you say that? Should you trust the institution if they actually do something according to your perspective? I'm saying this because remember, even if you talk about this case, it was decided when the deputy president was actually powerful the first term. Remember that in this case. So I don't think Gachagua is more powerful than the way Ruto was powerful in 2013 or 2014. So the bottom line is this: the court should be independent and should do the right thing regardless of what people say. Even in the US now, if you are following the case of Donald Trump is every day is saying, talking about witch hunt or what, and he is allowed to do that. So the court should not be swayed by what people say or what politicians say. It should be focused on the facts and evidence before it. So that's what I can say. And I don't think that.
You are a UDA fan. Let's not lie about that. You are a UDA fan, and you
but
are
also
really
you are a
saying
senior
that.
fan.
Yes, I'm saying right now you are saying the right thing, but you know deep down your heart, you know what is going on. Right now you are saying what should be done, which is true. The court should do what they should be doing, which they should stand independently and they should give judgment, rendering judgment that is supposed to be given out in truthful manner. But you know very well right now, hata wewe zaidi kukiwa na shida and you're being taken to court and you have money in Kenya, you know the outcome. Definitely. Hata ukiua and you have money and you're taken to court of Kenya right now, and I'm not afraid to say this, the judgment will favor you instead of favoring that person who should be getting justice. You know that?
Not that I know that, is that we have institutions which are growing. And if the institutions are like that, it does not mean that because of the president of it's because of the presence of William Ruto they are that way. It's because of what we are trying to rectify. Institutions being curtailed so that they are not given the tools they need to be independent. Actually, that has been the root case of that previously, because you find that if you find the president is the one who is giving the judiciary money and is able to decide how much to fund, when to fund it. So if the court is trying to pursue some interests which are against that person may decide not to release the funds. So that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to make the courts to have all the tools they require independently, so that whatever they do is inconsequential of the stand or the view of another person. So they cannot be interfered in a way or curtailed by resources. So
You can ask your
what has been
question
previously.
Let me ask you a question on what you are saying. You remember this disturbing case about the cabinet? Now, if you are the judge, you be honest. If you are the judge listening to Aisha Jumua's case, you know, some people are saying that that the person who died, Aisha Jumua is facing a murder.
The person who died cannot speak. That is what people say.
Yeah, the person Aisha Jumua is facing a murder case. Some people are saying she's not the one who shot the dead person. Others are saying it was the bodyguard. Now, investigations have not told us how. Now, remember, there is a judge who is going to be hearing this case to give a decision. And here comes Gachagua trying to say how innocent Aisha Jumwa is. These are framed up charges. Now, by appointing her in cabinet as a CS, the president has demonstrated to you, even if you are the judge view, that look, as far as I'm concerned, there is no wrongdoing on this person. That is the message. And that is what I'm telling you, that think about subjudice, which is, I think, is operational in Kenya. Now, if you are the president, Kwani Aisha Jumwa is the only person who can be a minister. Why not have somebody else as she clears her case? Now you are Duke, you are maintaining that the courts are independent. You can see the courts cannot be independent when the highest person on the land ignores or assumes that they are going to release the person. And you dare not, because you cannot dare jail my minister. That is the message, the unwritten message, which is being communicated. Eh?
No, that's not the message. You are trying to twist it.
No, just listen.
It is
to me.
because
No, what
you
I'm trying.
see.
My point is it too much to ask for these people? In any case, you remember there was a time, I think in the first term when they were in government, some people were mentioned on some corruption cases. Ruto and Uhuru asked them to step aside until they clear themselves, isn't it? Now, this time round, people have got active cases. The best thing would have been let for all fairness, let the law take its course and let these people be cleared. Now, what message are you sending? I'm talking about the unwritten message. Which message are you sending? To appoint somebody, more so who have active cases in court. Remember, as I told you, there is, if DN was here, the advocate, he will tell you that the law of subjudice is very, very active and applicable in Kenya. Now, somebody at a president's level, surely, what is banning for you to have people with active cases in court? Why don't you give them a chance to be cleared? Anyway, you can proceed.
Can I answer?
No, the question was directed to Duke.
Actually, you'll wait kidogo Duke answer, then you will come and answer.
There is that narrative which people have been propagating that once you have been mentioned, you should first step aside until the investigation is over, something of that kind. However, in the Kenyan context, that cannot work because assume now we have a provision maybe in the constitution or somewhere in the penal code which says that once you have a case in court, you should not fight for a political office, or you should not be, you are not qualified to be appointed as to any position until your case has been concluded. What will happen is that you will find people who can actually come with fake cases. For instance, if I don't want you to be a member of parliament, if I see maybe you are the main contender in my constituency, then I take the case to court when we have like 10 days to election, you see? So, and in a country like Kenya where people give false affidavits and are not punished, if it was a country which is very serious, if for instance you swear a false affidavit in court, you can be imprisoned, for example, 10, 20 years. So that people go to court when it's very serious, then it will be like something which we can contemplate about. But the way we have where people go to court with fake cases, false affidavit, nothing happens. And there is a reason why the Constitution says that you are innocent until proven guilty. So let the courts finalize. When the president was the deputy president, the case of Mtesaland was finalized and he was fined. So if maybe the case is final and they say Isa Chuma is guilty, then he can resign or he would be removed from that position. But even now, even me, I don't know. The only case which I know, even the case of Parasa shooting someone, I did not see it. So I don't have the facts. But I only what we have, like, for example, that one of Papo, we can see it because it was captured by camera. So all other cases, we are getting information. So it's about the investigation authority to be transparent and fair so that they give accurate evidence to courts which can find somebody, so justice can be determined. So that's what I can say.
Ambiso, maybe I think you be honest. Don't run away from what we have here. You see, these are not fake cases. You see, take Lenturi's case. He was there in a towel, my friend. The matter which is active in court as we speak now.
Which one?
I could say, I think what you're looking for,
being honest?
I could say what you're looking for, you're not going to get it.
No. Duke is trying to imply that the cases some are fake. The ones which I'm talking about, the appointments for where the CSS were appointed for for example, take the Lunturi case, take the Ndumu case, take Aisha Jumwa cases. These are not fake cases. Eh?
Can we give Ashley? I think Ashley has got your answer. Let's try Ashley and see if she has your answer. Ashley.
I'm on the tangent of Duke supporting what is wrong, not Ashley.
And I want to support Duke.
No.
Duke,
did you watch the video of Lenturi?
Yes, I did.
Yes, actually, that's actually extremely false.
Fake?
For instance,
is it fake? No, you are branding it fake? Is it fair for
yes,
you to brand it fake?
It was a setup in a way, because you can't tell me that you are in an hotel and there's a coincidence that the door is open and you find yourself with a different man in your bed. That does it make any sense? And remember, there was a divorce case. Victoria was having issues with his wife. I think that was a setup in a way, because it doesn't make sense that you are finding somebody in an hotel in your room. Does it make any sense? So some cases are not extremely serious. Maybe that's why we give the courts time and the mandated institutions to make a determination.
Don't call it fake. Let the court clear it.
So I think I support what Duke is saying, that you give the court time.
No, me, I'm going to log out if Duke is not owning up.
At the same time, as you give them time, you should not already appoint people who have if they're already in office. We can give the court time to investigate and adjudicate the case. But if that person has not been chosen, I believe the voters, the people who, even just the president, should have vetted them and left those people out that have questionable backgrounds until they are cleared. These ones they were done before the election, so it wouldn't be someone picking on them. Someone like Aisha Jumwa, from my understanding, it was the bodyguard who shot. But it should be investigated until it comes to a close, just to avoid these choosing people who seem to be criminals. The issue of Nunturi, the same. Now, the issue of someone who has already have a criminal investigation. Anyway, if you have a concern, this is what a better should do. And even the public can go to court and stop that appointment. So that's where you come in. If you're a member of the public, you can actually go and ask for that appointment to be stopped. Because if Parliament will not do it, and I'm believing because Kenya Kwanza are the many people in Parliament, that these appointments are going to go through. So some other people, like, when there was Uhuru was trying to get loans, and people formed a petition and saying the petition, this is the time to do that petition on the people that you do not want to be in power. And then take that petition to court and stop those appointments until those cases are investigated and they are adjudicated, because they are wasting money that we do not have. If we put them into office, and then they would have maybe to be removed or to work when people are questioning, because remember, they are serving the public. So the public has to have faith in them. So I think if you are a citizen that is having a problem with this, instead of just talking, you have the power to go to court. And what should we, as the public vetting powers, what should we be looking at? Potential red flags include financial, ethical, or personal issues that might disqualify a person. A potential appointee from serving in an administration or require some actions to eliminate potential conflicts of interest or other significant impediments to appointment. You know, like someone here was saying about how Gachagua is saying that someone like Aisha Jumwa, it was like witch hunt. So those are the potential conflicts of interest. If she becomes a government employee, a judge might feel intimidated to rule on that case. So that is why they should stay aside until that case is decided, because there are so many other Kenyans who can take up that position. So I am very disappointed in Ruto. He is starting really bad. Even now, he's approved the GMOs. Yes, you want to feed the people, but I'm sure he would not feed his own family with GMOs. So I wonder why he doesn't care about feeding. The means shouldn't justify the end. We should protect our people. GMOs are bad for health. In more developed countries, maybe GMOs, someone who ingests a lot of GMOs would have access to healthcare. In Kenya, already, even now, there is already a challenge in healthcare. So if they introduce GMOs and many diseases come as a result of these GMOs, we will not be able to handle it. So what I'm wondering is, don't they care about the poor? You know, sometimes there are people who don't process. They'll just say, oh, there's a lot of food, but they're not knowing they're being killed. So are they taking advantage of the poor? That's why they want to keep us in CBC, so that their kids don't go to CBC. Their kids employ the UK system or the American system. Why can't they adapt one of those or combine two of those to make a good? Why should they ask professors and doctors to come sit down? And do they do that when they are taking their kids to school? These people are exposed. These people have taken their kids to school. I am sure that they did not take their own children to the 844 system. So whichever system they found fit for their children is the same system they should enforce for Kenyans. They don't have to appoint a committee whom they are paying money. They should save that money and just come up with a system, or come and sell to us a system that works. And Ruto has been just doing things without public participation. I think it is time he involved the public, the Mamba Boga, so that they can decide how they want their kids to be educated.
Actually, you've said something that
charged with attempting to rape a 36-year-old woman at a hotel in Nanyuki. The senator who appeared before Milimani Meru, Senator Mithika Linturi, has been charged with attempting to rape a 36-year-old woman at a hotel in Nanyuki. The senator who appeared before Milimani Senior Resident Magistrate Martha Nanzushi was accused of attempting to rape the woman after he allegedly entered a couple's room at Mayan Villas Hotel in Nanyuki on the 30th of January 2021. Senator Linturi, who pleaded not guilty to the offense, was released on a cash bail of 200,000, with a case set to be mentioned on the 26th of October.
Hearing date, same on judicial time.
Ashley, are you still there?
I wanted to ask a certain question too.
I think maybe I apologize, because you have told the Duke what I wanted to tell him. And you see, when you say it, I think Duke is okay. But when I told him to be objective, you were still denying. You see, these are active cases which are in court. And unfortunately, Ashley, you are saying that that I go to court, or the public can go to court, why these people are being appointed. Now, at president's level, why can't he save us that trouble, surely, for heaven's sake? Why should he appoint people who have cases only for them to be asked to step aside? It doesn't make sense at all. And this is the president. And I was earlier on, I think before you came, I was telling Duke that by appointing Aisha Jumwa to the cabinet, the president is interfering with that case, because there's the issue of sub judice. And by showing confidence that Aisha Jumwa is clean and ready to work, has no integrity issues, see, that's going against the constitution.
Actually, you know why today I'm a happy man? I'm a very happy man today because you're the third UDA fan who is admitting that Ruto is a disappointing man. So I think I'm a happy man today. You are admitting something, but in a better sense, you are saying something that is very important. All that you've mentioned here, it's very important, and it's something that it should worry a normal human being, be it you are a UDA fan or an Azimio fan. There is something that you've said at least that is more sensible. So I'm happy for that. At least you've admitted something.
Just to add on what you are saying, Ambiso, is the issue of GMO, which Ashley has just talked about. See, I told you that I saw a news item. I think I'm going to have to recheck it, by a U.S. official, government official, congratulating the Kenyan government for lifting the ban on GMOs. Now, I'm just wondering what these people are waiting to sell to us in Kenya, which an immediate, a day after it is lifted, an immediate congratulatory message has come from this end, the Kenyan government.
But then, okay, so actually go on.
In that US you're talking about, do you know most of that GMO food is cheap food, mostly sold to poor people? So you have to investigate what organization that is, because GMOs, mostly chicken, you know, the hens, they are called chicken. They grow at a very high rate, and I think their eggs are usually white, not brown, because they are also have GMO. Now the problem is sometimes you eat this food and men grow breasts and women start having beards. But you see, the people, most of the food will be eaten by the poor. So I don't know whether they're wanting to eliminate poor people through bad health, so where they become less, or what they're trying to do. But then, like I said, this government has started off on it's like having a husband who beats you on the first day. So they've started up on a very bad note. And I don't think, even if maybe you are a supporter who was supporting what they were saying, when you immediately see a red flag, you have no reason, unless you're benefiting from them, to support them, because they are going to kill you or they are going to kill your people. So at that time, country comes first, because you're not going to support someone who is putting bad policies in place without caring, because maybe they have signed contracts with proxies, their own contracts, to bring these GMOs under their own names, under their own companies with proxies. These are people who have used so much money during campaign that they may be wanting to return that money, and the only way they can do it is, can you imagine someone whoever would get those contracts of supplying those seeds for this fertilizer or this GMO kind of products, how much they'll make? Guess who it will be? It is these people who are in power right now. So the things they are introducing, are they caring about the Kenyan, the person, or are they caring more about what they put into their pockets? Like the SGR, that was a money banner, but there are people who really got a lot of money from the SGR. So at a point, we have to stop talking, which you do a lot here, and start doing something, start taking action, small steps. Like now, I wish we had an action day, like Wednesday, when whoever wants to take action comes here, we get a lawyer, we take a small thing like Musioka. Musioka was killed. I haven't had anybody talk about him. I know for a fact there is enough people who know what happened to him. If you offer them $1 million or shillings, you will get the killer. Let us do something instead of just talking. We'll talk, 5 years will be up. People will eat the money, we'll just be talking, and they will be like, let those fools keep talking. It is when we stop talking and start acting on what we already know, however small, that someone is going to take note and they are going to be afraid to just act. But right now, we are behaving like an abused woman in a marriage who is doing nothing but crying.
So Ashley, Akukse and Duke. So can we be in agreement that someone should run to court and stop this GMO thing? Are we in agreement in that?
Yes, and not only the GMO, we need to stop GMO. We need to stop that fertilizer, because fertilizer, only the farmers, some farmers who have big lands are going to profit. I said another time that in where my upcountry place, even though they were given fertilizers, there are some animals which look like monkeys which eat the crop. So instead of doing just a fertilizer subsidy, they should do farm subsidies which addresses all people, and those people without farms can also be given subsidies to do some things, because if subsidies would only help a group of people, so who will be helping the other group of people? And in the meantime, as a crop grows, what are we gonna eat? Is it going to be survival for the fittest, that as we wait for the food or for the plants to grow, what are we going to do in that meantime? We should ask the leaders that we elected to take a cut. Some of them are not even graduates. I have seen people who are graduates, my own family included, who don't even make 100,000, and these are graduates in mathematics. So how someone can just come with a diploma and expect to earn more than like an MCA 144K, and then you have plus benefits? That is outrageous amount of money, which I am disappointed that Ruto has not stepped in and said that you are going to earn 75K, that is, or 50K. That MCA should be earning 50K. If they want to make more money, they go to private business and do it there, not in the government. So they should slash their pay. They should not get those remunerations until the country starts recovery, until they put policies that are recovering. But now what have they done? They are saying there is no money. They are telling us to give them 2 or 3 months for the plants to grow or for the crop to grow, but they are going ahead even without the money and increasing their money today. Now, what I've also come to learn is the money for old people have not been sent. These MPs, have I had any of that MCA, any of that MP, any of that senator, any of that governor complaining, or not just complaining, taking action? They went to court to talk about the remunerations. Who talked about those old people who have no money? The money has not come for 3-4 months. What do you think those old people are eating? Some of us, here we talk about young people. Nobody ever talks about the elderly. Don't you know you grow old every day? You grow old every day. Why are we not protecting the old? The young will take care of themselves. The young will do what they can. They can even steal. They will prostitute. What will an 80-year-old woman do? They can do nothing. They'll start dying because, like now, if they cannot take themselves to get an HIF, how are they gonna get it? When you go to get HIF,
thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Ashley. I think I'm going to look for you. Akukse, we have to agree that this lady is speaking sense, and there is a certain.
You see, I agree with you.
Divide. I'll look for you. Akukse, you can take over. I'm heading somewhere.
At the Mombasa
So
Law
I'm
Court, the second
giving
witness
this baton
taking
to you,
the
please.
stand. Now, the second witness, investigations officer Joseph Kabwere, told the trial of Malindi Member of Parliament Aisha Jumwa over the alleged murder of a man in 2019 continued at the Mombasa Law Court, with the second witness taking the stand. Now, the second witness, investigations officer Joseph Kabwere, told High Court Judge Anne Ongijo that Jumwa's bodyguard, Godfrey Otieno, drew his gun from his waist and fired randomly at the crowd before he began shouting that he has killed someone. He said the deceased, Jola Ngumbao, died as a result of the gunshot inflicted on him. The first witness on Monday, who was then the party agent, reconstructed the scene when Jumwa, 2 bodyguards and a crowd allegedly stormed the home of Ruben Katana, resulting in the shootings. The third witness is expected to take the stand on Wednesday.
Hey, what happened to him? He was going somewhere. Anyway, I think, what I was saying is this. If for example, there was the cabinet was ongoing, and then these things happen, then there would be the issue of having to ask somebody to step aside. Now, in this formation of the cabinet, the issue of stepping aside should not arise. And if Ruto is really to be a law-abiding person, this was a very good excuse for him not to give somebody else Linturi's chance, give somebody else Aisha's chance. Remember, we had the Belarus scandal where the nominated candidate for treasury was involved. And you know, Belarus originates from UK. On the other side, the matter was already been taken up by the authorities. Now this side is going scot-free, and yet the scandal is real. Yeah, I don't know whether you remember when he was governor in Central Bank. Now, why would a president who is looking for a clean, well, informed cabinet do such things? Yeah? Why? It is very disturbing. I don't know whether I'm the only one who is seeing it. It's disturbing that you would go for tainted people and they have a chance to be cleared through the courts. What happened to our chapter 6? I keep saying here sometimes that some of these things need to be looked at so that they can be streamlined and fine-tuned. You remember what happened to, for example, Sonko with this impeachment case? You remember the matter went up to the Supreme Court. Well, he kept saying that the court has not pronounced itself. And yet you could see even the video Sonko himself was releasing, that there were real issues. As much as you want to say the court has not pronounced itself, but from the happening, from the recordings, from the evidence, there were cases to be answered. Now, at one point, I think, Duke, you were here when I was lamenting that sometimes when a matter is taken to court, doesn't the court themselves have that? You remember, like when the Supreme Court about to do their case, there was the preliminary hearing whereby you want to convince yourself that there is actually a case. If there is no case, then the court should even deal with the so-called backlog cases instead of admitting cases which you can see are heading nowhere. Now, where there are cases and people are being subjected to a hearing, then the highest person on the land, the president, looks the other side and still ignores the ongoing cases. What does that say? Like the Gachagua case, I'm sure there is a high level of subjudice in his case because he pronounced himself more than once when he was already now deputy president that the case is a framed-up charge, was witch hunting, yet the lower court had ruled that he was guilty. Thank you.
Some of you are proposing that people to move to court to challenge the selection of the cabinet secretaries with pending cases. But the Constitution gives people freedom, or they are free from any wrongdoing until there is conclusive conviction. So I think the courts will dismiss the petition based on that.
Duke, can I interject why I'm saying that? Continue,
let me say I have two issues with you. The second issue is actually you are saying that there are a lot of people who are not benefiting from fertilizers, which is false, because any person who is consuming food whether you are a farmer or not. If the prices are high, you are affected. If the prices are low, you benefit from that. Therefore, all Kenyans are consumers of food. Therefore, any effort which is aimed at reducing the prices of foods benefits every Kenyan, unless you are not consuming food. Let me also emphasize on that case of people, because there are two videos which have been played here, maybe in response to what I was saying. They're trying to say that I'm wrong, but I want to tell you that there is a television behind the television. Sometimes what you see or what you consume from the mainstream media will be actually very different from the facts on the ground. I know this because I've been involved in politics in one way or the other. So things which are reported may be the exact opposite of the reality on the ground. And that's why I said in the context of Kenya, where individuals can blackmail free, I have cases, for instance, where you can go even to the police station and then the askaris will put cocaine on your pocket if they want to target you and fail, or something of that kind. So, and in Kenya, those people who maybe take others to court falsely, that is, people who give false affidavits, and at the end, it's found that that affidavit was false. They are not punished. For instance, if you go to the US, if you consider the case of Bill Clinton when he was the president, there was that case of having an affair with somebody who was working in the Oval Office. And at one time, he gave a false affidavit. And due to that, we cannot practice law. The right of acting as an attorney was struck, and he was fined a lot of money to the extent he was bankrupt for several years. So that's serious. But so that in an environment like that, it prevents people from fabricating cases, so that some people may be tainted in a way. And even if you are tainted in maybe a month or so, for instance, if somebody times when there is an election period and gives a false case, and you are forced to step aside until and you know, Kenya, some cases take 3 months, sometimes 1 year, 2 years, like that. So that will actually affect people unfairly. So unless and otherwise we are in a situation whereby we are sure that once a case has been presented to a court of law, it's a serious case, and if a person has given false evidence and false evidence, they will be extremely punished. Then if we say that just from being mentioned or a case being reported about you, you are going to step aside, then I think it would disadvantage many people. That's what I can say. However, the mandated institution should take time and should actually be fast-track the cases and render judgment based on the evidences and facts, regardless of who you are. That's why I said in 2014, when there was a test case, Ruto was still the deputy president, but the case was decided otherwise. Therefore, it's time for mandated institutions to stand on their own and to do the right thing, regardless of the opinions of others, regardless of the financial status of those who are accused, or the political status of those who are accused. That's the way we can move forward as a country. So that's what I can say.
I wanted to comment on two things that you said. When I talk about vetting, like the vetting I'm talking about, like in the US, it actually does depend on the president. During the Obama time, vetting was rigorous, and in the Trump time, they took a more relaxed attitude towards vetting, and in Biden, the vetting has become rigorous again. So it does depend on who the president is. But normally what they do, even before they announce the names, they themselves look into the vetting. They vet before they announce and see if there are any problems that
You
may end
mean they do background some background check?
before even they bring the name up, like the way Ruto did. His team in the background will do vetting themselves, and if there are any issues, they will discuss whether those are issues that will disqualify the person beforehand, before
That's
they even
good. I think that's very good.
who the appointments are. So I'll read something small that I'm reading right here. Although each administration's approach to vetting varies somewhat, the core process remains fairly stable over time. The Trump administration took a notably relaxed approach to vetting nominees, particularly in terms of the threshold for abandoning a nomination based on issues detected during the vetting process. The incoming Biden administration is likely to revert to the prior norm of vigorous vetting of every aspect of a nominee's professional and personal life, with fairly high bar for surviving the vetting process. In this client advisory, we provide a high-level overview of the presidential appointment vetting process, highlighting the top 5 issues that typically are examined by the lawyers and others who conduct the vetting. I'm just going to name one that we are really talking about. Here, in the US, they talk mostly about taxes, whether you've been paying your taxes, and things like those. I'm going to ignore that because I don't think that is an issue they do in Kenya. Now, the part which I'm talking about, Duke, is the ethics and financial disclosure requirement. We are going to talk about just the ethic part. The Ethics in Government Act requires that certain public servants file a financial disclosure report on an annual basis. This report, which nominees must file in draft form with the pertinent federal government and the White House during the vetting process. So you have to declare your income, and that should be something they should do in Kenya, so that when someone suddenly becomes a billionaire, at least then you're able to see where is that money coming from.
Is it equivalent to wealth declaration? I think in Kenya they have wealth declaration or something like that.
But you have to do it annually. Yeah. So I'm going to go to, okay, is that ethics and financial disclosure? I'm not going to read a lot about it. Litigation, investigations, and other legal proceedings, I think, is what we are discussing. So background investigations routinely include background records checks in law enforcement databases, as well in state and federal court dockets. So if you have a federal or a state, federal is like national government and state is like county government. So they look on all law enforcement databases as well as state and federal court dockets. Those are active cases. The dependency of a criminal investigation or a past criminal conviction, even for a misdemeanor offense, could render a nomination untenable. Candidates often have knowledge of the pendency of an investigation for which they are a target or subject, but that is not always the case. While investigation or conviction have graver consequences for a nomination than civil litigation, the significance of civil proceedings should not be underestimated. So civil proceeding would be like, I believe, the one for Gachagua, but the one for Aisha is a criminal one. The one for the rape is a criminal one. So when someone has those, I think the nature of that crime is so significant. And since they are going to serve the public, in the interest of the public, I think they should just stay aside and be given other duties that do not involve the public directly. Just for the theater, for Ruto to be seen as if he's actually respecting the courts. I think he should just put those people aside. There's one person that we are not talking about, and I keep bringing him up. I was looking at what First Lady means. And according to my information here, a First Lady is an unofficial title used for a wife or of a president or a governor. Mutua was with Lillian, who they have confirmed was just a girlfriend. I don't see how he has not been asked to return the money he misappropriated to her office, because that office did not exist, because he did not have a First Lady. And now he is being rewarded by being given a cabinet position. You know, when you do a crime and you're not held accountable, you're embodied to do even more crimes. This is a person who should not be given an office. He's not stupid. He knows that wasn't his wife. And he let her use the office. He gave her money. That money should be refunded. Nobody is talking about it. And he's yet to get another position. If I had ability, I would go to court and oppose that one. And you call that Lillian to say that she was the girlfriend. She has written a book now. She doesn't see anything wrong with having an office as a first lady when she wasn't one. You know, when we start making things that are wrong normal, then we are going off in a very bad trajectory where we cannot differentiate what is right and what is wrong. And that is where we are in Kenya. And that should not even be an issue of discussion. Any accountant will tell you that was misappropriation of funds. And that is one of the items that made Sonko be kicked out. I feel bad for Sonko because there are other, like someone like Waiguru, who is now the chairman of the governors, and other governors who did worse than Waiguru. Look at Kisii, where Simba Arati is the governor now. That governor was not impeached. He did a lot of misappropriation of embezzlement of funds. He wasn't impeached. So when we start applying our law discriminatory, then we will never progress. So even if you're Azimio, you don't have to come say, oh, you are in Kwenya Kwanza. If you're cheated and then you realize that this person you elected, it was the wrong person, you should be strong enough, courageous enough to stand and say, no, we're not going to let you do this, because they are doing it with our name, but they are doing it against us. So we have to stand up for us.
Actually, you know, that is why I started by saying apologies when I was saying that let Duke talk. You see, Duke was trying to use this narrative that you are innocent until proven guilty. Now, our position, which I think you agree with, is that if there is an active case, give the courts a chance to clear it, or to go whatever way it is going to go. And that's why I was saying that for the president to cling on people who have active cases is wrong, morally wrong, or even whatever, under the integrity chapter. This is not right. And that's why I was pressing Duke to own up and say that is wrong. If it is wrong, it is wrong. Because after the president has appointed them, who else would we say should have or should not have done? The fact that they have a case, there it is. You see, in a place like the US, in the state where I am, if you are found to be wrong and you think you are not, these people are even prepared to give you a lawyer. Did you know that in the US? You not even need to hire your own lawyer. They'll give you a lawyer. What you must be prepared to do is that when the case is decided and you lose it, you pay the lawyer. Or if you don't, you face the consequences. Now, if you are saying, for example, that there could be fabricated cases, what should happen? For example, take the case that went to the Supreme Court. I do not understand why, if the judges, according to the judges, the cases was a wild goose chase, was hot air, they should make the petitioners pay, so that they learn next time they don't bring hot air they don't bring hot air to the court.
I think you're right on that. They should, the ones who lost, if they were bringing frivolous cases, they should have been made to pay.
They should be made to pay as a lesson for future for future cases. But this one, I think the president let us down. You should not appoint Aisha Jumwa and Orly Nturi for that case. And you could see how shaken or how apologetic Linturi was when he was arrested on the matter. Surely the president can't turn his eyes against these things. He should save Kenya some of these unnecessary embarrassments. Because remember, the joblessness in Kenya is so high. The impression you get is that he didn't have anybody could put even on hold until the Aisha Jumuas are cleared or in tourists.
You know what? That is why I'm saying, you know, they are seeing that they have numbers and they don't feel that they need to even be careful about, they are not scared about who they are electing. And I'm very, I'm just going to use disappointed a lot, because for these many parties in Kenya Kwanza, there was supposed to be strength. But I see that Moses Kuria is already folding his party. When you have many parties, it is good because it makes them have to convince you on their point before you shouldn't start just voting like sheep and cows. You should be convinced of whatever the government wants to do in order to support them. That would have been really good for the people. It is not good for the people when one party is one, like Azimio has a lot of members or UDA has a lot of members, because they tend to vote as one without having divergent views. Divergent views are very profitable for the normal person. Now, when all of them start, you know, that's the danger of what Ruto is doing, which I see when he starts giving the judiciary the money they want, without asking them back for anything. It's with a blank check. Without, like, I'm going to give you this, but all these cases have to be completed by X number of months. We don't want cases prolonging and going and going. You know, he can't just give them a blank check. So then they're entitled to somehow favor his ideas. So now look, because another one of Ruto's ideas is that they should remove qualifications. Which jobs do you get over 100K and you're not even a graduate? You don't even hold a bachelor's degree, but in Kenya. So when they say a governor of a whole county shouldn't have even a degree, they are trying to do things that Ruto wants, because Ruto is so that he can keep releasing funds to them. So, and then when he gives the police, and now he's giving the elected members of parliament, then the people have to speak and they have to remind him, we need our share too. And if you don't give us our share, we are going to make you feel the pain. But if we keep talking, then we are not a threat until it is time for election again. That is why I keep talking about action. And we can actually try to go to court and see if these courts work, when we put petitions that make sense and see if they are going to be denied.
So in other words, because he has the numbers, the vetting is just a matter of time.
So we need to turn those numbers around and tell him we still have our numbers, because we can still go to court in those numbers. We can do, what are they called? These, we can do public participation and take that, a lawyer to go and represent we the people in court against the government. We still have the numbers. Yeah, because he has the numbers.
But do you know something, Ashley? Because Ruto has the numbers, he can use them positively to demonstrate to Kenyans that you can have the numbers and use them positively to do the right things, and not just do the right things, do them perfectly.
He's not even attempting to do that, because if he was, he would, you know, one thing about America, their leaders, they try to please the people who chose them. They don't try to please the leaders. They please the people. They really try. Like when Biden came to power, the first thing he did was to approve a stimulus. That was the first thing he worked on. It wasn't to line up the pockets of the leaders on his side. It was none of that. They all worked to compete to, it's called to the base. The base is the supporters. And even Raila, even when he was friends with the Ruto, with Uhuru, I didn't see him push Uhuru to investigate the murder of Musado. So you wonder, did someone in his party do it? Because why has he never mentioned it? He only talked about BBI. So this is what I'm talking. Our leaders, we don't hold them accountable. We give them numbers, and then they use the numbers to enrich themselves while you stay there not eating lunch, not eating dinner, not being able to take your children to school, yet their children go to whatever school they want. That is where someone like Lupita Nyong'o is able to come to America and become one of the best actors because her father was somebody, because she had the opportunity to go into that line. Can you imagine if it is you, your parents have sold all their cows to take you to school, and then you say you want to act? What would happen in that house? So we need to ask, to advocate for ourselves so that they can put policies in place so that our children can have the same rights their children have, so that our children can be able to compete with their children. But if we want to be used as cows, to be used for numbers, because both sides are using us for numbers. So it is time the common person woke up, whether you are Zimio, we are not. We are the poor and the rich. That is what demarcations we should have. When we do that, then we will have the same playing field. But we have to assert ourselves.
Duke, it's your turn.
I agree with you, but you know, there is managing a country entails.
That is very encouraging. You have seen what we have a point, you know.
Yes, you have a point, but the point we have to talk about where is the missing ring, and that should be the institutions. The kind of person who feels that people should not do the right thing by them being moral or being good, but because institutions and the constitution, all the provisions of the country are compelling them to do so. And it's not a choice, but if you don't do so, you are punished. That's how people can be scared. That's how the right thing can be done. Therefore, the change is from the institutions. Those institutions must be very strong. For instance, if you are talking about those two individuals, that is Rinturi and Aisha Chuma, remember they were created by the anti-corruption, the chapter 6. There is a clearance for that before you file. There is a certificate which you take if you want to file, maybe for MCA, you have to take that certificate. So they were given that certificate from the institution, and they were allowed to file for governor.
You are talking about the tribunal that cleared them.
No, I'm talking about if you want to file for any electoral position in Kenya, you have to get a clearance from the anti-corruption. And that one, which about chapter 6, I think something about that. So it means those institutions, they are not functioning. If people have issues and they have been allowed to contest for governorship, and we have institutions and people have paid money to handle that all. So I'm saying change must be from the institutions, and change should not be based on people being good or people being bad, but institutions which are punishing bad people and rewarding good people. So that's my take on that.
You see what I was saying. You know, Duke, we are all right. The only thing which you need to factor in is that at president level, surely you should take the leading role. You should.
What about the political aspect?
If I know that Duke has a case, and he could even be cleared, it is good. It shows good manners to let the court clear him, so that you nominate somebody who is clean beyond reasonable doubt. If there are some doubtful issues you need to clear, it is important to give the court a chance. You remember that is the issue I have with Gachagua. By commenting on a case which is active in court, you are going to ask you to put yourself in the shoes of the judge. You are saying that the judge should act independently. But you and me know from what has been happening in Kenya that the judiciary, for heaven's sake, is not entirely independent. It isn't. Now, it is made worse by somebody at Gachagua status giving his opinion on an active case, which I said is sub judice. By all means, it is sub judice. Gachagua should not comment the way he did on an active case where he himself is involved. Remember the other day when he was commenting on what he expects from the DCI, that they should keep off investigating cases in government offices. I don't know whether you remember that. This is the deputy president talking like that. These are people who are far much below him in the hierarchy. He should never have made such comments. That is my take regarding his recent comments on the GMO. Now, as much as you are saying that, I think it's actually who was saying that somebody can go to court to petition that decision in a court of law. Now, imagine the president has given his position and his influence on the same. Now, imagine what would the judge, if the matter goes before a judge, what do you expect the judge to do when the president himself has pronounced himself?
But what is going to happen to the judge if he rules the way it should be ruled? You think he lose his position?
Without influence. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. If he makes an independent...
It will take a Solomonic kind of approach to do that. But given that the president has pronounced himself on the matter like that, as much as it is, you know, that is, I think, actually, I think when you were there, I started by saying that you remember how the African countries handled the COVID-19 cases. They took the prevention approach. Why? Because they knew that if the matter requires curative, we do not have the resources. Now, if we can help it, why don't we do the prevention approach? And that is what most African countries did with the COVID-19. And that is why we were hanging so much, we were putting a lot of focus on the protocols. Now, these people, for example, in the US, in the developed world, they can even decide to distribute medicine. They can even decide to distribute assistance. For us, for Kenya, we can't afford, we don't have the resources to distribute help, especially for the people who are falling out of employment.
We do have it, but it is being stolen, and the people who, the president who should be the chief of state, who should represent the Kenyans, is keeping quiet because either he's also eating or his people are eating. But we have enough money, just like those other countries, to do what we need to do for our people. Trust me on that one. When we talk about the money being stolen in billions, almost Kenyans needs is about 10,000 shillings to survive. Just think about the money that Uhuru has in savings. His family has 11 trillion. It's 30 trillion in savings hidden in a foreign country. Money I'm sure has not any tax paid on it. Just the payment of that tax should take care of our country for a long time. So we do have the money. We have no willpower from our political class to do anything about it. That is why we should Pagia water. How? I have no idea. But we remove everybody because the minority and the majority side, they know each other, they are friends. So even though it was Azimio in power, they will not take action on the Kenya Kwanza. They will threaten them, but they will not take actions because they are their friends. So when they keep changing sides, then they cannot effectively govern because these people are their friends. So we need to bring new people. Now people are talking about 2027 being Kalonzo. Surely, guys, you see, we are not serious. Let's put Miguna in there and let him just go, and you'll see he'll do something, but nobody wants to choose him. You know? So I had one more comment about, it is the president's duty to strengthen our democracy and promote strong institutions. Now, we can't force somebody to do what they don't want to do. So that is why we need to look for someone who can do, who has the conviction, because it's a conviction, to do what needs to be done for the people. Someone who loves Kenyans. I don't know who that person is, but if we look without looking at tribe, without looking at party affiliation, because the reason I went to Kenya Kwanzaa wasn't because, it's because I preferred it to the other side. If not, I would have just been the 8 million who never voted. And there were many. There are people who went to vote, but they just decided to just go. But it's not that they knew both sides are not good. And I'm telling you, even if it was the other side in power today, maybe it would even be worse. So I don't even regret whichever side. It was just doomed from the two horses were dark horses. We were looking for a white horse, but I guess there wasn't man enough or woman enough who came forward to beat these two horses. And that's why we have this problem right now. How do we fix that? I have no idea.
Yes, Dio.
I was talking about the political aspect of governing a country. As much as we focus on doing everything the right way, the political aspect is critical. For instance, in 2007, from 2002 to 2007, actually Kibaki transformed the country. And it was the only time where the GDP of Kenya was growing at more than 10% rate, 12% per annum. But he was unable to manage politics. And that's why, despite doing a lot of things, a lot of constructive things, transforming the nation from the Moi regime, in 2007, he was actually defeated because he was unable to manage politics properly. So it's also good to manage politics. For instance, if these were individuals who supported Kenya Kwanzaa, so they were on their part and they contributed to make the win possible, despite having the shortcomings they were having. So I think it's not good for the president to use them. Maybe made some promises with them. So it's not good to turn against those promises. And some are pre-election agreements. Therefore, managing politics is critical. And if you don't manage the politics of a country, that country can fail terribly. If you take two examples, for instance, you take an example, for example, like DRC, all those countries. Even more, remember, in 1960, the strongest economy in East Africa was Uganda, then followed by Tanzania, and Kenya, we were third. And do you know why are we the first and the others have gone back? Is because we were able to manage our politics somehow well. In Uganda, there were several coups. In Tanzania, they tried to bring socialism in a way. So as much as Moi was not bad, as much as Moi was not somebody so good to say, he was able to maintain political stability. So if a coup succeeds in any country where a coup has succeeded, that country will never be stable again. So I think from the political aspect, sometimes you have to work with people who may not be good, but that is the political aspect of it. But moving into the future, I think we should do the right thing. Maybe if the court should do the right thing. For instance, if there were promises those positions, and that's why they were actively participating in the campaign, and maybe the president does not want to give false promises. He has given them what he promised. Therefore, if the court finds otherwise, he can remove them. Then he cannot have, he will not be the one to blame. So that's what I can say.
So do you agree that from what my perception is, that because Ruto also made promises to the Hustler Nation, so in his mind, is he prioritizing the leaders over the people who put them in power?
He should. He's doing actually that. He has done several things. For instance, even the fertilizers will work towards lowering the food prices. The other day he launched two housing milestone projects. One was what you call social housing program, and another one is affordable housing program. So those are enormous projects which are aimed at putting those at the bottom of the economic pyramid. And he has very...
The danger appointing, or our problem as Kenyans, people in Kenya worship rich people a lot. A rich person can never do wrong. That's what I've noticed. Even the people abroad, you find that with a person with a higher job or better money coming in, they don't get pointed at when they do the wrong thing. And let me tell you, I wish we chose a president who is not rich, but someone who is smart. Because you see, like Ruto, he was talking about how some people have never slept hungry in their life, that even though you tell them you didn't eat yesterday, they'll ask you, are you on diet? Were you fasting? Or did you not want to eat? But they will not think that you did not have anything to eat. My disappointment, and that is my word for today, disappointment, is that immediately he got elected, he seemed to have shifted 360 degrees and forgotten what he was saying. Let me tell you, a simple act. If there is little money, there is a Nigerian proverb that says, cut your coat according to the cloth, not according to the size. If there is little money, do you know if he had refused to go for the burial of the queen and given an excuse that his country is in economic crisis, they would have respected him more? Do you know, instead of going to the UN, if he had gone on Zoom with the UN and told them my country is facing an economic crisis right now, I cannot come, we have nothing to feed our people, and show pictures of people dying in Masabet, he would have got grants, free help, and he would have saved the money that he used to go and stay in 5-star hotels, and he would have been able to feed the people, he would have been able to give the people a stimulus. But he was so selfish that he took however many people he took. They went to stay in 5-star hotels, eating the best food, incurring expenses for the Kenyan nation when there is no money, when people are dying of lack of food access. Do you know, giving a person who is already sick food is not a thing? When they have this Hurricane Ian, some people can't cook. You give them maize. Are you like tone deaf? Like, we are not even relating to the people. How do you bring somebody flour? They don't even have anywhere, they don't have the strength medically, they cannot cook. You need to take them food, and you need to go on the ground yourself to see for yourself. What are you doing in State House? You're able to go to UK, you're able to go to the US UN summit, but then, so you're able to act with other foreign countries. But when you come to your country, you have no time to take your legs and go to Masabit and see for yourself what is actually happening. But you're sending people there. This is what we need to hold them accountable for. We need to go there. We need to see them. Let me finish. We need to see them on the ground, going to house and seeing how severe the situation is. They don't need food only. They need medical intervention. They need to send doctors there. some people will need to get medicine or food intravenously. We need to see a government that is not doing PR, a government that actually cares for the people.
Now, Luke, what I wanted to ask you, do you think that that the president was cornered in the sense that he had to nominate the Aisha Jumwas, the Lenturis, because it's like he had made some promises to them, so that in a way he's cornered. He is cornered to honor whatever he had promised to do.
We don't need a president who can be cornered. We need a bold president who can take a firm stand and tell them that we are going to give you other positions or let your cases finish and then we'll appoint them. You know, that is the danger of having a president who can be winked around, because it is dangerous even on if they can be cornered and twisted by their own people. Can you imagine what such a president can be done on the international scene? And that was my problem with Raila, that he agreed to be cornered enough by Uhuru. So Uhuru, who is just an amateur, what will Putin do to him? He will bake him and cook him. Look at what this guy in Ukraine is doing. That president is, you know, he goes on Zoom and begs the leaders of the world to help him. You think if he had time to go and visit them, they wouldn't see the seriousness of the issue. So we need a president who will take a firm stand, even though the enemy is strong, that person will have enough conviction and say, I cannot put you there with this problem. Let us first finish this problem. And I promise you, I'll give you that position. He is in a strong position as the president to say no. And they'll understand and let them do what they want to do. If he doesn't appoint them, they're going to do nothing. But he should feel cornered by the people. We expected more, and right now he's putting us on the back burner. People are actually dying of food. When our leaders, you know, that's why they go to parliament to laugh, because they are full. They need their salaries slashed so that they can feel the pain we are feeling. When they feel the pain, and if they are told if the economy improves by 2%, we are going to return you take a 50% cut. If the economy jumps up to 5%, we are going to give you 75%. If it jumps 100, you're going to get back your full salary. If you want allowances, this has to happen. The gas has to be at this price. The blah, blah, blah has to happen. They will perform. You pay for performance. You just don't pay for the position. That's the problem we are having. And then they're taking us, the people, for granted. Who cared that a parent doesn't have a job and they have to take their child to school back to back? They had only 1 week off. Who is going to advocate for the people if not the president?
You know, I support you. I support you. You know, Duke, what I wanted to hear from you. What was so wrong in unless as much as actually saying that she doesn't think the president was cornered. Me, I think the president was cornered because there was no reason why the president could not allow Aisha to clear her name through the courts, and the courts at one point will do so, and just maybe settle on Hassan Omar.
Someone in the comment section is telling me that Uhuru never cornered Raila. Because this same person is a person who will say that the 2017 election was stolen. Who was the beneficiary of the stolen election? So do you want to tell me if someone came and raped your daughter, you would be friends with them, eat with them, laugh with them before they even pay for whatever they did? So if Uhuru stole, because he was the beneficiary of the steal, if he was a good president, why did he not do the right thing and return the presidency to whoever won it? So you either say it wasn't stolen, or if it was stolen, that Uhuru was a bad president. Because how can someone steal your win and then you continue laughing with them? If they are a good person with integrity, they should have returned that win. So when you are working with someone, if someone steals your car, let's go basic. They steal your car and keep it. How do you become their friend? Then you are a fool. How do you laugh with somebody while you drive in the car that was yours that is now theirs? So you either decide, did he steal the election or was it not stolen? Then if it was stolen and they were friends, then there's a problem. Then either one is a fool or one is taking advantage of the other one, and the other one is agreed to be taken advantage of. Now, if someone can be taken advantage like that, can you imagine what the US will do to them, France will do to them, Russia will do to them? They'll come and threaten them, and Uganda here, Museveni who threatened them, and soon they will write off. They will give our country to Museveni. That's why you need a person who go down on their feet, not on their knees, as president.
Comment on that. I can't say that the president was cornered in a way, but maybe what cornered him was the image he is trying to portray. He's trying to present himself as somebody who does not give false promises, somebody who, once you have agreed that he's going to give you this position of that, he will do that. He's trying to act against political deceit. Also, number two, that's also I said for political purposes. The reason why William Ruto was trying to give people CS percent from the coast is actually trying to strategize on his re-election. He's actually trying to, he wants to turn the coast and Western into his stronghold. That's why he was able to give a lot of more positions to Western and the coast. So that's one. Number two also can be the gender. He wanted to have a reasonable number of women in his cabinet, and that's why he was trying to give that to Alice Wahome and Juma, those who are strongly behind his campaign. So they contributed to them attaining that government. So that's can be one. Another thing which I wanted to comment about is trying to talk about, I think there was a disconnection. I think, Kusio, you were not trying to talk about Uhuru cornering Raila. Somebody talked about that. But I want also to refer to come back also again to the issue of the courts. I think I don't have a specific statute or article of the Constitution which prohibits individuals from giving their opinions in issues or even matters which are within the court. I think what it does not allow people to do is to try to give an outcome, to try to predict an outcome to some extent. But people disobey that, and that's normal. For instance, the cases which were in the Supreme Court, we even discussed here every day about the possibility of the possible outcome of that. So I think in a democratic and free nation, we should be free to give opinions and perspectives in our issues. But still, I maintain that for us to ensure that we have qualified, ethical individuals in positions of governance, it should be, one, strong institutions, which must prevent those who have tainted ethics to fire. So institutions. Number two, also the electorate must be enlightened on that. Also number three, it must be the media. When you find the media giving a lot of false narratives, conflicting information to the extent you find some people are not trusting the mainstream media, so that even if you are trying to present specific facts, they oppose them. So that also cannot, it's an impediment towards attaining good governance. So that's what I can say.
You see, Duke, my point was that the president does not have a shortage of people to appoint. I don't know, from the look of things, unless you have a different opinion. Look at the cost, for example. Can you say he had a shortage of people? The answer is no. Because somebody like Hassan Omar I don't know whether he has any scandals which would have stopped the DP from appointing him. Take even places like in Kisii, he still has the Mangis. He still has this fellow who wanted to be senator, anaitwa nani? In Kisii, the former MP. He wanted to be senator.
And
Anyway,
even on,
you are
Omar,
aware of Mangi, isn't it? You are aware of Mangi. Hassan Omar was there. There is I remember him.
Senator Omar.
No, the fellow wanted to be senator in Kisii. He wanted to be governor, senator.
Omingo Magara.
Yes, Omingo Magara. My point is, he could, if he wanted, because he would have scored a lot of points if he avoided the tainted people. Tainted in the sense that they have active cases. He could easily play it down. So that it doesn't look like he's speaking from the two sides of his mouth. At the same time, he's saying that his people are framed, blah, blah, blah. So the people who have active cases, especially the Ajisa Jumas, the Lenturis, the Ndungu with this De La Rue scandal, he could avoid them. Mutua, for example, he could even face them, talk to them face to face and tell, oh, you have this and this. So, for the sake of publicity and what have you, did he have to make Mutua a CS with the issues around him? Not. The answer is no.
So are you trying to say, for instance, when they entered into a coalition agreement with Maendeleo Chapchap, he should disobey that?
No, you can just tell him politely that because of XYZ, we would know it is getting more good, more damages than good.
He can choose somebody in the Maendeleo Chap, not necessarily Mutua.
Actually, you can even tell him, recommend somebody.
Yeah, and give him the reason why he can't be. Because I expected Ruto in his first term at least to attempt or pretend to put, the first time I didn't expect him to do what he has started with. Now, when he starts like this, it can only get worse unless God intervenes and he retracts and starts doing right by the people. I am worried because it is so early on and this is what we are seeing. So what can we expect going forward? Duke, I have a question for you. Keep talking about we need strong institutions. In Africa, the problem is we have strong men and that weaken our institutions. So what I want to ask you, how do we get to strong institutions?
See, we get into strong institutions by having an environment which does not allow the strong men to interfere with the institutions the way Uhuru Kenyatta was doing. And that's why we have now William Ruto.
You are not decided not to. Actually, ask Ruto, ask you what he thinks about what Gachagua was saying about the DCI.
Okay, I will answer.
He told them to keep off government offices. Is that somebody who wants to promote strong institutions, really? And then when you give the judiciary money they have not asked you for, exactly, do you see the direction is moving?
No, that's not. You should not. You should have your facts right. So Ashley has said that we don't have strong institutions because strong men interfere with institutions. I agree. So how do we stop that? It's by those men stopping to interfere. Number one. Number two, by making sure that the autonomous institution, independent and autonomous institution, are able to function without depending on those strong men. the way previously they were depending on the president to give them money. So if they are not trying to do something as per his or her wishes, he will cut the funding, something of that. That's number one. Number two, Kuseo, you are talking about the way the statement of the deputy president regarding the DCI. Actually, I agree with him. For instance, when you find the DCI spending, if you check, for instance, the budget for the DCI, they have spent more money than what they have recovered. They go to every county, they are trying to ask money from the governors and other positions. They are trying to intimidate people so that they can be bribed. That's why for instance, we expect a functional DCI. For instance, when the president states that in Kenya, we are losing like 2 billion Kenyan money every day, that becomes their assignment. And in 1 or 2 weeks, they are giving us exact root pools, or who are those who are trying to take that money from them. We are in a country where some people like Musando have died for years, and we don't have any piece of information. And they are trying to say they are now functioning. They are not functioning. And if, for instance, you find about the way the DCI should function, actually DCI it's to provide criminal intelligence and criminal information. And the procedure is that that information has to be requested maybe by the policeman, because if the first step is you go to the police station, or the policemen are the one who should actually do the investigations, or if it requires advanced investigation and scrutiny, that's when they request the DCI. But you don't have a scenario whereby you find the president or somebody is sending people to offices, and these people are coming to offices and say, you have done this, give us money. They capture they intimidate the governor. So that's we want professionalism whereby we are able to recover resources. The function of the DCI is not to go and arrest the governor on Friday and then to punish him over the weekend and everything is over. They have not recovered any resources. They have no evidence to present to court of law. So in short, they are trying to curtail. For instance, the way they arrested Gachagua, midnight. And he even said, even you were to call me, say, come to the DCI headquarters, he will go. But now, because they want to intimidate individuals, maybe for political reasons, or to ensure that they are arraigned to a given political party, they just come to midnight to your place, they break the door, and they take you. And you are ready even to go to them. Even if they ask you, come, you can go. So that's very sad. So they have to be professional in a way. For instance,
are you saying that Gachagua didn't have a case? Do you know how long they had looked for him?
No, they have never looked for him. That's what.
Why are you saying that? You have become the judge.
No, because I'm in Kenya and I've been seeing the unfolding of the events.
No, you are saying that why did they have to go for him at night?
Because you see, for instance,
for example, Wanjigi, I think at one point was arrested also at night. You see, you don't know how these people, some of them protect themselves, and even how to get them becomes a challenge. If you see them doing that, there have been some difficulties sometimes in getting those people. But in any case, Gachagua, you don't think that he has a case to answer?
You know, I can't see your name very well, but I think the ordinary person might not know, like me, if he has a case to answer. What I think they should do, you see, like the way Arati is doing, I think for us to know whether it is a witch hunt or not, these public officials, when they have a case, it should be broadcast. where we know exactly what is being said, and then we can decide for ourselves. Because an ordinary person like me only read what the media says. And if the media is on your side and they're covering up for you, then I can't know whether he has a case to answer, because I go by what I read. Now, if the government decides to weaponize corruption, then there are people with cases to answer that we'll never know, because we are not that information is not brought to our knowledge. So if we got a government that lets the institutions do their role, we might be surprised that maybe only a very small percentage of people are pure. Maybe even some of these people who are fighting these people are also corrupt. There is a rumor going around that money was stolen, 50% of what in treasury was stolen. Do we know if that is true? We don't. But if it is, and nobody is investigating, if it was stolen, why are they not being investigated? The people who should investigate are also thieves.
You know something, you see, the issue of getting money from treasury has turned out to be just a question of ignorance, because CBK, as was explained by the governor, does not have money. You can't go to CBK and you are going to get money or to audit the money there. There is no money there as such. I don't know. It came in, that has been in the social media now almost for 2 weeks. The money, government money, is not in a place or in a strong room like in a bank. No. Save for the floats they want to use to pay salaries, which must be in physical money. Government money is actually in the banks, not in the central bank, Kenya, the country, no. Physical money is only available in banks, and even in the banks, it is in the strong room for the little float that they keep. So it was wrong for Gachagua to display his ignorance to that extent. But,
no, you know, it may be true in a way, because
you remember he said that they had gone to central bank, they only found 93 million.
No, he did not specifically state the figures. What he said is that we don't have enough.
No, he said there was 93 million.
He did not say that.
My goodness. Check the response by the governor.
You see, you don't know how the institutions work, or for that matter, the financial institutions. Are you seeing what's happening in Lebanon? For instance, if all Kenyans have a false perception that there is no money, maybe they are not going to access their money from their banks, and all of them decide to go and take their cash, we can have a crisis. So a central bank cannot say that it's true we don't have money, because that's what you call, I think it's called bank run. In any country, even the US, if all people who have deposited their money in the bank decide to withdraw all of them, there will be a financial crisis. So it's the responsibility of the central bank to give the financial institution and Kenyans, or the depositors, confidence.
Let me tell you.
So you don't expect the bank to say that we don't have money.
What happened is this. The minister, Nani Yotani, and the finance minister is called, that issue was clarified by Yotani when he went to Naivasha, and by the central bank governor of late regarding the forex, for example. You do not have a room with cash at central bank. So you can't say that we went there, we only found so much. That is wrong. Both officers have said as much.
You see, you have to understand how the government and the banks work. You are trying to say that that money is in the banks,
Yes,
But
bank government money is not at central bank.
Where is it?
It is with the banks. For example, today, if the bank is paying you for your pending bills, you don't go to central bank.
Unless you don't understand that. You see, for instance, are you trying to say KRA, how does KRA operate? For example, the taxes, the government taxes, how do they, for instance, they take
They are
taxes
paid
from
and
me?
received through the banking system, through the bank, not central bank. The physical money is not at central bank.
But do you know that the central bank is the member of the last resort? For instance, all commercial banks.
There they only have a float based on the how their needs are.
I don't think that's true. I know, for instance, once KRA, I think KRA has a bank account in central bank, and once they collect the money from the taxpayers, it's placed in an account, a consolidated account within central bank, and the treasury can access that amount to pay for current expenditure and other expenses. So I don't think it's true that there is no money.
You know,
in any case, even if we assume it's in banks, for example, you as an individual, you can have several banks, but you know how much is there. So is it impossible to know how much does the government have in the banks?
I agree with you. That is why it was wrong for Gachagua to say that they went to Central Treasury, they found 93 million.
Maybe they found from in terms of records.
And you know what? They were saying that the Uhuru carried, or rather looted, the treasury, surely.
Yes, he can do that. For instance, the president can do that. For instance, if you are the president or you are a CEO of an institution, and in this case, the president, the CEO of Kenya, you can come up with fraudulent expenditures and you authorize money to come out of the central bank or the government financials bank accounts.
You know, like the maize.
That happens since. Yes.
I was just talking about the maize where they say there was a reduction. They were doing subsidies. The maize was not found. They then say they were not going to do it, but because there was no money. But I'm hearing, I don't know that it was 7 million or 7 billion that was said to have been spent. But who was it spent on? Nobody can tell where the money went or who got the subsidy. But the money was spent.
Actually, if you talk about that maize subsidy and the fuel subsidy, to be categorical for the maize subsidy, only 30% was paid to millers. So it means 70% was consumed like that. The same happens to the fuel subsidy. You find like one company was being paid 60% of the subsidy. You can imagine that. That's fraudulent payment. And they are picking the biggest companies, those who are established. For instance, if we have several mirrors, in rural areas, you can find a small mirror. That's an infant industry which needs to be protected. And it's not funded. Then you find a big company which is making billions in terms of profits, and you are giving it subsidy. So that's making that smaller farms to shut down. So that's what was happening to subsidy. So it's true that the president can actually take money from the treasury, and yes. For instance, when Uhuru Kenyatta became the president in 2013, I gave him a benefit of doubt that he will not be involved in corruption cases because he comes from a rich family. So maybe I thought the money was not an issue for him. having inherited a lot of money from his father, but he has proved otherwise. Actually, he has been involved in corruption cases more than any other president. So
You
the
see,
president,
what happens? What happens is this. For example, you see, like the maize farmers in Rift Valley. Now, how was the maize money lost? These people imported maize. You know, they were private fellows. So once the maize comes in Kenya, they can choose to sell it. If there's a shortage, they can choose to sell it to the public at high prices. But this time, they didn't do that. The people who are in charge of the cereal boards, what they did was to dictate to the cereal boards to buy the maize at a high price, call it double the price, or even 3 times. But interestingly, what they did was to take their imported maize to the cereal boards. You know, the cereal boards are meant for the locals, for the public farmers who have harvested from their farms. They are the ones who are targeted to be given that price. Now, the imported maize ended up in the cereal boards. Now, what did the cereal board? They got full, and they couldn't now absorb the maize from the local farmers. Now, how did they pay? Believe me, they don't pay whatever maize they have bought, whether from the farmers or the private fellows at central bank. No. They pay them through the banks, the banking system. So you'll find in KCB, in National Bank, in Corp Bank, Equity, those are the accounts they use. And that's why we are saying that when Gachagua becomes the deputy president, it is not right for him to say that the government has no money. We only found 93 million at the treasury. Now, I don't know whether you understand how misleading that information is. Now, for those who understand how it works, you can just be left laughing. Now, if that is how it happens, and you know, this is only cereals board, you want to have other supplies to the counties, other supplies to the different ministries. And that is how the government settles their expenditures. Let's say they want to pay Duke a salary. You'll be told to go to National Bank, or they're paying teachers, or go to KCB, or go to Barclays Bank. And that is where your money, your salary would be paid. So under the circumstance, if that is how it works, do you see how misinforming it can be for you to say that we only found 93 million in treasury? Now, they have spent 200 million for the inauguration.
I guess we've been left alone. Can I make my conclusion and then we can?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think it is Duke who had the rights.
The rights for?
To close or to admit somebody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just proceed.
So I wanted to...
let me ask you before you, from what I've just said, do you see when Gachagua says that they went to treasury, they found 93 million?
See, and that's why I was saying that they should put these things like the way Simba Arati is doing. Whatever I'll say will be speculation. And it's not, I mean, I don't see the need to speculate. I don't have the facts. I can choose to believe him. I can choose not to believe him. Now, personally, I would go with asking myself, when he said that people can go to the forest to farm, And then he came back and said that the media was putting words in his mouth. And then I don't feel that I can take his word as true, because he has shown me, if I look from his past behavior, that he is lying. He can lie. So I don't know whether it is true or not based on what he said. But if we were given the facts, we would know. Right now, we'll just speculate. You can say you don't believe him or you believe him, but we don't know who is. It's just speculation. And as we speculate, they continue doing things that are not positive for our economy, for our country, and people continue to suffer. So that's why I say we need action-based complaints. Okay, this is what's going on. How can we change this so that we can all profit? People keep saying, oh, let the Kenya Kwanza, people eat GMOs. It's not Kenya Kwanza, it's the poor. And the poor includes both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. So when we intellectually think about this and not be psychopaths, we learn that not to be too much into the party, which doesn't feed you, but to think about advocating for yourself and people who cannot advocate for them, because it is them that is affected. The reason our education system is so poor is because our leaders don't want us to be smart, at least more than 50% smart, because they'll have to work harder, because it will be hard to deceive us. But when we fight against tribe, when we fight against which party you belong, we are where they want us to be. Guess what they are doing when we are fighting? They are lining up their pockets. Guess what will happen? When you get a problem, you will not be able to find any of them unless you're their relative, unless you know one of them, unless you're a beneficiary. And what happens? You suffer. And that's what they don't want us to think like that. Because when we think like that, those numbers that they are using will turn against them. And then they will have to work for us. And that is where I would like us Kenyans to get where, when they go to parliament, when they are talking about things that concern them, then they are able to cross party line. When they talk about increasing the pay, have you seen one leader from Azimio or one leader from Kenya Kwanza come in and say, no, we can't do this. We already have enough to put food on the table. This money that we want to add to ourselves, we are good. Me personally, I'm opposing. I want us to use it to feed the people. Have you seen even one? And yet you can come here and defend them day, night, and every time, day and night. Do they defend you? Do they have your back the way you have theirs? And that is where we come. How do we strengthen our institutions, the institutions that Dick keeps talking about? And I was looking at how do we strengthen, and then I saw Obama, when he visited Ghana in 2019, he remarked that no country is going to create wealth if its leaders exploit the economy to enrich themselves. You know, Kenya is where it is because we are being ruled by strong men with weak institutions. They allocate uncheckered power to the president and to themselves, largely deplete our resources and for themselves. And so no business wants to invest in a place where the government schemes 20% of the top or the port authority is corrupt. So what do we need? What we need is visionary leaders, not strong men, because our visionary leaders are the ones who are going to help enforce democracy. And Kenya is where it is because all we have advocated for is those strong men. So what we need to do going forward, I believe, is to work on getting visionary leaders, because to stop the threat on our democracy by poor management of resources and electoral abuse. And we can overcome these two if we have a strong state institution, as well as a functional judicial system and a law that works for everybody. It's not like if you steal and you're a poor person, you go to jail, you can't even afford bail, so you stay there until your case is decided. If you kill and you're in the political class or the 1%, which is the wealthy or the rich, then you can be able to afford bail. If you steal money, maybe you steal 10 billion, you're given 2 billion or 10 billion. If you steal like 10 billion, you're asked to pay 5 million in bail, which is like a drop in an ocean, and then you come out. So we need a law that works for everybody. But us, the people, the common man, the people who are here, not the poor, but just the regular people who are the majority, we have been deceived. We have been brainwashed to worship these parties, to worship our tribe kingpins as like little gods. So we come here and fight one another while we are on the same side. We are on the same side. Yet we can come here and hate each other, abuse each other for them while they eat and laugh together. Think about that. So last and not least, Kenya needs leaders who will responsibly develop its resources and focus on poverty reduction, not lining up their pockets. And that is my submission for the night. I'm done.
My final observation is that, you see, in Kenya, we don't have the same problems as such. Different people are at different levels. Even when you look at the so-called the poor, not everybody, they are not at the same level. And that is why they don't have common problems as such. As much as people might want to see that our problems are the same, they are not. And that is why your approach to issues also cannot be the same. You see, somebody cannot have maybe has no job. Another one has a job. Another one maybe has a business. Another one has no food. You find the common denominator, like what was happening at independence when the common enemy was the Mzungu. It's not the case. It's not the case. So that is why solutions for different people are all like different. And that's why the politicians can use that. If you don't have food, I know that your priority is to get food. So if I get you food, you will just be singing my name wherever you go.
But don't you think, I don't see anyone who has even done that, got that. That's what, if they got us food and they got us education, the basics, and got us medical care, where you can go to hospital when you're sick, and even for annual checkups, just the basics. But they don't even attempt to do that. That you can go to a land, you're given $500 shillings. What is 500 shillings going to give you? You know? Why can't they put...
If you have not seen 500 shillings for a whole 3 months,
you take and eat, but
your attitude will be different. You see, that is the thing. And you see, for example, during the campaigns, people are not understanding why, for example, Ruto was a magnet. Why? He realized how deplorable, how vulnerable the Kenyans were. Truth be told, you see, as much as people didn't want Ruto to call others dynasty, some people, for some of us, we have relatives who are wholly depend on others to be able to eat the following day. Some of these other politicians are not like that. So they don't know the exact suffering. If everywhere Ruto goes, he will go giving, call it 50 bob for call it mobilization or whatever it is, or 100 bob. You can imagine if you are jobless, maybe you have gone to school, but you literally have done nothing. In fact, there are some people who are thinking that now that the political season, the campaign season is over, some people are feeling very bad because when they were there, maybe every other week, they'll be expecting like 100 bob. Now there is nothing to look forward to.
People like Duke who are enlightened that need, you know what we need in Kenya is a lot of civic education, where we know that it is the policies that are in place that are going to save us. Like you say, people people have different needs. There are people with children. The children need to go to school. The children need medical services. The children need to eat. Some people need work. Some people need training. Some people need medical access. So once they have strong institutions and good policies, then all these issues will be attended. So instead of looking at who is giving you 500 today, that is not going to be there tomorrow, I wish we would keep our people through programs. I mean, there is a lot of the people who know to step in the gap. Action is needed. And that's what my closing remark is going to be. We need action for those people who have been talking about what the government is doing, about what Azimio is doing, about what Kenya Kwanza needs. We need visionary leaders to step in the gap and educate the masses so they know what their rights are. And in time, we will be able to hold our leaders accountable. We don't have to have any coup. But I think if we hold them accountable, they will perform. If we put their feet under fire, they will perform. But when we ask them of nothing, they will just take advantage of us. I just believe they will perform if we show them that we know our rights and insist that they do what we need to be done. We don't need to go to war with anybody. We don't need to shed anybody's blood. We can ask our courts to do the right thing. And even in those people, those justices, those judges, they are those ones who have the right mind, the right mindset, the right integrity to do what needs to be done. And we'll just trust that there are more of them than there are less of them.
So you're saying hope against hope, eh?
Who say that?
Oh God. I think we can end it at that. Maybe see you tomorrow.